Saga Egmont presents Snatched by Gillian Jackson. Read by Annie Aldington. This book is dedicated to Natalia Tanchak, whose positivity and sense of humour in adversity is inspirational. Chapter 1. February the 3rd, 1988. A late-night phone call to her colleague sent a thrill of excitement shooting through Helen. After 3 weeks on the job, and barely any time out of the office, newbie social worker Helen Hanna relished being on call under the supervision of Valerie Chapman. Secretly, Helen longed for excitement, something to get her out of her allocated dusty, cramped cubicle, and away from the endless, boring paperwork. It seemed her prayers were finally answered. The call, which was to initiate her to the seedier side of life, was from a concerned neighbour. A possible child left at home alone, Valerie explained, grabbing her coat and heading for the door, a deep frown on her face. The police will meet us at the scene. Helen scurried after her and shivered as the biting wind gusted around them. By 11:30 p.m, the two women arrived at the address they'd been given, to be greeted by an irate neighbour who threw out accusations like confetti. The council housing estate was one Valerie was all too familiar with. Many of her clients lived there. The house in question was in complete darkness, but the neighbour insisted children were inside. "That cow doesn't deserve to have kids. She leaves them to fend for themselves while she's off with her latest fella." Valerie was already peering through the letterbox, calling out to anyone who might be inside. For a few moments, there was silence, broken only by the insistent neighbour instructing them as to what they should be doing. Her raucous voice and colourful language did nothing to ease the situation, and if children were inside, they'd probably be more afraid of this woman than of being alone. Then, finally, a faint noise, a sob from within, confirmed the presence of at least one child. Valerie spoke softly through the letterbox, while flapping her arm behind her to keep the neighbour away. "Hello, sweetheart. My name's Valerie. Are you okay in there?" Silence, then another muffled sob. "Can you come to the door and tell me your name?" The police arrived during this rather one-sided conversation. Valerie stood and turned towards the two men who exited the car. "I'm pretty certain there's a child inside, and most probably alone." The officers made an immediate decision to forcibly enter the property. Valerie spoke through the letterbox once more, to warn the child of what would happen. "There are two policemen with me, and they're going to open the door so we can come in, okay? Can you hear me, sweetheart? It might be noisy, so stand well back, and we'll be with you in a minute." A minute was all it took to force the flimsy lock, allowing the police to enter the house. Valerie and Helen were close behind, aware that the police needed to perform an on-the-spot risk assessment, but anxious for the child, who must be frightened by their presence. The first officer flicked a light switch in the lobby, but nothing happened. "No money in the meter, I should think." He produced a torch from his jacket, while his colleague went back to the car to switch on the headlights and turn the vehicle around to face the house. A tiny lobby housed a staircase, a door to the right, presumably the living room, and a door facing, which probably led to a kitchen. As Helen's eyes took in the layout of the rooms, her nostrils were filled with a sickening smell, which nearly caused her to retch. Valerie glanced over her shoulder and smiled wryly at the younger girl. "You'll get used to it. Dirty nappies." The police officer opened the first door, where the sparsely furnished small square room was flooded with light from the car headlights. Two small children huddled in a corner, like frightened animals, blinking against the blinding light. The officer swept the room with his eyes before giving Valerie the okay to approach the children. A girl of no more than 4 or 5 shielded a younger boy, both of them squeezing their thin little bodies as far as they could into the corner, as if the walls could offer them protection. Helen gasped at the sight, but a look from her colleague warned her to keep her emotions in check. Valerie slowly squatted in front of the children, not too close. "Hello, I'm Valerie, and this is my friend Helen. What's your name?" The little girl eyed her suspiciously, then whispered, "Joanne." The boy was silent, but Valerie continued smiling and asked where their mother was. No answer. The little boy started to cry. His sister gripped him even tighter, her wide blue eyes full of suspicion and fear. Helen briefly appraised the room they were in. Even in the patchy light shed by the car, the space looked filthy. The walls were damp with old peeling paper and mildew, forming grotesque-looking patterns across the ceiling. There was no carpet, just old and uneven bare floorboards. An ancient brown sofa stood against one wall, stuffing hanging out of the arms, and seat cushions so threadbare there was more foam showing through than fabric. A side panel of glass was broken in the bay window and held together with brown parcel tape, utterly useless for keeping out the cold February night. A television stood in one corner on an upturned box, its wide screen and shiny black newness incongruous with its surroundings. Valerie continued to speak calmly to the children, attempting to gain their trust. Then, turning to Helen, she whispered, "Go and fetch the blankets from the boot of my car." Helen hurried off, grateful to be out in the fresh air, but simultaneously feeling guilty about her revulsion for the situation inside. The first policeman stood by his car on his radio, reporting into the station, while his colleague searched upstairs. Helen retrieved the blankets and took them back into the house as the second policeman came downstairs. "No sign of anyone else. Who knows how long those kids have been alone? The fridge is all but empty. Poor little sods." He nodded to Helen. "You taking them now?" Yes, we are." Helen was floundering. Having longed for something to happen, this situation had thrown her. The smell was making her feel sick, and she longed for a hot shower and her bed, although it was doubtful whether the images she'd seen could be erased sufficiently to allow a peaceful night's sleep. Taking the blankets to Valerie, she found her colleague trying to persuade the little girl to move away from her brother. Valerie took a blanket and draped it around Joanne's shoulders, but the child still clung to her brother. It looked as if they'd have to lift them out as one. As Helen leaned over to help, the girl bit into her arm and scratched at her face. Valerie managed to wrap the girl's flailing arms in the blanket, but was rewarded by a piercing feral scream, making the boy cry even louder. The senior social worker held the girl tightly and motioned her colleague to do the same with her brother. Helen was so stunned that it took a few seconds to respond. The boy wriggled in her arms, screaming, almost deafening her. He wore only a thin vest, and his legs were covered with excrement, the smell of which was overpowering. Valerie managed to lift the girl into the back of her car and asked Helen to get in with the boy. The pair clung together, their limbs a tangle of bones, with barely any flesh on them. Thankfully, they lapsed into silence as they were driven away. The children needed an examination by a doctor, and taking them to A&E was the quickest way to do so at that time of night. As they carried them into the hospital, Helen found that swaddling the boy in the blanket and holding him close calmed him. Valerie did the same with the girl. Neither child spoke to the social workers or the nurses, but seemed content to be held, both still. By 1 a.m, a doctor had examined the children, declaring them dehydrated and malnourished. Valerie accompanied a nurse to bathe the brother and sister, while Helen was sent in search of coffee. The night's events had shocked her. It would take more than coffee to erase the images of those neglected children from her mind. Later, while the children slept, Valerie sat with Helen and talked over their evening. It's not the worst case I've come across, but we don't know all the details yet. It looks as if they've been alone for a few days, and the police will already be trying to trace the mother, or father, if there's one on the scene. They'll be kept in hospital for a few days. They've had drinks and a little food. But I've never come across such malnutrition before. There's head lice to deal with too. The nursing staff will have their hands full tomorrow. You need to check your hair when you go home, which I suggest you do now. It's been a difficult night, but it's even harder on those poor kids. Keep that in mind. Valerie smiled. Helen knew she'd never forget this case. The sight of those terrified children would stay with her forever. Walking away with tears in her eyes, Helen Hannah wondered what the future held for Joanne and her brother. Chapter 2. Day 1. April 2017. Even after 2 full terms at his new school, Danny loved it. The atmosphere and huge modern buildings still thrilled him, as did the full timetable crammed with subjects new to him, such as languages, chemistry and physics. That particular morning they'd had a French lesson with Mr. Armand, a real Frenchman who made his lessons fun. He told them his name was of German origin and meant bold or hardy, and the whole class laughed when he struck a pose like a strong man. Danny thought he might like to take German as well as French. His dad always said that languages can get you places. Danny declared St. Bede's to be awesome, with at least 5 times the number of pupils than the junior school he'd attended. He was finally growing up, and even his parents treated him differently. He owned his first mobile phone and was allowed to walk to and from school alone, a journey of almost half an hour, a pain in bad weather, yet exciting. Danny was also the proud owner of a door key, so he could let himself in to wait until his mother finished work, instead of going to the homework club. It was only for an hour or so, and Danny was pleased his parents trusted him to be in the house alone. As he made his way home on Monday afternoon, Danny's head was bowed against the driving rain, the hood of his parka limiting his vision, with nothing visible except the pavement in front of him. He heard a vehicle pull up nearby, but thought nothing of it until he was grabbed from behind. Wriggling and kicking, Danny did his best to break free, but whoever held him was strong. As he was lifted into the van, the door slammed shut behind him, and a hood of some kind was roughly pulled over his head. He could see nothing. Danny's heart sounded like a drum throbbing in his ears. He shouted to be released, but the effort only earned him a slap on the side of his head, and a man's voice growled at him to shut up. Then he was roughly tied with his hands by his side, so he couldn't move his arms, or pull the hood off his head. Danny began crying. He couldn't help it. Then, feeling a warm wetness trickle down his legs, he realised he'd peed himself. Shaking and sobbing, utter helplessness overwhelmed him, and he was ashamed for letting the man grab him without putting up more of a fight. The van seemed to drive for ages, although it was probably little more than an hour. The road became bumpy, and Danny was tossed about in the back of the van, curled up, wet, cold and whimpering. With his arms bound by his side, there was no way to stop himself from rolling about on the dirty van floor, occasionally bumping into the man and receiving a shove when he did. The smell of oil and burnt rubber made him feel quite nauseous, but he knew it would only add to his discomfort if he was sick. Danny had never before been so afraid, and he longed for his parents and the warm comfort of their home. Eventually, the engine stopped, and the sound of the driver getting out of the cab and coming to the back doors brought another rush of fear to Danny's mind. With his breath coming in shallow gulps, he squeezed into the corner of the van, trying to make himself as small as possible, in the futile hope that whoever they were, they might go away and forget about him. They didn't. The man who was in the back with him dragged Danny towards the doors before hoisting him over his shoulders as if he was no weight at all. Kicking his legs around was useless, and earned another, even harder slap to his head. For a moment, Danny felt sick and dizzy. Then he allowed his body to go limp. It seemed pointless to struggle with this large, strong man. Unable to see his surroundings was frustrating and terrifying, but Danny concentrated on listening for sounds that might give him a clue as to where they were. It was quiet, with only the faint sound of vehicles in the distance, and the happy song of birds busily flying from tree to tree without a care in the world. The rain was still falling, and the men's boots squelched as they walked, as if they were stepping in mud. It could have been a farm, or perhaps a cottage in the country somewhere. Danny was carried inside and up a flight of stairs, then dropped onto the hard floor, sending a sharp pain through his hip and down his right leg. As the man left the room, closing the door firmly behind him, Danny heard the sound of bolts sliding into place. 2 bolts locking him in, then the sound of the man stomping down the stairs. For a minute, Danny remained still, listening. There was the sound of voices downstairs, the same 2 men, but it wasn't possible to make out what they were saying. When he was as sure as he could be that he was alone in the room, Danny freed his arms from their loose binding and pulled off the hood to look around. He was in a square room with a small window, bare floorboards, and nothing other than a dirty-looking mattress in one corner and a bucket in another. A couple of blankets were on the end of the mattress. The walls were half covered with peeling paper, and the damp was running down to the rotting skirting boards. It was so very different to his bedroom at home, a place he briefly wondered if he'd ever see again. Danny remembered his rucksack with his mobile phone, but realised he must have dropped it when the man grabbed him. Perhaps someone would find it and know he'd been kidnapped. Taking off his coat, and then his wet trousers, Danny used one of the blankets to rub his legs dry, as the shame that he'd been unable to control himself brought a flush to his face. He hung the trousers on the door handle to dry. But it was so cold in the room, and he was shivering, his teeth chattering together. Danny put his coat back on, and sitting on the mattress, wrapped his legs in the other blanket. The tears came again, and curling up on his side, he sobbed bitterly. Chapter 3. Day 1. Eventually, Danny's tears dried. He rubbed at his eyes, blew his nose, and thought seriously about his situation. Clearly, he'd been kidnapped, and it was up to him, his duty, to do his best to escape. Danny stood, wrapped the blanket around his legs, and shuffled over to the window. The dirty glass was cracked, the frame warped, and someone had nailed the window frame to the base so it wouldn't open. A heavy mesh encased the outside, making it difficult, though not impossible, to see through. The mesh was presumably to deter him from climbing out of the window. Danny screwed up his eyes and peered into the distance. A main road was visible, separated from the house by a couple of fields. To the left was woodland, not particularly dense, but with a path leading into the trees, which could mean that someone walked through it, hopefully with regularity. The noise of the traffic couldn't be heard from inside. Adjacent to the house was a large barn, or what was left of one, with more holes than roof from what Danny could see, and only half a door swinging precariously on a large rusty hinge. A white van was parked near the house, too close to see little more than the roof, and certainly not the number plate, but he reckoned it was a Ford Transit. Danny sighed and went to sit back down on the dirty mattress to think. He expected his mother would be home, and wondering where he was by then. What would she do first? Probably ring Ethan to see if he was with him. Ethan lived a couple of blocks away from their house, and the 2 boys had been friends since their first day at primary school. Danny was glad when they both enrolled at St. Bede's, although they were in different classes. Both boys made other friends, yet still saw each other often, particularly during school holidays. If only Danny had waited to walk home with Ethan, this might not have happened. When Danny's mother learned he wasn't at Ethan's, what would she do? She wasn't one to panic, but he knew she'd worry when he wasn't home. He still had his watch on. It was 5:30 p.m. He wondered if she'd called the police yet. The front door banged, and Danny jumped up and ran to the window. It looked like both men were leaving. He could only just make them out through the murky glass, but there was the sound of 2 car doors slamming. Danny had been right. The van was a Ford Transit, and he watched it drive down the uneven lane they'd taken to get there, turn left, and disappear out of sight. Presumably, Danny was alone, unless there'd been someone else in the house waiting for them to arrive. Dare he risk shouting? The desire to get out of that stark, filthy room was greater than his fear of a third person being around, so he shouted as loudly as he could, banging on the door until his fists were sore. There was no response, which probably meant he was alone. Danny scanned the room again, searching for a possible way of escape. The door was old but solid, and he knew there were bolts on the outside. The window wouldn't open. He'd seen the nails, and if he smashed the glass, he would still have the problem of the mesh outside, which looked rather heavy-duty and was probably nailed down like the window frame. With such a bare room, and both ways of exit ruled out, Danny felt the tears sting his eyes once more. He sniffed, wiping his nose on his parka sleeve, and swallowed hard to stop himself crying. A bare light bulb hung from the ceiling, and when he flipped the switch, it was a relief to find it worked. It was bad enough being there, but the dark would only add to his misery. By 7:30 p.m, it was completely dark outside, and Danny had been alone for over 2 hours. Finally, after failing to come up with an escape plan, he sat on the mattress and watched a spider spinning a web in the corner of the window. Danny needed to use the bucket as a toilet, assuming that was why it was there, and he was feeling hungry and cold. Suddenly, headlights danced across the wall, and the sound of an engine in the drive told him his captors were returning. Should he be relieved? No, he was terrified, his heart pounding wildly. Being alone was so much better than having those men in the house. Would they hurt him? Danny sniffed back the tears and listened as the van doors opened, then slammed closed. He found he was holding his breath, listening, but the voices were just noise, the words indistinguishable. Danny thought one of the voices sounded like a woman. He heard them enter the house and wondered if they'd come upstairs to check on him, afraid they would, but somehow needing to know more about his captors, to be able to look at their faces and assess what his fate might be. Danny anxiously listened for over an hour, but no one came. There were sounds of a television and movement in the room directly below, but nothing more. Eventually, the van started up again, 2 doors slammed, and it drove away from the house. The television still blared downstairs, so probably someone had stayed behind. Within minutes, footsteps pounded on the stairs, the bolts were released, and the door creaked. Danny braced himself for seeing one of the men, afraid yet determined not to show it. He stood with his fists balled and his jaw tight, but relaxed when he saw who was standing in the open doorway. A skinny boy of about his age. The boy looked at him and grinned. "So you're the fat rich kid, then?" He showed a mouthful of chipped and crooked teeth, and wore old dirty jeans and a jumper at least 2 sizes too small for him, which was unravelling at the sleeves. Having expected to see one of his captors, this boy was a shock, and it wasn't until he'd stepped inside and closed the door that Danny realised he'd missed an opportunity to attempt an escape. As if the boy had read his mind, he stared at Danny. "Don't even think about making a run for it. They've got guns." Was he telling the truth? Danny wasn't sure. He thought only gangs in London carried guns. The boy peered at the bucket in the corner, which Danny had reluctantly used earlier. "Cor, it bloody stinks in here," There isn't a bathroom. Danny's voice was croaky and weak. There is, but you're not to be let out the room. The boy lifted his chin, as if he was the one making the rules. Who are you? Why am I here? Just call me Lewis. Is that your first name, or last? Doesn't matter. Lewis will do. Danny wanted to ask more, but was unsure about this boy. They eyed each other up, then Danny repeated, Why am I here? What do you think, idiot? You've been kidnapped, and your rich parents are going to have to pay up if they want to get you back. But they're not particularly rich. Why choose us? 'Cause they're rich. You go to that posh school, don't you? And live in a big house and all. Danny didn't know how to answer. Being rich was relative, he supposed. So, are you with the kidnappers, then? The question made Lewis laugh. Yeah, suppose I am. Me and my mum are going to watch you. For a cut of the money, of course. If you don't try to escape, it will be much easier, and we might even let you use the bathroom. Lewis nodded towards the bucket and wrinkled his nose. You might get some food, too. Danny was hungry. He'd only had a sandwich at lunchtime, but he also felt sick, probably from fear. Suddenly, an angry voice called from downstairs. Lewis turned sharply and quickly left the room, sliding the 2 bolts into place before going down. Danny saw no one else all evening. Although aware of voices and movement downstairs, the door to his bedroom remained firmly closed. Lewis brought no food or drink, as he'd hinted, and Danny's stomach ached with hunger. Thinking over his predicament, he decided that not knowing who his captors were, or seeing their faces, was far worse than if he'd seen them. Finally, Danny fell asleep, wrapped up as best as he could in his clothes and the 2 dirty blankets, which smelled of mould. Danny's sleep was fitful, filled with fearful dreams, as he tossed and turned in the shadowy darkness of his prison. Chapter 4. Day 2. Martha leaned on the kitchen table, her elbows on the wooden surface, and her head resting despondently in her hands. The house was quiet, with the only noise coming from the bathroom above, where her husband Richard was taking a shower. Neither had slept the previous night. Danny was missing, their son. Their only child was out there somewhere, afraid, possibly alone, maybe hurt. During the endless hours of night, Martha tortured herself with every possible scenario playing on a loop through her mind, over and over again. But outside, the blanket of darkness was lifting, and the wet streets would soon be filled with early morning commuters. For once, she would not be one of them. Please, God, let this not be happening. Let me wake up and find my world is back on its axis. The indignity of the previous evening still burned in her mind, even though Martha understood that the police must follow precise procedures. Within half an hour of reporting their son missing, the house swarmed with police officers who searched every inch of their home. It was a large house for 3 people, and the police were thorough, checking every cupboard, wardrobe, and any space big enough to hold a child, or, Martha thought, the body of a child. Inside her head, Martha was screaming at this waste of valuable time, and she could see the tension in Richard's face, clearly offended that the police could suspect them of harming their child, yet they were both sadly aware that it does happen. They held their silence, knowing the search must be completed before the police could begin the task of looking elsewhere for Danny. Martha couldn't bear to watch as strangers' hands explored every space in her home, even beneath the beds. She was consumed with a desire to follow the police officers around and clean every door and cupboard they touched, but of course she didn't. The whole process left her with the uncomfortable feeling of having been violated. They may as well have searched her body, too. Every square foot of the garden was explored, the garage, the shed, and the greenhouse, and as Martha watched from the window, she saw uniformed officers poking around with sticks. looking in the flower beds for newly turned earth. An eager police dog sniffed everywhere, its tail wagging as it worked with its handler. Her heart pounded as she longed for them to finish searching their home and move on to find her son. More embarrassment was to follow when the police asked Richard and Martha where they'd been from 4 p.m. until they reported their son missing nearly 2 hours later, and they admitted they'd been at their respective places of work. Danny had made his own way home. A young PC raised a judgmental eyebrow, but nothing was said. Martha had tried ringing Danny's mobile dozens of times, but it went to voicemail on every occasion. This in itself was troubling. Danny always answered when his phone was switched on, which he did on leaving school. If nothing else, Martha Stone was pragmatic. The owner of a successful recruitment agency, she was a busy working mother who filled every minute of the day productively. Martha was 43, with ash-blonde hair, usually tied neatly with a clasp at the base of her neck, and grey-green eyes, the same colouring as her son. She was 5 feet 6 inches tall and of slim build, more to do with genetics than any regular exercise. Martha had no time for such luxuries. Richard, too, worked more hours than was healthy as a barrister, and their 11-year-old son, Danny, had his own schedule to which he dutifully adhered. The Stones loved their only child, but had never the time nor the inclination to baby him. The small family were content in their world, with the cogs of everyday life slotting neatly into place. The family moved to their present address in Bristol 4 years previously in anticipation of getting Danny a place at St Bede's, a popular private school that consistently produced excellent academic results. Their son was a sensible boy, and despite only being 11, he was allowed an increasing amount of freedom, especially since leaving primary school. He walked to and from school alone, and his parents never feared for his safety, as they resided in a respectable leafy area on the outskirts of the city. Surely a boy could walk safely to and from school in such a place. Martha had thought the saying, "wrapping your child in cotton wool," to be a silly phrase, but that was before Danny went missing. Now, if she could only have him back, she'd take so much better care of him and cherish him as he deserved. All night long, Martha constantly questioned herself. Am I a bad mother? Do I somehow deserve this nightmare? Could this be punishment for what I've done in the past? Is this the price I have to pay? But the answers were irrelevant in the circumstances, and Martha knew that whatever the outcome of their present ordeal, she would always berate herself for her failings as a parent. Logic told her she was not to blame. She was only human, flesh and blood like everyone else. But she couldn't help wondering if she'd somehow brought this on herself. The questions haunted Martha, with not a single positive answer to soothe the rising panic within her. Perhaps it wasn't the time for such soul-searching, yet her mind was in overdrive. Danny was missing, and she had no idea what to do. 6 a.m. marked 14 hours since Danny was last seen. 14 hours during which Martha had neither slept nor eaten. 14 hours during which she'd cried bitterly, shouted at her husband and the police, and against all advice and common sense, run out into the night in a futile search of the streets. It was clear that none of those actions had helped even in the slightest measure. Instead, they'd only served to exhaust her and bring unnecessary concern to those who were trying to help. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and Richard entered the kitchen. Martha lifted her head, noticing how terrible he looked. His brown eyes, which usually lit up his face, were sunken into his head, and the dark circles beneath them made him appear ill. His short sandy hair was sticking up in spikes where he'd towelled it dry and run his fingers through it in exasperation. Richard appeared to have aged 10 years in as many hours. They sat together in silence, exhausted, impotent, and scared. Totally, utterly scared. Chapter 5. Day 2. It was the early hours of the morning before the police had finally left the Stones' house. They asked question after question, while directing the search for Danny from their living room. Martha desperately craved even the slightest grain of hope to grasp hold of, and consequently asked questions the police couldn't possibly answer. If only there were a set format for such cases, stage 1, 2 and 3. But there isn't. There are no rules and regulations for those involved in a child's disappearance to abide by. The police were still unsure if Danny's disappearance was a kidnap, an abduction, for reasons his parents couldn't bear to think about, or a case of a child running away, or simply being lost. The latter two, Martha thought, were unlikely. She knew their son, and he wouldn't go wandering off alone. If he were lost anywhere, which also seemed highly unlikely, Danny would use his mobile phone, or at least have the sense to seek help from an appropriate source. Martha and Richard were quizzed relentlessly about their relationship with Danny and his current state of mind. The detective inspector, Alex Radford, who introduced himself as the senior investigating officer, tried to reassure them that most cases of a missing child turned out to be an attempt to run away. So they listened to his questions about family arguments, recent disagreements, and any excessive discipline against which Danny might be rebelling. But they could think of nothing that would make him consider such an action, leaving only two possibilities: kidnap or abduction. So far there'd been no demand for a ransom, which made a targeted kidnapping seem unlikely. The thought of this being a random abduction frightened Martha. She didn't need to ask why children were abducted. She read the papers and watched the television news. Thoughts of child trafficking, sexual abuse, and all kinds of violence spun unchecked through Martha's mind, and, she presumed, through Richard's too. He was a barrister, and all too aware of some of the most appalling crimes imaginable. Trying to push such horrors out of her head and concentrate on something constructive was futile. Where was Danny? Had he slept at all? It was impossible to imagine he would be anything other than afraid. Martha could think of no scenario which would be anything other than traumatic for their son. Even if he was found now, unharmed, it was possible that some psychological damage would already have been suffered. Danny was an 11-year-old boy, intelligent and sensible, yes, but not in the least equipped to handle this cruel and possibly violent separation from his family. Whatever horrors he was experiencing would almost certainly cause irrevocable damage. When they got him back, Martha thought, she would most certainly wrap him up in cotton wool and never let him out of her sight again. The sound of the letterbox startled Martha, but it was only the paperboy on his rounds, unaware of the nightmare being lived out behind the front door he visited each day. Richard went into the hall to pick up their paper, and then moved to look out of the window at the sound of a car stopping. He dropped the newspaper on the kitchen table without a glance. Martha rose to join him, and he slipped a comforting arm around her shoulders. 2 cars pulled up, with 5 officers stepping out to make their way to the Stones' front door. The gruesome circus was beginning again. A huge sob rose in Martha's chest, and she covered her mouth with her hand to prevent it from escaping. Suni Hayward, a young constable, was the first to enter the house. She looked no more than a child, fresh-faced and eager to help. Martha wondered if this was her first case. Suni was designated as the family liaison officer, Flo, and would spend most of her time with the Stones. After saying hello, good morning seemed inappropriate, Suni went to the kitchen to make coffee, a task she'd repeated almost hourly the previous evening. She carried a large carton of milk with her, a thoughtful gesture, as Martha couldn't concentrate on anything practical. Following Suni were D.I. Alex Radford, the lead officer, D.S. Graham Foster, and 2 unfamiliar faces. The latter 2 were introduced, but Martha almost immediately forgot their names. It was evident from the expressions of all the visitors that there was no news, good or bad. Martha thought D.I. Radford looked rather crumpled. A tall man, perhaps the same age as Richard, or a little older. He had a long face with dark, deep-set eyes and an unreadable expression. His first question of the day was to ask if anyone had approached them concerning a ransom. "But you've put a trace on the phones. You know they haven't." Martha wasn't thinking straight.
"Yes, but there's a slim possibility you may have been contacted personally, or by letter," Radford added.
"Of course. Sorry." Martha felt foolish. Richard informed the DI they'd heard nothing, even though neither of them had slept at all.
"It's only 6:30, so there's still a fair chance we might hear something today."
They were assembled in the lounge by then, where Radford sat and opened a rather battered old briefcase. Removing a handful of leaflets, he passed one to Richard for him to see. Danny's face smiled up from the paper at his father. It was their most recent photograph, taken on a rare visit to his grandparents' home. Bold type posed the question, "Have you seen this child?" and police contact numbers were printed underneath.
"These have been circulated to all forces throughout the country and posted widely in the locality. Our officers will shortly resume house-to-house inquiries showing this picture, and the community officer will be at Danny's school this morning to address their assembly and interview his classmates."
Soon he appeared with a tray of steaming mugs, which they all accepted, whether they wanted drinks or not. She carried the morning paper under her arm and placed it on the coffee table. "Will the press know about this?" Martha asked, unsure if it would be a good thing or not.
"It's bound to get out. These flyers and the house-to-house will ensure as much. What I'd like to do is hold a press conference so we can retain some control over what the press print, and hopefully the publicity will help us find Danny,"
Radford explained. He picked up the newspaper, and a white envelope dropped onto the table. Everyone's eyes focused on it, but no one made a move to pick it up.
"Has this come this morning?" Radford asked, waving the paper in the air. "Yes, the paper boy delivered it just before you arrived," Richard told him.
Pulling a pair of latex gloves from his pocket, Alex Radford carefully lifted the envelope, pulled open the flap, and slid out the letter inside. Everyone in the room was aware of what it must be. Would it be put together with words cut from magazines, Martha wondered, or was that just in old films? Her heart pounded rapidly. She felt sure the others in the room would be able to hear it. The detective seemed to take an age to read the letter, and his face gave nothing away. Radford then looked grave.
"They want £300,000.
Chapter 6. Day 2. Martha watched as Richard made to grab the letter, but Radford pulled it away, dropping it into an evidence bag that Graham Foster was holding open.
"Sorry, sir, but we need to preserve it for forensics."
Radford then spoke to the two new officers, instructing them to find the paper boy and discover how he came to deliver the letter. They left immediately.
"Isn't this good news? At least we know that Dan is still alive," Richard asked.
Martha gasped at his words. Had he already been assuming their son was dead?
"Yes, it is."
Radford attempted a smile that sat rather awkwardly on his face. He then excused himself and went into the kitchen to make a phone call. Graham followed his boss, while Suni stayed with Martha and Richard. She asked if they'd slept at all, to which they both shook their heads. It was hardly a situation for making small talk, and the three lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. Richard was straining to hear what the detectives in his kitchen were saying, but the door was closed, and they spoke quietly. Martha leaned her head back onto the sofa and closed her eyes. She knew she wouldn't sleep, but her eyes felt heavy and gritty, and at least she'd be spared any more of Suni's well-meaning attempts at conversation. Every minute seemed like an hour, and by 8:30 a.m. the day had already been interminably long. Radford was once again on the phone, and when he ended the call, he sat down to address the Stones.
"That was the officer who's visiting the school. He's with the head teacher now, and they've got Danny's rucksack. Someone found it and took it back to the school at about 6 p.m. last evening."
Martha paled. Where was it found?
Not far from the school, apparently. Under a bush in someone's front garden. It gives us an approximate location to begin looking for witnesses who might have seen what happened, but I'm afraid Danny's phone is in the bag.
Martha's eyes filled with tears. She desperately hoped Danny might be able to make a call, a slim hope which suddenly evaporated. Richard took his wife's hand, but continued to talk to D.I. Radford.
What did the letter say? I can understand why we couldn't handle it, but all you've told us is that they want £300,000. Did they give any instructions for us to follow, a time and place to hand it over?
Radford wasn't very forthcoming.
No, they just stated what they wanted, so we can expect to hear from them again, and probably quite soon.
Martha spoke up. We can get the money together, then give it to them and get Danny home. You can track them down after he's safely home, can't you? It seemed clear to Martha, and she knew the money wasn't an issue. Even if they didn't get it back, it was a small price to pay for their son's life. Yet as she spoke, she realised it was too simplistic. Radford spoke softly.
It's not quite so straightforward, Martha. If they get the money too easily, they may demand more, and your son's safety isn't guaranteed even then. Although, if you can get the money together, we can open a dialogue with the kidnappers. Naturally, we'll need proof that Danny is safe before we hand it over.
Martha groaned and turned away from the detective, her arms across her chest as if holding a child who wasn't there.
It'll take time to get the money together, Richard said.
His wife flashed him an angry look. No, it won't. With our savings and Danny's university money, we can soon raise it. The bank will help too, I'm sure.
Richard ran his fingers through his hair. It's not so simple, Martha.
Then you'd better start working on it. Mortgage the house or something if you have to. But surely we can get the money together.
I'll go up to the study and make a few phone calls.
Richard left the room. Alex Radford and Graham Foster left the house shortly afterwards, assuring Martha they'd keep them updated on how the investigation was going. Shall I make coffee? Suni asked. Not for me. I'm going upstairs. Martha wanted to speak to her husband without Suni listening to their conversation, and headed for his study. Martha's eyes narrowed as she confronted her husband. Why did you say we couldn't get the money? We should be able to raise £300,000 easily.
I don't want them to know all our business, and we don't exactly have that much sitting in an account doing nothing. I've invested some of our savings recently, and can't readily get the money back.
What investments? This is the first I've heard of them. How much have you tied up?
I don't know offhand.
Where's it invested?
A company which Jamie recommended to me.
Jamie? From Chambers? Since when did you start taking financial advice from your clerk?
It was a few months back. An opportunity to invest came his way, and he mentioned it to me as well.
Martha could tell Richard was being evasive. OK, make your calls, but we need to get this together fast. I can't bear the thought of Danny being in the hands of kidnappers any longer than necessary. Martha trudged back downstairs, feeling very alone. Arguing with Richard was the last thing she wanted to do, but she couldn't understand his attitude to the money. A call to the bank was all that was necessary. In the circumstances, she was confident they'd waive any notice which usually applied. Suni was reading something on her phone. It's from the PC who's chasing up the rucksack. He's spoken to the lady who found it, but she saw nothing. It was half covered by a shrub in her garden in Green Street. They're organising a house-to-house in the immediate vicinity to see if anyone saw anything unusual. It wasn't the best news Martha could have heard, but it was another avenue to pursue, although if someone had seen her son being taken, they'd probably have reported it to the police. She thanked Suni, then sat down with her eyes closed again. Open or closed, the image of a distressed Danny was still there, and she had never felt so powerless in her life. Within the hour, Richard came downstairs wearing his coat. Martha glanced expectantly at him.
I'm going to the bank, and then to my parents. They should hear this from me and not through the media. Perhaps you should ring your mother too?
He kissed Martha briefly and left. Of course, He was right, and Martha again went upstairs where Sunny couldn't hear, this time to call her mother. Unsurprisingly, it was an emotional conversation. Martha's mother lived in Carlisle, so there was no easier way to tell her than by telephone, and she lived alone. Her husband had died over 20 years earlier, while Martha was still at university. Elaine Perry immediately offered to come and stay with her daughter, but Martha dissuaded her, trying to sound hopeful as she said they were expecting the situation to be ended swiftly. She felt terrible, but having her mother to consider wouldn't help the stress levels in the house. Elaine and Richard did not get on. The call ended with promises of updates as soon as they happened, and Martha replaced the phone. Guilt washed over her at refusing her mother's offer to come and stay. Although Elaine didn't see her grandchild often, Martha knew she loved him, and her distress was genuine. There was little else for Martha to do. She considered ringing a few close friends, but why upset them when she was confident Danny would be back with them soon? She also didn't think she could cope with their sympathy and platitudes. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Martha felt control slipping away from her, and she hadn't a clue what to do. Chapter 7. Day 2. Days off work were rare for Martha, by choice, and her mind was always in the office. Today was different. She felt not the slightest desire to ring and find out how they were coping without her. The previous night, Martha had fired off a quick email to Kathy, her PA, briefly explaining that she wouldn't be in for the next couple of days, citing only a family emergency as the reason. The staff would cope, and there was nothing in the next few days which required her presence. Martha's head buzzed with thoughts of Danny rather than work, and she grew restless. Unused to inactivity or the terrible feeling of powerlessness, she wanted and needed to do something. Unsure how Richard would fare at the bank, Martha decided to apply herself to the financial problem. Richard's study was adjacent to their bedroom, while Martha used the box room next to Danny's bedroom as her study, one she didn't often use, preferring to be in the office at the helm of the thriving company. As she switched on her laptop and waited for it to warm up, Martha grabbed a notepad and pen to list the couple's assets. But before she could start, the telephone rang. Staring at it for what seemed like ages, Martha hardly dared to pick it up. The police would be listening in, and if it was the kidnappers, she'd been told to keep them talking for as long as possible. Martha picked up the phone, her voice little more than a whisper. "Hello?
Martha, it's Kathy here. Are you all right?
Yes. No, not really. What do you want?" Martha wanted to get off the phone as quickly as possible.
It's just that a policeman's been here asking about you. He wanted to know what time you left the office yesterday. Is everything okay?
Martha sniffed and took a deep breath.
No, Kathy, it's not. Danny's been taken.
Taken?
What, as in kidnapped?
Yes. You might as well know, because I think it'll be in the papers later today. Look, I'll not be in the office for a while. I can't tell you how long. Will you be able to keep things running smoothly?
Of course. No problem. I'm so sorry, Martha, and it goes without saying that if there's anything I can do, let me know.
After ending the call, Martha's thoughts remained only briefly on work. Although it was embarrassing to have the police check up on her, she remembered them saying they would confirm her movements with the office. It would be the same for Richard. The police would contact Chambers to confirm he was there as he'd said. Martha rubbed her eyes. They still felt heavy and gritty, but there was work to do, and she turned her attention back to the money issue. Martha's recruitment agency rarely held large amounts of cash idling in the bank, and as they'd recently refurbished their offices, there was even less than usual. Several payments from clients were due shortly, and the money would almost certainly come in, but probably not until the end of the month, still a couple of weeks away. Even her regular clients waited until the last minute before paying off their accounts, leaving the agency with an occasional cash flow problem. Martha tapped the keyboard with a trembling hand. What if Richard was right, and they couldn't raise the money immediately? Would the kidnappers wait, or would they do their worst? It was a chilling thought, but one which focused her mind. The company's business account currently held a little over £50,000, which could be accessed immediately. There were bills to be paid from that account, but they would have to wait, as Martha's company often did. She jotted the figure down, with business current account beside it. A few more clicks on the keyboard, and the company's depreciation account, the one used for the refurbishment, was in front of her with a balance of only £10,000. They could still access it, so she jotted it down. Then Martha looked at their personal accounts. Richard always took care of the household finances, but she knew there was a healthy joint account at the bank, ISAs in both of their names, and a savings account for Danny's university fund. A joint building society account held the bulk of their savings and could be added to the equation. Martha was shocked to see only a fraction of what she expected. It showed just below £15,000, a figure Martha was sure must be incorrect. Both she and Richard used a debit card to cover everyday expenses, groceries, meals out, shopping and such. But it was her husband who checked all the statements. She'd never considered the balance would be so low. It occurred to Martha that Richard may already have been to the bank and withdrawn the amount she'd expected to be in there. She could confirm this by looking in her husband's desk for the most recent statements. Although Richard preferred to do his banking online, he still received a printed statement each month. Their various ISA accounts amounted to £95,000, which Martha noted on her list before searching for further details. Martha rarely went into Richard's study. He liked to think of it as his personal space, and she was happy to grant him the privacy. It was a very masculine room, with a large, heavy wooden desk and matching swivel chair. One wall was covered with bookshelves, packed to capacity with legal books for reference, and a few novels by thriller writers whose work Richard enjoyed reading. A large bay window gave plenty of natural light. It was a tidy, organised room. A couple of trays on top of the desk were probably the best place for Martha to start, and so she sat down in the swivel chair. Moving aside a wad of receipts held by a bulldog clip, she flicked through the papers which mainly related to their household expenditure. There were bills from the garage for servicing their cars, insurance quotes for house contents, mundane trivia, which Martha was generally happy to let Richard attend to. After sifting through the papers and not finding the statement she needed, Martha rummaged through the desk drawers. Various stationery items filled the top drawer, with envelopes and printer paper in the second. The third drawer was locked, which didn't strike her as unusual. The couple employed a cleaner, and Richard would want to keep personal financial details out of sight. Martha looked around for a key, trying to think where she would put one if this were her study. It was in the second place she checked, a wooden box, ostensibly holding pens and pencils. The box had a small drawer at the bottom, and several keys were inside. Perhaps it wasn't a brilliant hiding place, but she couldn't see their cleaner rooting through boxes to find the desk key, and presumably Richard thought likewise. Soon the drawer was open, and as expected, it held their bank statements and building society books. Martha scrutinised the paperwork. The statements were neatly collated and secured with a paperclip, typical of Richard's organised mind. But as she looked at each one in turn, the colour drained from her face. The money going into the accounts, mainly their salaries, was as expected, but several large withdrawals surprised her. Martha flopped back into Richard's chair, her brow creased. She couldn't account for the withdrawals. They'd had no major expenses recently. The balance on the newest statement was just short of 15,000, which corresponded to the figure online. Martha was shocked. Something was seriously off. Such a small balance couldn't be right. It was the same in their building society book. The 200,000 or more Martha expected to see was gone, and the account held less than 20,000. The money, which she would readily hand over to secure Danny's release, was missing, and cold fear gripped her heart. What investments could Richard have made to deplete their accounts to this extent? For an instant, Martha wondered if he was gambling and afraid to admit it. Or could the investments he claimed to have made eaten into their finances, a gamble in itself? It was concerning that Richard had committed so much to a venture which could be risky, and hadn't even bothered to discuss it with her. When he came home, Martha would insist on him telling her exactly what was going on. Chapter 8. Day 2. Richard knew the visit to his parents would prove difficult, not least because of his guilt at not visiting them often enough. He mentally braced himself to deal with their shock and distress at the news he was about to impart, when he was barely coping with his own emotions. William and Thelma Stone lived comfortably in a modest bungalow. They were the least materialistic people Richard knew, and much of their income was given away to various charities. It irked him that they gave so much to animal rescue charities, and in recent years they'd taken their philanthropy a step further, acquiring 2 kittens from a rescue shelter and regularly feeding several more feral cats. Richard discovered he had a previously unknown allergy to cats, which made visits to his parents' home uncomfortable. His eyes streamed almost as soon as he walked through the door. William Stone was a tall man, the same height as his son, but now stooped with age, his rounded shoulders giving the appearance of being the shorter of the two. Periwinkle eyes, once bright but now dulled with the passing of time, were set in a round, ruddy face. Martha often remarked that her father-in-law would make an excellent Father Christmas, particularly when he laughed. But the news of Danny's kidnapping would bring nothing to laugh about. Thelma was the opposite of her husband in stature, a small bird of a woman, all angular and bony. Her hollow cheeks gave her the appearance of being much older than her 67 years, but Thelma was still sprightly and lived the life they had chosen to the full. Delight at seeing Richard lit up his parents' faces, while Richard's was grim. There was no easy way to tell someone that their only much-loved grandson had been kidnapped, and tact wasn't his forte. He was more used to dealing with facts, so he simply laid them out before his parents, with scant regard to their feelings. Danny had been taken, and a ransom demand made. There was little else Richard could say. He knew of no details himself, and neither, it seemed, did the police. Richard, never one for small talk, said little more as he watched the pain in his parents' faces. The news struck them like a physical blow. William and Thelma visibly shrank before his eyes, tears flowing freely as they asked the questions he struggled to answer. Richard's guilt was compounded by the knowledge that he should have brought Danny to see his grandparents with greater regularity. Please God, this could still be remedied. Richard didn't wish to witness their distress. It served to highlight what he increasingly recognised as his failures as a parent and his shortcomings as a son. He'd perhaps never fully appreciated William and Thelma, and now feared that if Danny was not safely restored to them, he would never be able to correct his previous neglect. Despite this attack of conscience, Richard left his parents within half an hour of arriving. Going to the bank furnished him with a convenient excuse. As he drove away, Richard's thoughts constantly drifted to Danny. The pain of not knowing where or how he was almost unbearable. It clouded Richard's rationality when he needed to remain calm. He thought about the letter from the kidnappers, which he would like to have seen for himself. Not that he didn't believe D.I. Radford, but you can tell so much from a person's handwriting, their education for a start, and their class in society. Even the paper they used would help build some sort of picture. But it was denied him, adding to his frustrations. There was to be no solace gained from his visit to the bank. The bank manager, Mr. Hops, wasn't forthcoming at all. He was a man of pinched features, set in a thin face, with an unfortunate look of a Dickensian character. He raised a suspicious eyebrow when Richard asked to surrender his ISA accounts and withdraw the balance of their current account, all in cash. Richard then asked to borrow £150,000, also in cash. When set against his salary of nearly £90,000 a year and Martha's income from the agency, Richard thought this not an unreasonable figure. He even offered their house as collateral. Although stressing the gravity of their situation, Richard refrained from telling the bank manager about the kidnapping. With hindsight, maybe he should have done. It might have gained the man's empathy, but it seemed to him that the fewer people who knew about it, the easier it would be for them as a family to recover from the trauma afterwards. Mr. Hobbs prevaricated, claiming to need time to consult head office, particularly as Richard wanted the money in cash, even the loan, a very unusual request. He would have to return the following day, when the manager would have received advice from the powers that be. Richard regretted his previous action of taking such large sums of money out of the bank. He'd known it had been a risk at the time, yet he couldn't possibly have foreseen Danny's kidnapping. On the drive home, Richard's phone rang. It was Jamie, his clerk from Chambers.
"Hey, where are you? You have meetings scheduled for this afternoon, and the police have been here asking what time you left yesterday. What the hell's going on? Are you in some kind of trouble?" "It's Danny. He's been kidnapped."
Verbalising the reality brought tears to Richard's eyes, and he pulled off the road to continue the call.
"That's bloody terrible. When did this happen?"
"Yesterday. He didn't come home from school, and this morning we've had a letter demanding money. I can't come in today, Jamie. Can you cancel my meetings and anything in the diary for tomorrow?"
"Yes, of course. We'll cover for as long as it takes. Can we do anything else?"
Richard was tempted to ask if they could loan him the money. It wouldn't be a problem for Chambers, as over 50 barristers work there. But it would prove difficult. Martha would find out, and the police would get to know. No, it was best to see what he could do himself. He thanked Jamie, pulled out into the traffic, and headed for home. Martha, pale and tired, was waiting for Richard. She flashed him an angry look as he entered the lounge, and flopped down beside her. Suni was pacing the room on her phone. Finishing the call, the Flo sat opposite them, and Richard and Martha looked expectantly at her.
"The boy who delivers your paper is at the station now. A man approached him as he started his round this morning, and asked if he delivered to you. Then the man offered him £10 to put the letter in with your paper. The paper boy didn't ask any questions, just took the money and did as asked. He's with one of our artists now, trying to put together an e-fit picture of the man, although his initial description was rather vague. Still, it's another avenue to pursue. Something positive to go on."
Richard nodded, then went upstairs to his study, followed almost immediately by his wife. Martha got straight to the point. "How did you get on at the bank?"
"Not good, I'm afraid. We can access some of our funds, but Mr. Hobbs will have to get the OK from head office to give it to us in cash. I asked about a loan against the house, and he's looking into it."
"A loan? The full amount should be in the bank, but it isn't, is it? Or at the building society?"
Martha, wound as tight as a spring, waited for an explanation, her anger barely disguised.
"I told you, I've made a few investments."
Richard turned away.
"So you took money from our joint account, as well as most of the building society account, and never thought to tell me? What the hell are these investments?"
Hot tears ran down Martha's face. Richard turned and looked accusingly at his wife.
"Have you been going through my desk?"
"Don't try to turn this around on me. Of course I've been through your desk. If you couldn't work out how to raise the money, I was going to do it. It's our money, not yours. And I didn't realise we had secrets from each other."
Her voice grew louder. Richard closed the study door to prevent Suni hearing. Martha continued.
"So, why is there no paperwork in your desk about these investments? I'd like to read it to see what it takes to surrender the portfolio."
"We can't surrender it. It's tied in for a couple of years, and the paperwork's at Chambers. Look, Martha, Just leave it with me. I'll get the money somehow."
Richard didn't look his wife in the eyes as he spoke.
"I can't believe you would do this!" Martha was almost screaming. "You'd better get down to Chambers and get this sorted. If we don't have the money, our son might be killed. Can't you see that? Don't you care?"
"Of course I care, and I'm doing everything possible to get the money together."
Richard shouted as loud as his wife, then walked out of the study and ran down the stairs. A few seconds later, Martha heard the front door slam. She was leaning on the wall, still in Richard's study, and slowly slipped down to the floor, curled up, and sobbed as she'd never done before. Chapter 9. Day 2. It was the middle of the afternoon, and there were no new developments, at least none the police were sharing with Martha and Richard. Richard had returned home, and there was an uneasy silence between him and his wife. A necessary truce, if only because they knew Sooni was observing everything they did or said. Although Sooni was ostensibly there to support and update them, Martha knew she would also be reporting on the atmosphere in the house. While tension was to be expected, a major argument between the couple would cause the police to look more closely at them, which would be precious time wasted as far as she was concerned. Bradford and Foster returned to the house shortly after Richard arrived home, their expressions inscrutable.
"What's happened? Have you found him yet?"
Martha wanted the police to do more than constantly ask questions.
"No, Martha, we haven't. But we have every available officer working on the case. And believe me, when a child's missing, every officer gives 110%. The paper boys provided an e-fit picture of the man who approached him, and I want you both to look at it, to see if you recognise him."
He handed them an artist's impression of what could be anyone: regular features, mousy hair and grey eyes.
"I've never seen him before," Richard declared.
"No, neither have I,"
Martha agreed.
"I'll leave this copy with you. Have a good look at it. It might be a casual acquaintance, or someone you've seen hanging around, perhaps."
Alex Radford looked hopefully from Richard to Martha, but they shook their heads. Radford steered the conversation in another direction.
"Richard, I wonder if you could tell me a little more about your work? I know you're a barrister, but what kind of law do you practice?"
Richard snapped at the detective.
"However will talking about my work help to find Danny? We're looking at this from several different angles. With the kind of work you do, it's just possible that someone you've had dealings with has taken Danny as a way of getting at you, punishing you perhaps for what they perceive to be an injustice. But I specialise in intellectual property, patents, infringement of copyrights and registered trademarks. I don't see how that would fit in with kidnapping."
Radford nodded, yet pursued the subject.
"I would imagine you've come up against people who haven't been too happy about verdicts going against them." "Well, yes, I suppose so. Could it be someone who lost out to one of your clients and found themselves out of pocket? Someone who might be resentful towards you as well as your client?" "Yes, I see what you're saying. But it's hardly likely they'd turn to kidnap, is it? You'd be surprised at what some people might do. Resentment builds up, and if it's coupled with a heavy financial loss, it can drive some people to take revenge and try to recover their money at the same time."
Richard was silent for a few moments.
"So are you asking for the names of people I've won cases against?" "I'm asking if you'll think about it. Whether anyone was particularly angry at a judgment going against them, or made a threat, even if it was only in the heat of the moment. So please consider it, and let us know if anyone comes to mind."
Martha remained silent during the exchange between her husband and D.I. Radford. She rarely thought about Richard's work, being too busy with her own agency, but she understood what the detective was getting at. It was no surprise when he turned to her and asked virtually the same question.
"Is there anyone you can think of from your company who may resent you enough to try to extort money in this way?"
"I very much doubt it. I run a recruitment agency matching employers with employees on our books. We help people on both sides and rarely have any issues other than minor ones."
"And you've not fired a member of staff for any reason recently, or had any disgruntled clients?"
"No, None I can think of, and I only employ about 10 staff, most of whom have been with me for a few years and are more like friends than employees. Martha couldn't entertain the idea that anyone she knew would be so cruel as to take her son.
If anyone does spring to mind, please say so.
Yes, of course.
It was a sobering thought for Martha, that anyone could hate them so much.
Chapter 10.
Day 2. Lewis appeared in the doorway for the second time, the noise of his entry startling a rather sleepy Danny.
"Want some food?" Lewis asked.
It took a few moments for Danny to remember precisely where he was, and when he did, a deep sense of fear again flooded his mind and his body shuddered. He sniffed, cold and hungry. He nodded at his visitor.
"Wanna come downstairs to get it?"
Lewis seemed to be almost taunting him. The thought of food and getting out of the room was appealing to Danny. But did he mean it?
"You can go to the bathroom if you like, and get rid of that stinking bucket."
Danny did need to pee, and the bucket in the corner smelled disgusting. He moved to pick it up, half expecting Lewis to slam the door in his face and laugh at him from the other side.
"Who's downstairs?"
Danny whispered.
"Just me, Mum. Is she still asleep?"
Hope surged through Danny's mind. If she was sleeping and he could go downstairs, perhaps he could get out. He was sure he could fight Lewis off if necessary. The boy looked as if a strong wind would blow him over. Danny moved towards the door, surprised when it wasn't slammed in his face.
"Bathroom's down the hall,"
Lewis pointed, and Danny headed towards it. Once inside he checked the window, but only the tiny top pane opened, and there was no way out from there. He emptied the bucket and used the toilet, then splashed his face with cold water before going back onto the landing.
"Come on, we'll get some grub."
Lewis made for the stairs, and Danny dutifully followed. The boy's attitude towards him was puzzling. The previous night he seemed to be one of the kidnappers, but that morning he was acting more like a friend, offering little concessions. It was totally weird. The boys went downstairs. Danny's eyes darted everywhere, mentally taking note of which would be the best way to get out. If there was only Lewis and his mother in the house, he felt sure he could outrun them. Danny was team captain for cross-country running at school, but he'd need to act swiftly before the men came back. The front door was the obvious choice. It was an old, solid-looking door and would almost certainly be locked. A light shone from the opposite end of the hallway, possibly another door or a window. As they entered the living room, Danny noticed it was almost as sparse as the room upstairs, just an ancient sofa, a chair, and a small television on top of a coffee table. An open fireplace dominated the room, but no fire was lit, and it was equally as cold as the bedroom. How he longed for a little warmth! There was a strong musty smell, and the walls were stained with damp patches, like the ones upstairs. A woman was snoring softly on the sofa, her face turned inwards so only her back was visible. She was a similar build to her son, taller, but not by much, with dirty blonde hair tied up in some kind of knot, and looking as if it hadn't been washed or even brushed for days. Lewis made his way through the living room to the kitchen, where a small table with 4 rickety chairs were perched opposite an old cracked sink, and a tiny grubby-looking fridge hummed in the corner.
"Bread or cereal?"
Lewis asked. Danny wanted to say both, but settled on the bread, unsure if there would be fresh milk for the cereal. A couple of thick slices were soon pushed in front of him. As he took a seat at the table, there was no butter or marmalade.
"Shouldn't you wake your mother?"
Danny asked.
"Nah, she's stoned. Probably sleep for most of the day."
Lewis spoke as if this was a regular occurrence.
"What's she stoned with?" "Booze mainly, but she snorts stuff as well."
Again this was spoken as if it was the usual order of things. Danny knew if he was going to act, it should be sooner rather than later. So when Lewis sat down opposite him, he decided to make his move. Lifting and pushing the table with one motion, Danny knocked both the boy and the table to the floor. He sprinted back through to the hall and rattled the front door handle. As expected, it was locked, so quickly he spun round to run in the opposite direction where he'd seen the light, hoping there'd be another door. There was. A more flimsy one than the front door, with a pane of frosted glass in the top half. Unsurprisingly, this was also locked, so Danny frantically looked around for something to smash the glass. There was nothing, and Lewis was standing a few feet away from him, laughing.
"I knew you'd try, but it's no good. There's wire mesh on all the windows, including that door. So even if you smashed the glass, you'd never get through the wire, and the house would be even bloody colder."
To his shame, Danny started to cry. Not huge sobs, but silent tears rolling down his cheeks. Lewis sighed and turned to go back to the kitchen.
"Might as well have some breakfast, or it'll be a long day."
Danny followed, sniffing and drying his eyes on his sleeve. This boy was strange. He wasn't unkind, but by his own admission, he was part of the gang who'd kidnapped him. He was earning money by helping to keep Danny a prisoner. They picked up the kitchen table and chairs, then sat down to finish their bread, which Lewis picked off the floor. He then set a mug of water down for each of them, and Danny gulped his down. He couldn't remember ever being so thirsty before. Lewis automatically refilled the mug. Danny sniffed again and decided to be direct.
"Why are you helping the kidnappers?" "Told you last night. For the money. But my parents aren't very rich. What if they can't pay?" "Oh, they'll pay. You'll see. So how long are you going to keep me here?"
Lewis shrugged.
"Until they come up with the money."
It seemed all part of everyday life to him, and he didn't appear to think anything was wrong with what he was doing.
"How much are they asking?" "Ha! You want to know how much you're worth, eh? Well, I'm not supposed to know, but I heard them talking about 300 grand. So now we'll see just how rich your parents are."
It seemed to be a game to this boy. But Danny was scared. He had no idea if his parents could raise such an amount of money. If they could, he hoped it would be soon. Chapter 11. Day 2.
"You know the front door's bolted from the outside, so you never get out,"
Lewis told Danny.
"From the outside? But that means you and your mother are locked in too. What if there's a fire? Why did they do that?"
This information was worrying. The kidnappers were ruthless men who didn't even care about Lewis and his mother.
"Who are these men, Lewis? Is one of them your dad?" "Now, don't be daft. My mum knows them. Pete's her current boyfriend, but it won't last long. It never does."
"And who's the other one?"
"He's called Neil, but I've never seen him until yesterday. Anyway, I shouldn't be telling you their names. Don't let on you know."
Lewis's eyes narrowed.
"I won't. Promise." "So where do you live? With this Pete?" "No bloody way. He's a bit free with his fists, and he doesn't want us living with him, which suits me fine. We have a flat where Mum and me stay, and Pete comes round when he wants Mum for sex."
Danny's face flushed at the mention of sex. He knew all about that kind of stuff. They'd covered it in biology at school. But it wasn't something you talked about, and particularly not concerning your mother.
"Where do you go to school, then?"
He was keen to change the subject.
"Don't go to school much if I can help it. We've moved around a lot, and I usually start at a school, then find out they're a bunch of idiots, so I don't go no more."
Danny instinctively wanted to correct his grammar, but wisely kept quiet. Lewis appeared to know more than he did about some things, yet he didn't go to school.
"What if Pete and Neil don't come back? If we can't get out, we'll die."
This was a very real fear to Danny, but apparently not to Lewis, who laughed at the thought.
"Don't be such a wimp. They'll come back for you once they got the money, and then we can all go home." "But if they don't get the money, what then?" "They'll probably just let you go. You've not seen them, so can't tell the police what they look like, eh?"
Lewis didn't sound too convinced of this himself, and Danny didn't believe it either.
"Have you done this sort of thing before?" "Nah, but I've earned money from Pete before, doing little jobs, you know."
"No, I don't know,"
Do you mean illegal jobs? Look, I don't ask no questions. The smart thing is to do what I'm told. Perhaps you should do the same. If Pete's in a good mood, he'll hand out some cash. If not, well, I'd keep out his way. Don't tell me you've never nicked anything before. A bit of shoplifting or something? No, never. Danny was surprised Lewis assumed such a thing. Suppose you can afford to buy whatever you want then, being rich and all. Lewis didn't say this in a malicious way. It was simply a statement, the way things were. He seemed to have a better understanding of Danny's life than Danny had of his. Danny was trying to think rationally. He was a prisoner in this cold, dirty house, supposedly guarded by Lewis and his mother. But they were prisoners too, yet couldn't see it, especially if they were locked in, as Lewis said. Or maybe he was lying, and he or his mother did have a key. Danny thought desperately of what he could do as he watched Lewis finish off his bread. This strange boy led a different life to his own, but money was important to him. "How much are they giving you for doing this?" Danny asked. "Dunno, really. Mum'll get it, and I'll have to get it off her quick before she spends it all on booze or dope. We'll be lucky to get a few hundred, I suppose. Pete's not very generous. What if you helped me to escape, and my parents will give you and your mum £1,000? The idea had suddenly popped into Danny's head, and he hoped it would appeal to Lewis. But before he had a chance to answer, they heard a car approaching. "Bloody hell, they're back! Get upstairs, quick!" Lewis shoved Danny in the direction of the living room, where his mother slept on, oblivious to what was happening around her. They dashed up the stairs, where Danny scooted into his room, and Lewis shut the door, ramming in the bolts on the outside. The next thing Danny heard was the toilet flushing, and Lewis going back downstairs.
"What the hell are you doing up there?"
A man's voice rose up the stairs. "Just having a pee," Lewis replied calmly. He seemed well practised at subterfuge. Once the two men were inside the house, all was quiet for a while. Danny feared they might come upstairs, and his heart was beating rapidly, but they didn't. His thoughts turned to his parents, who must be frantic by now. Had they paid the ransom? Were the police looking for him? He checked his watch. 9:10 a.m. The day was only just beginning, but Danny felt he'd been captive for weeks. 2 hours passed without anyone coming upstairs. Danny heard shouting several times, men's voices mainly, but once he heard a scream from a woman, presumably Lewis's mother. Danny wished Lewis would come back upstairs, but he shouldn't have done so in the first place, and would probably be in trouble if the men guessed as much. He wondered if Lewis was thinking over what he'd said about helping him to escape and his parents paying him. Yet if they were locked in when the men were away, would Lewis even be able to help? Perhaps his mother would have a key, one she hadn't told her son about. Morning turned into afternoon, and the hours dragged by. Danny's mind wouldn't stop working, and he was looking at the situation from every angle, trying to find a solution, as they taught him to do in maths at school. It was, he concluded, a good thing the men didn't come up to his room. If he didn't see them, he couldn't identify them when he was released, as Lewis said, so they wouldn't have a reason to kill him. The thought was positive, but not a certainty, and Danny worried how this would work out. All he knew for sure was that he was cold, hungry, and afraid. Danny must have fallen asleep. The noise of a vehicle jolted him back to reality, and he ran to the window, in time to see the van driving off down the path. Flopping back on the mattress, he listened. Nothing. Danny's watch showed it to be almost 6 p.m. He'd slept longer than he thought. After a while, he heard footsteps coming upstairs, and the bolts being pulled back on the door. For a few moments, he trembled, not knowing if both men were gone, or if one of them was still in the house and coming into the room. Danny let out the breath he didn't know he was holding when Lewis appeared in the doorway, and almost smiled when he saw that the skinny boy was carrying a plate of food and a mug of something hot. "They've gone for the day." There was a catch in Lewis's voice. Then Danny noticed the cut on the boy's lip,
and the red around his eye turning into a classic shiner. Danny took the food which was offered and wolfed it down. Lewis sat on the mattress beside him, watching quietly, his face pale and tears filling his eyes.
"What happened?"
Danny asked, when he was nearly finished the pie he'd been given.
"Pete and Neil came back. They were mad that Mum was still asleep, and Pete started knocking her about. I tried to stop him, and got this for me trouble."
He pointed to his face, which was becoming quite swollen.
"Sorry."
It was the only thing that Danny could think of to say.
"It's not your fault. Stuff happens."
They sat in silence until Danny pushed the last mouthful of pie in his mouth and drank the weak, milky tea, which was at least hot.
"Have you thought about what I said? You know, helping me to escape. My parents would pay you. More than 1,000 if you want."
"Yeah, I thought about it, but it ain't going to happen."
"Why?"
"If I let you go, they'd probably kill me and Mum."
Lewis sounded quite serious.
"You can both come with me, and my dad will help you. We can tell the police about Pete and Neil, and they'll get arrested."
Danny hoped his idea appealed to Lewis. It seemed so simple to him, yet perhaps it was too simple.
"But the doors are bolted, I told you."
"Are you sure your Mum doesn't have a key? To the back door, maybe? Perhaps she just hasn't told you, or they only said they were bolted so you'd think you couldn't get out. Nobody puts bolts on the outside of doors."
"I'll talk to her, but she's scared of Pete. I don't think she'd ever dare cross him."
"Why does she stay with him, then?"
"Dunno, really.
She seems to need to have a boyfriend." "So where did she meet him?"
"In a pub. Where else? She meets all her fellas in pubs. Gets them to buy her drinks and stuff."
Danny didn't dare ask what the stuff would be, so said nothing, thinking what a strange life this boy and his mother led. Lewis picked up the plate and mug and went back downstairs. Danny thought he looked scared. The bravado he'd shown earlier had vanished. But was that a good thing? He would have to wait and see. Chapter 12. Day 3. D.I. Radford and D.S. Foster left the room after the press conference. Alex Radford hated these things, but they needed the media to get the public on side and possibly generate a few leads. They'd deliberately omitted revealing there'd been a ransom demand, allowing the press to assume it was a case of abduction, just another missing child. They'd also decided not to ask Martha and Richard to participate in the conference. Radford didn't want them involved at this point, unsure whether they'd be the sort of parents with whom the public could identify. Maybe the following day, or the day after, they could include the Stones in a second press conference, if one was necessary, and brief them on what to say to muster up a bit of public sympathy. Besides, the parents hadn't as yet been ruled out as suspects. They'd given solid alibis, but then the police had been working on the premise that the boy was snatched shortly after 4 p.m, on his way home from school. It was feasible that Danny could have arrived home, and one or both of the parents had done something before the police were called. Radford knew this theory had holes in it, such as finding Danny's school bag and the ransom demand which arrived at the house when the parents were present. Manipulating the ransom demand was a possibility, yet one which would mean the involvement of a third party, and therefore unlikely. Radford's gut feeling was that the parents weren't involved, although it was still early days.
"What's your take on the Stones, Graham?" he asked the DS. "They seem genuine enough, but there's a tension there which isn't only to do with the kidnapping. Sunny says they seem to be arguing about money, and they try to hide their conversations from her. Generally, though, I don't believe they're involved. Otherwise, they're damn good actors." "I'm inclined to agree. Their distress seems genuine enough to me, although I know what you mean about the undercurrent. Still, the Stones are a couple used to getting their own way, especially him, which probably accounts for them being rather prickly. It's a bit of a conundrum, this case, an unusually low amount for the kidnappers to demand, and an unusual family to pick. They're not uber rich or in the public eye, which is why I still favour it being someone they know. If it's not one of them, of course. Yeah, my money would be on someone known to them too. Someone on the periphery of their lives, perhaps, who they wouldn't initially think of. Let's hope they've done some serious thinking today and come up with an idea or two. If it's not a known person, then I'd bank on it being amateurs. As you say, it's an unusually small amount.
The conversation was interrupted by Alex's telephone. He looked at the incoming number.
"It's Sunny," he said,
and put her on speaker so that they could both listen.
"We've had a call from the kidnappers, sir. They've given us a time and place, and Mr. Stone asked for confirmation that Danny was safe and well, so they're going to ring later."
"Thanks, Sunny. Right, Graham. Back to the Stones' house."
Martha Stone was visibly upset. Richard had taken the call and remembered everything the police told him regarding keeping the kidnappers on the line as long as possible, and asking for confirmation that Danny was safe and well. Radford asked to hear the recording of the conversation, and Sunny played it back. He and Graham Foster listened carefully.
"Well done for keeping your cool, Mr. Stone. The ball's back in their court now, and it's up to them to provide proof of Danny's well-being."
"How will they do that?"
Martha asked.
"Probably just by letting him say a few words over the phone. Sunny, anything on the tracing?"
He looked hopefully at the flow.
"No, sir. They used a throwaway pay-as-you-go as expected, so tracing was out."
Sunny already had the entire conversation transposed onto a laptop and sent a copy of the tape to the technical department to analyse it for any clues, background noises and such. Sunny explained this to Martha and Richard, but they struggled to understand some aspects of what was happening.
"Why have they left it until today to give us a time and place? It's the third bloody day," Richard asked. "Probably to make you more anxious. If you're desperate, you're more likely to pay up, or they could simply be giving you the time to gather the money together."
Radford turned to Sunny.
"Play the tape back again, will you?"
As they listened once more to the voice of the kidnapper, Martha could bear it no longer and rushed from the room, heading upstairs. The 3 police officers strained to hear every word and every pause, hoping to pick up a clue, but there was nothing.
"Sounds as if you rang from an inside location. No background noises. Nothing really to help at all," Foster remarked.
"Why the hell does it matter if they're inside or out?" Richard asked.
A look passed between the detectives. Then Foster explained.
"We had a case a few years back, when a bell chiming in the background revealed the kidnapper's location. One of the team recognised the distinctive sound of a church bell, which led to the safe recovery of the child involved. Sometimes the little things make a difference. Hopefully the tech team will come up with something useful."
The DS's words silenced Richard. Radford turned to Richard.
"Do you know the village he mentioned?" "Yes, but you heard him. If there's any sign of police, he's gone, and probably Danny will be too. Mr. Stone, this man is trying to frighten you. He wants to scare you into going there alone with the money. They'll know for certain we're involved when the press conference is broadcast this evening, but having left it overnight to make their initial contact, they'll probably expect us to be on the case anyway." "So what now?" Richard shrugged. "We wait. Now they've given instructions, they have to let us hear from Danny, and if they still want to make the exchange early tomorrow morning, they'll probably ring back soon."
Radford and Foster sat down to wait, while Richard went upstairs to check on Martha. She was in the ensuite of their bedroom, splashing water on her face in an attempt to pull herself together.
"Calm down, Martha," Richard asked. "D.I. Radford says the kidnappers will probably call again soon to let us speak to Danny. You don't want to miss hearing him, do you?"
He didn't say possibly for the last time, but Martha heard the unspoken words anyway. The couple went downstairs, accepted more coffee, and sat with the 2 detectives to answer another barrage of questions.
"Did you come up with any names for us? Anyone who might hold a grudge?"
Graham Foster asked. Martha shook her head. She honestly couldn't think of anyone.
I'm dealing with new clients every week, but I can't imagine anyone in the corporate world who would seek revenge in such a manner," she said.
Richard could offer no names or fresh ideas either.
"What about your pro bono work in London?"
Martha looked hopefully at Richard, willing him to know of someone who held a grudge.
"Don't you occasionally take on criminal cases?"
Absolutely not. I work mostly in an advisory capacity there, and rarely come into contact with the clients.
He seemed annoyed that Martha had mentioned this, but the detectives picked up on it.
"Do you attend court for this kind of work?"
D.S. Foster asked.
"Only very occasionally, and certainly not recently."
Alex Radford narrowed his eyes.
"Perhaps you could give us a list of some of the cases you've been involved in, both here in Bristol and London."
Richard drew in a deep breath.
"I'll get in touch with the Clerk of Chambers and get him to compile a list for you."
The D.I. smiled.
"Thank you. That'll be very helpful."
The telephone rang again, and all eyes swivelled towards it. Martha gasped. Her hand covered her mouth. Richard looked at Alex Radford, who nodded towards the phone, a sign to answer. Everything from then on seemed to play out in slow motion for Martha. She listened as her husband answered and heard the raspy voice of the man who'd taken her son. An urge to cry out to him and beg him to release Danny was hard to contain, especially when the next voice she heard was Danny's.
"Dad? Mum? They said I have to tell you I'm okay, but—"
The kidnapper came back on the line.
"Right. You've heard him. What happens to him now is up to you."
The line went dead. Martha shouted,
"No!"
It was too late.
"Was that your son, Mr. Stone?" Graham asked.
"Yes,
it was Danny."
Richard moved to hold his wife, but she pushed him away, her disappointment in him turning to anger.
"Could this be the last time I'll hear my son's voice?"
The kidnappers were expecting to receive £300,000 early the following morning, and Richard hadn't been able to raise it. Martha's mind conjured up some terrifying scenarios. Closing her eyes didn't help, as visions of her only child, screaming, bleeding, dead, haunted her thoughts, and she was powerless to do anything about it. D.I. Radford's voice interrupted her thoughts as he addressed Richard.
"How are you getting on with raising the money, Mr. Stone?"
Richard's face reddened.
I'm going back to the bank this afternoon to collect whatever funds I can withdraw, but it may be still a little short."
"Well short."
Martha pulled herself together enough to speak sharply to Richard, not caring what the detectives thought.
"I'm going to ring Cathy to see exactly how much cash we can get from the company funds. I suggest you go back to your parents, cap in hand, to see if they can help us. We need to get this money from somewhere."
She turned and went upstairs to make her call, hearing the front door bang as Richard went out. Heaven only knew what the police would think of the dynamics between the couple, but Martha knew she must do everything possible to raise the money. Chapter 13. Day 3. Serena Murphy checked her reflection in the mirror, pleased with what she saw. Spraying a little more perfume onto her neck, she sighed. Richard should be ringing any time. He generally rang most days, but not always, so she wasn't worried. He'd call soon. He always did, like a puppy that didn't stray too far from its mother. Serena smiled to herself. She had Richard exactly where she wanted him, and the man even believed he was the one calling all the shots. She could play him so effortlessly. Serena's greatest skill, yet hardly one to add to a CV, was getting her way with men, and there'd been several before Richard Stone. Keeping a man happy could be demanding, but Richard was a little different from the others. He was extraordinarily generous and showered her with expensive trinkets to impress, which she accepted with enthusiasm. Richard also enjoyed buying her expensive clothes, and then delighted in removing them. Serena gazed around her new apartment, more tangible proof of Richard's generosity, together with a nice little bank account he kept topped up for her. He'd bought the apartment outright to be their own little love nest in Portishead, just half an hour's drive from his chambers in Bristol. Richard made the purchase price of just over £200,000 sound like pocket change once he decided to proceed with the purchase, and Serena loved her new home. It might be a modest apartment to Richard, but it was undoubtedly the best place she'd ever lived. Serena pushed the thought of some of the hovels she'd called home to the back of her mind. Those days were gone. She preferred not to dwell on the past. Buying the apartment in Serena's name was a bonus she hadn't expected to achieve. Richard agreed to it while trying particularly hard to impress her one evening. There were obvious advantages, one of which was it being a convenient way to avoid tax, which helped to nudge his generosity along, but she could tell he wanted to please her. And it did. When Richard's call eventually came, Serena turned on the charm, but he cut her short, his voice clipped, strained. "Danny's been kidnapped."
Kidnapped? Oh, darling, how terrible. When did this happen?
On Monday. He was taken on his way home from school.
But it's Wednesday now. Why didn't you call sooner? I could have comforted you, Serena cooed.
There's no way I can get to see you until this is all over. The police are constantly at the house, watching everything I do, and I've got to raise the money to get Danny back. Is there any way you could get some cash from your allowance account?
Sorry, darling, but the account's almost empty. Things are so expensive these days.
Serena spent money as soon as she got it.
Doesn't your wife have pots of money in her little agency?
Not enough. Look, I'll have to go, and I don't know when I'll see you again.
Couldn't you come round for a little while? I get so lonely on my own, and I could help you to forget.
Serena, I don't want to forget. He's my son, and he's only 11. Danny must be frightened out of his mind. How the hell could I come round to you and take time out from what is undoubtedly the worst experience of my life?
There was unmistakable anger in Richard's voice, a tone Serena had never heard before.
Of course. I'm sorry, darling. I only meant that I could comfort you. If there's anything I can do, just ring. I'm always here for you.
Serena sighed. Richard ended the call, still muttering about raising money. He obviously wouldn't be around for a while, which left her free to make plans and enjoy the next few days. Serena thumbed through one of the glossy magazines she so loved, trying to find an article she'd come across on a spa hotel not too far away. Perhaps she deserved a little pampering. After finding the article, Serena left it open at the page and went to stand by the French window of her first-floor apartment. The view looked out over the nature reserve toward the Bristol Channel. It was a grey day, with moody clouds threatening more rain. Serena hated the rain. She was undoubtedly a sunshine girl, but it was unlikely that Richard would ever take her somewhere warm and exotic. Instead, she'd book a short break at the spa hotel while he was otherwise engaged. It would be quite a treat. Chapter 14. Day 3.
Kathy, it's Martha. Hi. How are you? Any news on Danny?
No, which is why I'm ringing. We need to get some money together. The police suggest we go along with the kidnappers' demands, but they only want cash. Could you go to the bank and ask to withdraw as much as they'll let you have? If you have to tell them what it's for, then do. I don't care about people knowing. It's going to be on the local news tonight.
No problem. I'll get straight on with it. If I need your signature, can I come round to the house?
Of course. Whatever it takes.
And I have a little nest egg tucked away in a building society account. Just a few thousand. But if it helps, you can have it.
Kathy sounded almost embarrassed to be talking about the ransom money, but then Martha thought it wasn't an everyday occurrence.
Oh, Kathy, bless you. You're so generous, but I'm still hoping we can raise it from other sources. The offer's there, if you need it. I'll head off to the bank and call you when I know what can be done.
Kathy rang off, and Martha looked at the phone in her hand and as fat tears again slid down her cheeks, she vowed never to take her PA for granted again. The other sources she'd referred to troubled Martha. Hopefully, Richard's parents would lend them some money if they could, but she didn't know how much. William and Thelma lived a modest life, by choice or because their income was limited. Martha had no idea. Although not a religious person, Martha found herself offering a silent prayer that they could raise the money between them. Having never been a sentimental woman, her grief and fear focused her mind on what was clearly the best thing in her life, Danny. His smiling face looked up at Martha from the photograph on her desk. Picking it up, she traced her finger over the contours of her son's face. It was a summer photograph, and the freckles Danny hated peppered the bridge of his nose. She kissed the image of her son, tears welling up as she looked at his likeness. Martha was not generally given to bouts of nostalgia, yet in a rare moment she allowed her thoughts to drift back nearly 12 years earlier, to the day Danny was born. The pregnancy wasn't planned, but when the reality of a new life evolving within her was confirmed, Martha grew to love the baby in her womb. Initially, she was wary about telling her husband, fearful of his reaction. Richard was almost indifferent to the news of her pregnancy, his first words being, "Well, how did that happen?" She knew he didn't need a biology lesson and referred to their birth control, which had clearly failed. But in time, Richard came round, and long before their baby was due, they were reconciled to the idea, and even excited about becoming parents. Labour was prolonged, but straightforward, and when Martha first held the tiny scrap of humanity which was her son, she cried with joy. It struck her, quite suddenly, that this helpless, vulnerable baby relied on her for everything, which simultaneously both frightened and delighted her. They spent 2 nights in a private hospital after the birth, and Richard employed a maternity nurse for 2 weeks on their arrival home. They were such happy days, with both parents focused on Danny, who they decided would be their only child. A nanny was employed when Martha returned to work, and life settled into a well-oiled routine. Those early feelings of love for her child washed over her as she replaced the photograph and prayed for her son's release. Danny was once again vulnerable and needed his parents more than ever, but Martha was afraid they might not be able to help him. Even if they raised the money, would these ruthless men release him? If they were heartless enough to snatch a young child off the street for money, would they be compassionate enough to let him go? What if Danny could identify them? Would they take the risk? There was so much in the mix to potentially go wrong. Even the police involvement could prove fatal for Danny. The kidnappers specified no police, yet they must realise they were involved when they made contact. When a child goes missing, most parents' instinct would be to call the police. Martha's head ached from these distressing thoughts. She must take things slowly, 1 step at a time, and the first step was to raise the money. Even if they managed it, the logistics of what the kidnappers asked were somewhat vague in her mind. She'd heard her husband repeat the instructions on the phone, but all she could remember was 6 a.m. and the name of a village she'd never before heard of, Little Stainsbeck. Richard appeared to know of it, and he was the one they wanted to deliver the money. Martha looked again at the list of assets she'd compiled, still sadly well short of the mark. She decided to go back downstairs to have a conversation with Alex Radford, if he was still there. Questions were stacking up in her mind, to which she needed answers. D.I. Radford was in Martha's living room, issuing orders over the phone. When he finished his call, she asked if they could talk, and Graham and Suni tactfully moved into the kitchen to give them some privacy. "It's nothing personal," Martha explained. "I'd just like to know what's going to happen tomorrow. I can't seem to get my head around it all."
"We'll go along with the kidnappers' instructions, but naturally we'll be watching in the hope of following them back to wherever they're holding Danny."
Martha sighed. "But they said there should be no police. If they see you, the kidnappers might harm Danny."
"They won't see us, Martha. You can be sure of that. The plan is to get your husband to go to Little Stainsbeck, alone, as they've asked. But we have officers scoping out the village to decide where we can best see the handover without being seen ourselves, which could even be from a resident's window. Most people are only too happy to assist when we ask for help. So our officers will be in place from 4 a.m, watching every road into and out of the village.
Will they bring Danny with them? Won't Richard have to see him before the money's handed over?
For the present, we're assuming they'll bring Danny with them. And once they're happy they got the money, they'll release him. Yet they may want to check the money first and then tell Richard where to find Danny. We have to be prepared to act on whatever the kidnappers decide to do. I'm afraid at the moment they're holding all the cards.
What if we only have some of the money? It was a very real possibility that Martha could barely bring herself to think about.
I can't give you a definitive answer. They may take the money without counting it, and if it's short, come back for more. Or they might simply take what they're given, cut their losses and run. I think the latter is the most likely scenario. What's happened so far makes me think these kidnappers aren't professionals. The amount they've asked for is relatively small. Certainly hardened kidnappers would have asked for considerably more. They also haven't been too forthcoming in the detail of how they want things to go off tomorrow. As you know, they've given us very little information, such as whether they'll bring Danny or drop him off somewhere afterwards. So unless we hear from them again today, we're going to have to wing it and expect the unexpected.
Martha didn't want to hear how uncertain it all was, but she knew he couldn't give her assurance of how the following day would turn out. Any hope he could offer would probably be false hope. So if you have men watching, what will they do after Richard's handed over the money? If Danny isn't with them, will you follow them?
Ideally, yes, but not at the risk of being seen. Our men will be in various places in the village and on the roads leading out. They can communicate with each other and track the kidnappers without physically following them until they're well out of the village. We're also looking into putting a tracking device inside the bag with the money, but there are risks involved with doing so.
Martha thanked the DI for his honesty, then turned and walked solemnly back upstairs. Chapter 15. Day 3. Danny heard nothing more from Lewis all evening, and finally drifted off to sleep, still cold, afraid, and once again hungry and thirsty. His dreams were of being chased and unable to lift his feet, as if he was trying to run through thick mud, with legs so heavy they refused to move. Sometime in the night, Danny woke suddenly and sat upright, unsure what had woken him. Checking his watch, he discovered it was only 3 a.m, and the house was quiet. Perhaps the nightmare woke him. He settled down, willing sleep to take him again, so at least he'd be unaware of the horrors of his situation, and time would pass more quickly. The next thing Danny knew, daylight flooded the room, and someone was unbolting the door. Panic gripped him as he shook himself awake, but the relief almost made him smile when Lewis appeared.
"Just bread again, Dan. Me mum's not one to plan ahead, so there's not much in the kitchen."
It was the first time Lewis had used his name. No one ever called him Dan, but the way Lewis said it, and the fact he was offering some kind of apology for the lack of food, made Danny feel that they were almost friends. Lewis's face crumpled.
"Cor, it stinks in here. Take that bucket to the bog, will you?"
Danny was only too happy to go to the bathroom. He loathed using the bucket. Lewis was sitting on the mattress when he returned, eating his own share of the bread.
"Where's your mum?"
Danny asked.
"Downstairs, smoking and opening cans of beer." "She's awake then? Did you talk to her about helping me to escape?" "Nah, not yet. I dunno how we could get out, and I'm pretty sure she'd be too afraid to help. Please try, Lewis. You said yourself Pete's a violent man. He might kill me even if he gets the money. He might even kill you and your mum too, now I've seen you."
Lewis thought on this for a minute or two, while Danny ate hungrily.
"Pete might knock people about a bit, but he's not a killer." The boy's face was solemn. His brow creased in concentration.
"How do you know? If your mum's only taken up with him recently, you don't know what he's done in the past. Kidnapping's almost as serious as murder, and we might all end up dead anyway."
Danny thought that persuading this boy and his mother to help him was his only chance of escape.
"Ask your mum, please," he begged.
Lewis got up slowly and, still chewing the stale bread, said,
"OK. Come down with me and we'll ask her together."
Danny almost ran to the door. If only he could persuade Lewis's mother to help. He knew his parents would give them whatever they asked, and his dad was a barrister. He could help them if there was trouble with the police. If Danny thought Lewis's face looked a mess, his mother's was even worse. Her bottom lip was swollen, and congealing blood held together a painful-looking cut. Her right cheek was red and grazed, and her eye was turning black, like her son's. She frowned at the boys.
"Lewis, what the hell do you think you're doing? You know he's not supposed to come down here. If they get back and find him, we'll be in even more trouble."
Her voice held a distinct tremor.
"He's got something to ask you, Mum."
Lewis turned to Danny.
I don't know how much they're giving you to look after me, but if you help me to escape, my parents will give you much more, and they'll help you with any trouble from the police. My dad's a barrister. He knows about such stuff."
Danny didn't know if he'd said enough. He wasn't used to trying to persuade people to do things. Lewis's mum stared at him, her mouth open.
"And do you know what Pete would do to me if I let you go?"
Danny could imagine.
"But he'll go to prison, and you can have more money than Pete would give you. My dad will sort it all out. He's good at that kind of thing."
Lewis's mum shook her head.
"No, I can't take the risk. You think the police would just let me get away after I've been helping Pete? Well, it's not that easy. It's so much more complicated."
She turned away, but Danny wouldn't give in. This could be his only chance. He moved to face her again, tears in his eyes from genuine fear.
"You could tell the police you were forced to help Pete. I'll back you up. But if you don't help me, Pete might kill me. I don't know if my parents have the money he wants, so what happens then? He might kill you and Lewis too if things don't go his way."
Danny didn't know Pete, but assumed he was a ruthless man. Lewis and his mother were both afraid of him, and looking at their damaged faces, it was with good cause.
"It could be a chance for you to make a new start, and I know my mum and dad will help you." "Get away and stop bothering me, will you? Lewis, lock him up again if he's going to nag me."
She turned away, and Danny had no idea what she was thinking, or if his words had touched her at all. Lewis took hold of his arm and pulled him away. They went upstairs and sat on the mattress.
"Do you think she'll consider it?"
Danny asked.
"Maybe,"
Lewis shrugged.
"She's sober for a change, and I know she's not happy with Pete when she's sober. She drinks so she doesn't have to think about what a mess her life is. What you said about a new start was good. I'd like us to be able to start again somewhere different, maybe even go to a posh school like you do, so I can be clever like you."
With wide eyes, Danny turned to look at Lewis.
"But you are clever. I don't think I'd know how to survive the life you live, but you do, and take care of your mum too. I'd never be able to do that."
Danny was starting to look upon Lewis as a friend. He rather liked this skinny boy, who was so different to himself. If they'd met under any other circumstances, they probably wouldn't have had anything in common to talk about, and nothing to draw them together. So why was he feeling this way now? Danny had been born into a relatively wealthy family. Lewis was not only poor, but his life was hard and often violent. In this bizarre situation, they were both living in fear. Was this what drew them together? Danny listened to Lewis's dreams for the future. He wanted to play professional football, but hadn't even played as part of a team, mainly because he'd never stayed at any school long enough. He and his mother moved around a lot too. Lewis said that when they couldn't afford to pay the rent, they simply packed up and moved on. A moonlight flit, he called it. They didn't stay very long at any address, and there'd been many times when they'd slept on a couch in a friend's house or at a squat when things were bad. Their possessions were few: clothes, toothbrushes, and pretty much nothing else. Danny thought about his own home, his warm, spacious bedroom with his desk, his laptop, computer games, mobile phone, and books. He loved reading, and when Lewis told him he'd never owned a book, he decided to give Lewis as many as he wanted when all this was over. If this will ever be over. Thinking of home made Danny sad. He longed to be back with his parents, to eat around the table with them while he told them about his day at school. A hot bath and brushing his teeth would be welcome too. The boys talked for an hour or more, until Lewis thought he should go down to check on his mother. Lewis scrambled to his feet, complaining that Dan asked too many questions, which was probably true. But Danny had never met anyone quite like this boy, and he was naturally curious. Lewis left, and Danny tried to think rationally about an escape, with or without his friend's help. After almost 2 hours, his brain hurt, and he still hadn't come up with a workable plan. He was also thirsty again, and his head ached. Lewis had bolted the door, which felt strangely comforting. If the door was bolted, the chances of Pete and Neil coming in seemed somehow less likely, which Danny knew was ridiculous. He also knew the men didn't want to be seen by him, which was a sign that maybe they did intend to let him go. Time dragged. Danny would welcome Lewis's company again, but he remained downstairs with his mother for the time being. This was the 3rd day since the kidnap, and Danny was scared. It was unnerving that nothing had happened yet. How long, he thought, would it take for Pete and Neil to contact his parents, make their demands, and release him when they got the money? What was taking so long? He was sure his parents would be desperate by now, and if Pete had demanded money, they'd pay him straight away. So why hadn't he been released? The noise of the van arriving outside gave Danny something else to focus upon, as cold fear once again gripped him, and he felt as if there was a huge throbbing lump in his chest. The front door banged, and he heard angry voices shouting words he couldn't distinguish. Soon footsteps sounded on the stairs, more than one person's, which was worrying. At the sound of the bolts being pulled back, Danny was on the verge of tears, but it was Lewis who came into the room and closed the door so the man behind him couldn't be seen. Lewis put his fingers to his lips, warning Danny not to speak, and then barked instructions in an exaggerated hard voice. "Put this over your head, and don't try to take it off, or you'll be sorry." Danny understood and pulled the hood over his head. It smelled of grease and rubber, like the inside of the van. He wondered if he was going to be taken back in the van, to go home perhaps. He heard Lewis open the door, and a man entered.
"Right, kid. I'm going to let you speak to your parents, but don't take the hood off and only tell them you're okay. If you try to be clever, you'll regret it."
The next thing Danny knew, a mobile phone was pushed under the hood against his ear, and he heard his father's voice, calling his name on the other end of the line.
"Dad! Mum! They said I have to tell you I'm okay, but—"
The phone was roughly pulled away from his ear, and Danny sobbed. He'd spoken to his father, and the distance between them seemed almost impossible to breach, leaving Danny desolate and more depressed than ever. Would he ever see his parents again? The door closed, the bolts engaged. When he was sure no one was in the room with him, Danny removed the hood and threw it in the corner. Sitting alone on the stinking mattress, he gave way to heaving sobs, no longer able to feel in the least bit brave. His parents at least knew he was still alive. Did this mean his ordeal was nearly over? Had his mum and dad made a deal with the kidnappers? And if so, when would they let him go? His hope was fading, and subconsciously he changed the question in his mind from when to if. When Danny's sobbing ceased, he lay curled up on the mattress for what seemed like hours, listening to the noises from below and shivering until his teeth rattled. He longed for the men to leave, hopefully to collect the ransom money, and so Lewis could come back and tell him what was going on. He did come, eventually, but his face held no sign of hope. Lewis had clearly been crying too, and as he moved to sit on the mattress, he seemed reluctant to look Danny in the eyes. Chapter 16. Day 3. Martha and Richard had raised £190,000 in cash, still over 100,000 short of what the kidnappers were asking, and Martha was in no doubt that Richard was to blame. He was being stubbornly vague about the so-called investments, finally admitting that the money had gone into property. Martha accused him of buying into some bogus timeshare scheme in a foreign country, which he denied, yet could offer no alternative explanation, and insisted there was no paperwork to show her. When the police left for the night, the couple ended up having a blazing row, both shouting hurtful things when they should have been comforting each other. The atmosphere was decidedly frosty when Richard stormed off to bed. Martha knew there'd be no sleep for her that night, and didn't even bother to go upstairs to get ready for bed, intending instead to stay where she was and pray for things to go well the following day. Not being religious in any way, she barely knew where to start. A pang of guilt struck her, a feeling of hypocrisy for only turning to God out of desperation. Should she light a candle? Offer God her confessions? Martha shook her head, then closed her eyes and simply whispered her dearest wish: to have Danny back home. Outside, the rain battered the windows, blown by a fierce wind which bent the trees in the garden and whistled in the chimney. Alone on the sofa, staring into the inky black night sky, Martha mentally took a step back from her marriage. Like most other couples, she would have described it as a happy one, until Monday. But then, replaying the argument of a few hours earlier, it struck Martha that she felt indifferent to her marriage and to Richard. Earlier, she'd come close to hating her husband. Rationally, she knew the kidnapping wasn't his fault or hers. Danny had been on his way home from school, like thousands of other children across the country, but he'd been the one selected to be snatched away, to be cruelly separated from her, for money. Martha did blame Richard for not succeeding in getting the cash together. When this was all over, she was going to think seriously about where their relationship was heading. Richard apparently kept secrets, so what kind of marriage was it? Then there was his work. She knew he dealt mainly with intellectual property, a field becoming increasingly complicated in the age of technology. But if the kidnapper was someone they knew, it was more likely to be from his contacts than hers. Yet Martha could understand Richard's reluctance to give the police any names, as she too didn't want to think it was one of her staff, or clients, behind something so cruel. Martha then thought of Richard as a man. Did she still find him attractive? Did he see her as attractive? After 20 years together, it was unsurprising that the physical side of their marriage had cooled down. They were busy people, generally exhausted when they fell into bed each night. But wasn't it the same for most married couples? Martha knew she was as much to blame for this indifference as her husband. It was too easy to flop into bed each night with nothing more than a perfunctory good-night kiss. They may as well have shaken hands. So why, Martha asked herself, did they work so hard? Was it for the financial gain, which admittedly they both enjoyed, or for the work itself, and the status it afforded them? Richard was always quick to tell new acquaintances what he did for a living, but then Martha was proud of her work too. She'd built the company from nothing, and relished the challenge and the competition from other firms. So they were perhaps equally at fault on the work front. And as for secrets and lies, she wasn't wholly blameless herself. Maybe she should remember that when she was lecturing her husband. Martha's head was spinning with all this soul-searching, when really what she was afraid to admit was that she, or both of them, had failed as parents. Of course, her son hadn't been taken because they were terrible parents, But this was a pretty big wake-up call, and perhaps Danny hadn't received the attention he deserved from her. Again, Martha offered a whispered prayer. Or was it a bargain with God? If Danny were returned safely to them, she would do things differently. She would work fewer hours to be home for him coming in from school. She would also let him have a pet, something he'd wanted for years, even if it was a big, slobbering, hairy dog. Martha wondered if Danny knew how much she loved him. Unable to remember the last time she'd told him, Martha wished he was there so she could do so now. There was an ache in her chest, as if her heart was being wrung out, and regrets flooded her mind. Both she and Richard praised Danny for his achievements, but did they show unconditional love? Did they perhaps give their son the impression that he needed to earn it? Did Danny know he was her universe? Martha doubted it, because it was only dawning on her how precious he was. If she didn't get Danny back, her life would be empty, work would be meaningless, and her marriage was already showing huge cracks. If Martha did get him back, life would be different. She would become a stay-at-home mum if Danny wanted. She'd bake cakes and become a member of the PTA. Anything. She'd do anything to get her baby boy back. "Please, God," she whispered to the dark, empty sky. "Let him be safe. Let him come back to me." Martha decided to go up to bed after all, even if it was only for 3 or 4 hours. It would be an early start the next day for everyone involved. In the bedroom, Richard lay still, with his eyes closed. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or simply avoiding having to talk to her. Either way, Martha didn't care. She undressed and slipped quietly under the duvet beside her husband. Chapter 17. Day 3. After a couple of hours in bed, Richard was still not asleep. His mind refused to shut down to afford him the peace he needed to escape into oblivion. As Martha crawled in beside him, he remained still, not wanting to resume their earlier argument. His wife lay with her back towards him, and after a while her breathing slowed as sleep claimed her. Richard had also been soul-searching during those wakeful hours. The row with Martha was a severe one. Their relationship was generally amicable, and he couldn't remember her ever being so angry with him or anyone else. Martha was usually such a placid person. Perhaps, though, there was good reason, although she didn't know the full extent of how badly he'd let her down. It was impossible for Richard to have anticipated needing such a large amount of cash without notice, but knowing he'd taken the money from their joint account made him burn with shame. He couldn't imagine how he'd feel if Martha was the one to have been so duplicitous. Richard tried to remember how his affair with Serena had started. How does any romantic liaison begin? A look, a smile, an unspoken connection. He was captivated from the first moment he saw her sitting at the hotel bar he occasionally went to for a drink after work. Serena was quite simply the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. She was stunning, the perfect package, long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a figure most women would envy. When she smiled encouragingly at Richard, he couldn't believe such a woman would be interested in him, yet she accepted his offer to buy her a drink and hung on his every word, eyes wide at his stories of life as a barrister. She made him feel as if he was the most entertaining and fascinating man in the world. Serena knew he was married from the start, but it didn't stop her flirting, which initially seemed harmless enough. Richard was flattered. Martha hardly noticed him in a sexual way anymore, and he couldn't remember the last time they made love. It simply wasn't on the agenda of their busy lives. Perhaps that was why Serena was so appealing. She looked upon him as a man, a desirable one too, and he'd been flattered, going along with the flirting until it became more, much more. In the early days of their relationship, Serena seemed mysterious, exciting even, revealing very little of her own life, past or present, which aroused Richard's curiosity. The enigma added to the attraction. It was as if she'd materialised from nowhere, coming into his life and adding the excitement and passion he didn't even know were missing. Richard wanted to spoil Serena, to buy her jewellery and clothes, for which she squealed delightedly like a child at Christmas. He found this endearing, and the gifts continued. But he could afford it, and she was always keen to show her appreciation. Richard couldn't quite remember how the subject of buying an apartment came up. The thought had crossed his mind that he might leave Martha and settle down with Serena one day, an idea about which she enthused. Serena never took him to her home, and Richard knew nothing of her living arrangements. When he asked questions, her face clouded with sadness, but she remained tight-lipped about her life when they were not together. 3 months into their relationship, Serena arrived at their rendezvous in tears. Richard finally persuaded her to confide in him, and she tearfully related how she was being evicted from her little rented flat. The landlord, she claimed, was forever making lewd suggestions and spying on her at all times of the day and night. The man had given her an ultimatum. If she refused to sleep with him, he would evict her. Richard was livid, and in a fit of uncharacteristic bravado, wanted to go round and sort the landlord out, but Serena persuaded him not to. During the evening, buying an apartment became a plan rather than a vague idea for the future. Richard remembered drinking too much and promising whatever Serena wanted, which instantly lifted her mood. She assured him she could stay at a friend's house in the meantime and wouldn't have to face her landlord again, and within only 2 days Serena had discovered the most perfect little place in Portishead. She took to calling it their love nest, and was so excited at the prospect of having somewhere for them to meet other than hotels. It was at that point Richard realised he was irrevocably committed. During negotiations on the apartment, Serena suggested he bought it in her name only, pointing out that when he left Martha, his wife would be entitled to a half share of everything they owned. It seemed prudent to buy the apartment in Serena's name, so Martha couldn't touch it in a divorce settlement. Thinking the property to be a good investment, Richard agreed and the apartment was purchased in Serena's name. It wasn't long before Richard realised his mistake, but resigned himself to living with it and reasoned that at least he was saving on hotel bills. Ironically, the apartment would have been a good investment in different circumstances. Portishead was conveniently situated, only a half-hour drive from Bristol, and the purchase price of just under £200,000 was a bargain for the quality of the build in such a desirable area. Richard was confident of replacing the money over time, and as he was the one who looked after the household finances, Martha would never find out. Fate dealt him a cruel blow when Danny was taken at a time when their finances were so low and he couldn't raise the money for the ransom. It was only after the purchase was complete that it became clear to Richard that Serena was a mistake, a huge and expensive mistake. He grew tired of her fawning over him and suspicious that he'd been manipulated, which made him feel even worse. Serena no longer seemed the woman he thought she was, and at times appeared selfish, superficial, and always very high maintenance. He quickly concluded he'd been a bloody fool who'd risked his whole way of life, his wife and son, for the passing thrill of an illicit affair. Richard's life was a mess. He despised his weakness and the consequences it rained upon him, and now upon his family. If they lost Danny, he would never forgive himself. Richard knew he had to make sure the handover would be successful in just a few hours. If things went wrong in the morning, it would be entirely his fault, and the very thought of losing Danny made him loathe himself and what he'd become. Richard screwed up his eyes in an attempt to sleep, but images of his son calling out to him filled his head. He was the boy's father, the very person who should be protecting him, but he was a miserable failure. Perhaps he didn't deserve his son or his wife. Yet he knew if he lost them both, life would no longer be worth living. Chapter 18. Day 3.
"They're getting the money tomorrow,"
Lewis almost whispered. Danny looked expectantly at the other boy.
So they'll take me home. If they get the money, they'll let me go, won't they?
A shrug was the discouraging response.
Lewis, you're scaring me. What is it? What do you know about tomorrow? You've got to stay here until they get the money. Mum and I have to watch you until they come back. But will they let me go then?
Danny was close to tears again, as fear washed over him, and his body trembled involuntarily. Then, in a strange act of comfort, Lewis put his arm around Danny's shoulders and held him while he cried. Danny thought Lewis cried a little too, but after a while they each sniffed and made an attempt to pull themselves together.
Have they both gone? Danny asked,
and when Lewis confirmed as much with a brief nod,
Can I go and talk to your mum again?
It was worth another attempt at persuading her to let him go. Time was running out. Lewis stood and made to go downstairs, so Danny followed. Danny thought Lewis's mum wasn't an unattractive woman, but would look much better if she did something with her hair, and perhaps wore a little makeup like his mother did. This woman's clothes were worn and shabby and needed a good wash, as did Lewis's, signs that the two of them lived such a vastly different life to Danny's own. He'd never met anyone quite like them before. It wouldn't be easy, but Danny had to try once more to persuade her to help him escape. Lewis's mother was clearly annoyed that her son was again allowing the captive downstairs, and she shot her son an angry look.
Dan wants to talk to you. Please, Mum, just listen.
Danny took a deep breath. He could only repeat what he'd said before.
I know you're scared of Pete, but if you let me go, you and Lewis can come with me. My parents will pay you well, and you'll be able to go away somewhere to make a new start. Please, let me go. I'm scared Pete might kill me.
Danny's eyes filled with tears. There was little else he could say to make her change her mind. Lewis looked expectantly at his mother, while she turned her face away, chewing on a fingernail. A deep frown set in her forehead.
Yeah, and the police will let me off with just a slap on the wrist? No way. Pete says I'm as involved as he is, and so is Lewis. But I'll tell them you didn't do anything and you were both prisoners here too. It's true. If you can't get out, if you don't have a key, you're as trapped as me.
Sally glanced at her son, as if seeking advice. Her eyes wouldn't meet Danny's gaze.
Do you have a key, Mum? Can we get out if we want to?
Lewis asked. His mother remained silent. She moved over to the window, but there was nothing to see except darkness.
Best if we don't let him go, son. Pete'll find us if we cross him, and then heaven help us. It'll be all over tomorrow, so just go back upstairs. And Lewis, bolt the door.
Once back upstairs, Lewis entered the room with Danny and became all bluster again.
Just one more night, then. Tell you what, I've got a pack of cards in my pocket. Want to play poker? I don't know how. I've never played poker before. You're kidding. It's about time you learned then.
As Lewis shuffled the cards, and rather expertly too, Danny thought, he started to outline the rules.
It's all about what's in your hand. You could have a straight flush, a full house, 4 of a kind.
Lewis droned on about poker, but Danny couldn't concentrate. How could they play cards, especially a game which sounded so complicated, when they might both die tomorrow?
I don't want to play cards, Danny admitted. I can't think properly any more.
Lewis looked at the boy sitting next to him. Danny's narrow shoulders were hunched, and there was a dejected look on his face.
Oh, come on, Dan. What about Snap? You don't have to think much about that.
When Danny didn't answer, Lewis asked,
What do you want to do then?
Danny shook his head, as a fat tear rolled down his cheek. Both boys were silent, until Lewis spoke again.
Do you want me to go downstairs? No. Stay, please. I'm scared, Lewis. What if my parents haven't got the money? Or if something goes wrong when they hand it over to Pete?
Nothing'll go wrong. Don't be so soppy. You'll go back to your rich parents, and I'll have a bit of cash. For a while, anyway.
Lewis's words were of no comfort to Danny, and there was little conviction in his tone.
Could you just forget to bolt the door when you go out, so I can at least try to escape?
Danny ventured to ask.
But the downstairs doors are locked too, remember? If Mum has a key, she's not letting on. And can you imagine what Pete would do if he found you'd got away?
Lewis looked scared. The bruising on his face was a testament to the kind of pain the man could inflict.
Sorry. You're right. The best way is still to convince your mum to come with us. Could you have another go at persuading her? She seems to listen to what you say. I'll try again. But she's terrified of Pete. He's knocked her about so many times. Then isn't this a chance to escape from him? Please, Lewis, try again.
With a sigh, Lewis went back downstairs to talk to his mother. Danny expected to hear the bolt slide into place, but there was nothing. Had Lewis forgotten, or was he doing as Danny had asked? Chapter 19. Day 3. Danny lost track of time. His head was pounding, and his stomach growled. He longed for a drink of water. His mother always drank water when she had a headache. She said it was caused by dehydration. Lewis hadn't bolted the door, and hadn't returned with any good news for Danny either. He knew this could be his last chance of escape, and he had to think it through carefully, use the opportunity wisely. What he knew of the layout of the house wasn't very encouraging. The front door was locked, and he still didn't know if there was a key, or if it really was bolted from the outside. From his earlier failed attempt to escape, he knew the back door, although not as strong as the front, was also locked, with wire mesh on the outside, making it unlikely he could get out that way. Upstairs, Danny had only been in the room he was in now, and the bathroom, both of which were escape-proof. There were 2 more doors upstairs, and it was time to check them out. As quietly as he could, he opened the door and stepped onto the landing. Lewis and his mother were talking downstairs, but it was only background noise, the words fuzzy. Moving silently down the corridor towards the front of the house, Danny opened the first door. It was an empty cupboard. No windows, no way out. The next door along must be another bedroom. Danny hadn't given much thought to where Lewis and his mum slept. He'd assumed it was downstairs, as he'd seen her sleeping on the sofa, and Lewis probably slept on the chair. Danny moved slowly towards the door and turned the handle a fraction at a time, willing it not to creak. It didn't, so very slowly he pushed the door open and stepped inside what was almost certainly another bedroom. It was a larger room than the one he'd been locked in, and completely empty. Danny instinctively went to the window. When he saw the nails in the frame and the familiar heavy wire mesh on the outside, he burst into tears. Sitting in the corner of the cold, empty room, Danny cried as he'd never done before. All hope gone. He was convinced he'd never get out of that miserable house alive. Danny hardly noticed Lewis and his mother entering the room. Lewis sat down beside him. Sally stood in the doorway, her arms folded.
It's only for another night, Dan. Tomorrow your parents will give Pete the money and they'll let you go. One more night. That's all.
Lewis's eyes sparkled with tears, and Danny thought, not for the first time, what a strange boy he was. For someone involved in kidnapping for money, he was remarkably kind, far more than his mother. Danny would have liked them to become friends, but he knew realistically there was no chance of that ever happening. They lived in 2 such different worlds. Lewis stood up and reached down to pull Danny to his feet, and the 2 boys went back to the other room. As they passed Sally, Danny looked into her eyes, pleading silently to this woman he felt was his last hope of escape. She turned away, unable to meet his eyes, and went back downstairs, where she didn't have to look at Danny or her son. The boys sat side by side on the mattress. Danny sniffed. and rubbed his eyes with his sleeve.
So, do you know what's happening tomorrow? Only that Pete and Neil are meeting with your dad to get the money. They said it'd be early, and they'd come straight back here.
And are you sure they'll let me go?
Danny's voice wavered.
Course they will. What else would they do with you?
They might kill me. You said they had a gun.
Why would they kill you once they have the money? You haven't seen them, so can't tell the police anything. And you won't tell them about me and Mum either, will you?
No, of course not. I don't want you to get into trouble.
Danny meant it. Lewis was his friend. He wouldn't grass on him.
Look, I'm going downstairs to get something to eat. I'll bring you something up soon, okay?
Danny nodded and watched his friend go out of the room. He didn't bolt the door again, but Danny knew there was nowhere to run. About half an hour later, Lewis returned, and Danny realised just how hungry he was. The food was another slice of the pie they'd had previously, and it wasn't any better for keeping. Danny ate quickly, and then gulped down the milky tea.
Hungry, are you?
Lewis was laughing at him.
Yes, aren't you? You never seem to eat much.
Nah, I never eat much. Some days we have nothing at all unless I borrow something from the nearest shop.
Lewis grinned.
Mum prefers a smoke in a can to eating. Says it helps her to keep her figure.
Danny couldn't understand this boy, who'd become his friend. He lived a strange life, and wasn't afraid to steal when necessary. He did his best to look after his mother, and he'd looked after him too. Lewis seemed to genuinely care about people, and Danny knew his ordeal would have been much worse had Lewis not been there to help him through it. Lewis's fate concerned Danny. He'd probably just disappear with his mother. There was no way the boys could ever continue to see each other. Their lives were poles apart. He understood that. But Danny was sad at the thought he'd never see his friend again, or know what would happen to him when they were parted.
"Where will you go when this is all over?" he asked.
Lewis shrugged.
"Dunno. It depends on what Mum wants to do. And Pete too, of course. If he still wants her round, we'll probably go back to the flat we were in before. But if he doesn't, we'll just move on somewhere else."
He seemed resigned to his uncertain destiny, and appeared to take life as it came, with no expectations of a better future. Danny wished there was something he could do for him.
"I could give you my address. Then if you needed anything, and I could help—"
"Best not," Lewis interrupted. "We'll probably move on when Pete gets tired of Mum. You'll be back with your parents, and how would you explain me turning up on the doorstep?"
He was right. Their lives were so different. They could never truly be friends. Danny wished there was something he could do for Lewis, but the reality was that they would never meet again. It was dark as the boys sat silently together on the dirty mattress, each with their own thoughts. The blackness of the outside world held nothing but fear for Danny. Every noise made him jump, and he expected his captors to appear at any time to drag him off somewhere unknown, maybe even to kill him. His heart beat frantically as he anticipated the worst. Strangely, this room had become a safe place, even though realistically he knew it wasn't. It was his space, and apart from the one time his kidnapper had entered, a place he'd only shared with Lewis. Danny hardly dared hope this would be the last night he would spend in the room, which was his prison, yet at the same time his refuge. Lewis eventually broke the silence and stood to leave.
"You better get some sleep."
"Don't go yet.
I don't think I'll be able to sleep." "You will."
Lewis looked at him.
"Dream of tomorrow? Of your parents and how happy they'll be to see you again? I better go down and see what Mum's up to. Pete won't be coming back tonight, so don't worry."
Lewis smiled as he left. Danny lay down on the mattress and pulled his coat over him, thinking, as Lewis said he should, of his parents and the chance of seeing them again soon. Although Danny hadn't expected to sleep, he drifted off soon after Lewis left him, a sleep which afforded him the escape reality failed to offer. Chapter 20. Day 4. Martha was nudged from sleep by the sound of running water, informing her that Richard was in the shower. For one blissful moment her brain didn't register the horrors of their present reality. But when understanding flooded her mind, she longed to crawl beneath the warmth of the duvet again, and return to unconscious oblivion. It was only 4:20 a.m., but they had an early start to prepare for, and there would most certainly be no more sleep until nightfall. Martha's anger remained festering deep within. She would contain it for the present. Today was far too important to become embroiled in more arguments, but she was afraid the decisions made between Richard and the police would not go down well with the kidnappers. Her husband intended to meet with them as instructed, but with only 2/3 of the ransom money they'd demanded, and with the police observing, defying the kidnappers' explicit directions. It was risky, but everyone agreed there was no alternative. Martha had listened to D.I. Radford and D.S. Foster the previous day, who both encouraged them to go ahead with the proposed exchange. Their reasoning was based on the belief that the kidnappers were amateurs, and when they saw the money they would either not count it or realise it was short, but take it and cut their losses. Martha remained ambivalent, but could think of no alternative in the circumstances. If only Richard had told her that he couldn't raise all the money sooner, she would have stepped in to do so herself. Yet now there was no way to contact the kidnappers to ask for more time, so this seemed the only way forward. But such an enormous risk. Outside, the sky was overcast. Huge drops of rain were starting to fall yet again. The doorbell rang, and Martha hurriedly pulled on a robe and ran downstairs to open it. She was expecting the police to be early, but hadn't heard the approach of their car. The 2 detectives, who presently seemed to spend more time at her house than her husband, were on the doorstep, shaking the rain from their overcoats as they hurried inside.
"We've left the car a block away," D.S. Foster explained, "just in case someone's watching the house."
Martha nodded, and was relieved when Richard appeared so she could go upstairs to shower and dress. When she returned, her husband was in deep conversation with the 2 detectives, the 3 of them seated at the kitchen table. On autopilot, Martha filled the kettle and set it to boil, then reached for 4 mugs. Her mind was a fog of nerves. She wasn't concentrating and dropped one of the mugs. The 3 men turned to look at her, then resumed their conversation without comment. It was a tense situation for them all. After passing around mugs of coffee, Martha took a seat at the table to hear the plans for the day.
"You need to arrive exactly at 6, D.I. Radford instructed Richard. "Park outside the pub as they told you, and then wait. Don't get out of the car until someone approaches you, and then be extremely careful. They'll most likely be watching you arrive, and will wait to see if you're being followed, so you must be patient. Our men are in position at every exit from the village, hidden from sight."
"What if they don't have Danny?" Richard asked.
"Try to remain calm and tell them you want to see Danny before giving them the money. In reality, this probably isn't going to work. They'll want to count the money, or at least look at it before they hand your son over, or tell you where to find him. I'm afraid they hold all the cards. We have no alternative but to go along with whatever they tell us."
"But they could take the money and not release Danny,"
Martha interrupted.
"That's always been a possibility, yet a slim one. They're not going to keep him any longer than necessary. Danny's a burden to them, so once they have the money, they'll want him out the way. And as we've said before, these people are amateurs, not killers, and statistics show that the victim is released unharmed in most kidnappings. So the possibilities are they'll have him with them in their vehicle and will let him out before they drive off, or they'll tell you where he is, which will probably be somewhere not too far away." "And will you follow them?" Richard asked. "Yes, but only if it's safe to do so, and my officers can remain unseen. As the kidnappers enter the village, they'll be photographed from various points, and the vehicle registration will be put through the system, although we would expect it to be a stolen one. Keep your mobile open at all times, like we discussed, so we can be in touch throughout the whole operation," Alex Radford instructed.
It was 5 a.m, too soon for Richard to set off. The early morning traffic would be light, and he would be heading north, out of the city, well before the roads clogged up with commuters. The detectives discussed other aspects of the investigation. Martha wondered if they were trying to prepare them for the possibility of things going wrong, for Danny not being returned to them later in the day. An awful thought occurred to Martha. The police could be planning to change the investigation from a kidnapping to a murder. She silently took the empty coffee cups to the sink, still listening to the conversation.
We spoke to Jamie Madley, your clerk at Chambers. He was obliging in supplying names of recent clients who lost their cases and those you've prosecuted. We'd like to go through some of them with you.
Not now. I'll be going in a few minutes. I need to go to the bathroom. Richard almost ran upstairs. Graham Foster turned to Martha.
Does Richard talk much about his cases?
No. It's a completely alien field to me, so I suppose I don't encourage him to tell me about his work.
How often does he go to London, Martha?
About once a month. He generally goes straight from Chambers on a Thursday evening and stays until Friday night or sometimes Saturday morning if it's been a long day.
They must be very grateful for his help, Alex Radford remarked.
Yes, they are. Richard's always happy to put something back into the system, and there are always clients who can't afford the fees.
What about legal aid?
If they're eligible, yes. But in some civil cases or immigration issues, it's not always the case. I don't fully understand it. Richard will be able to explain it better than I can later. But if all goes well today, you won't need to look into our contacts, will you?
If we catch the kidnappers, which is the outcome we're all hoping for, then yes, we'll be able to tie up loose ends and make a prosecution. If they get away, our inquiries will continue, but hopefully with Danny safe at home.
Radford smiled, and then checked his watch. Richard remained upstairs until it was time to go. He looked pale when he came down, and anxious, which was only expected. Martha momentarily felt sorry for him. He might have done some stupid things, but he loved Danny just as much as she did, for which she was grateful, and she knew he was nervous about the exchange. An ominous clap of thunder made Martha shiver. Alex stood up suddenly.
It's time to go. Martha, if you could see your husband to the door, we'll keep out of sight in case someone is watching the house.
She did as they asked. At the door, Richard bent to kiss her cheek, and she allowed him to do so, touching him lightly on the arm. "Be careful," she said. Martha had never been so frightened. Her husband and son were both in danger, and she could only sit helplessly and wait. Richard's car was parked on the drive. He pressed the key fob to open it and climbed into the driving seat. He appeared to be looking at his phone for a moment, but soon turned on the engine and drove up the path. The two detectives stood well back from the window and watched him leave the drive until he disappeared from sight at the bend in the road. Martha turned, and with a heavy feeling of dread, went back inside. Radford smiled reassuringly at her and explained again what would happen.
Our vehicles are hidden at strategic points along the way, so we'll have someone watching his every move. Try not to worry. Hopefully this could be all over today.
Martha nodded, not trusting her voice to form an answer, then went into the lounge to sit and wait, knowing this would be the longest morning of her life. She left the lounge door open so she could still see into the hall, and after 5 minutes passed, D.I. Radford was on his mobile phone once more.
"He should have passed you by now."
The detective sounded angry. He ended the call abruptly and immediately made another.
"Have you got eyes on our subject yet?"
He grunted, then beckoned Graham Foster to follow him into the kitchen. They closed the door, so Martha could no longer hear what they were saying. "Why did they shut me out? Danny's my son, and this is my house." She barged into the kitchen to confront them. "What's happening?" she asked. "Richard's only just left. Surely nothing's gone wrong already." Both men looked at her, then at each other, before Alex Radford answered.
"Your husband's gone off in the wrong direction, Martha. He's not passed any of the vehicles waiting en route. And he isn't answering his phone.
Chapter 21. Day 4. Serena was bored. The hotel was excellent, with all the facilities she could have wished for, but she was in the mood for more exciting entertainment. Richard wouldn't be calling any time soon. She was almost sure he was getting tired of her, which wasn't a surprise. She felt the same way too. Richard had been fun to begin with, but it was always the same. The only difference was that he was the first man to actually buy her a property. Serena had tried that little scam a couple of times before during previous dalliances, but the other men were somewhat more circumspect than Richard. At times, Serena had lived in some quite luxurious rented apartments, courtesy of the then-current beau, but this was the first time she'd owned one. Shortly after the apartment was purchased, little signs that Richard was losing interest appeared, but as her name was on the deeds, he would never be able to claim it back. If he tried, he'd have some pretty uncomfortable explaining to do to his wife, and, Serena reckoned, Richard would simply disappear out of her life. To be brutally honest, she would miss the regular payments he deposited into her bank account more than the man himself, but it was time to move on. With the kidnapping of his son, it was more than likely that Serena wouldn't see Richard again. Men generally took such incidents as wake-up calls and went meekly back to their wives. However, there was always another bored husband somewhere ripe to fall under her spell. It amazed her how little effort was needed to entrap a man, a little flattery, a touch of mystery, or a sob story if necessary. Sometimes it almost seemed too easy, which was rather disappointing. She was a lady who liked to challenge. Generally, Serena preferred men who had children for the simple reason that such liaisons rarely became overcomplicated. A married man without children would be far more likely to want a permanent relationship and leave their wife to be with her. Having always been a loner, this was certainly not what Serena wanted. Men with children were generally happy to keep the relationship simply as an extramarital affair, which suited both parties. Serena liked to think she was offering a service, and generally her clients were happy with the arrangements. Extortion is such an ugly word, she thought, as were fraud and blackmail, when the way she earned her money could be described as something quite beautiful. The sting came when it was time to move on, and Serena left with a nice little bonus, a golden handshake as she liked to think of it. The apartment from Richard was the severance bonus in this case, which Serena thought she'd earned. A little sweetener to make the parting easier, for her at least. The Italian barman with whom she'd spent the previous night winked at Serena as she entered the dining room on her last evening at the hotel. Serena smiled contentedly. She'd be returning home the next day, but perhaps the barman would be her evening's entertainment again. It would be fun to see his face when she didn't give him a large tip for his services like most hotel guests did. Serena instantly recognised in him a kindred spirit, but the poor boy thought he was the one taking advantage of her. Some men never learned. Life in Bristol had proved so much kinder to Serena than other cities where she'd lived, and in many ways she'd miss her present comfortable lifestyle. Her new apartment felt like home too, a place she'd love to keep, but common sense demanded it must be sold, even though only 2 other people knew where she was living. Never one to take chances or let sentiment dictate her actions, the apartment in Portishead was already on the market with an estate agent in Bristol. Serena was a lady who firmly believed in looking after herself and planning ahead. Experience had proved that placing trust in another person was unwise. Trust was flimsy, easily broken. She'd been let down too many times to have faith in anyone other than herself. Chapter 22. Day 4. As Richard hurried through the rain and into his car, he knew someone had been inside it. On the passenger seat was a cheap black phone, which he'd never seen before, holding down a sheet of paper. He fumbled with the paper, dropping the phone in the process. Richard was on edge when he needed to be calm and think rationally. His first instinct was to return to the house and tell the police that someone had broken into his car, but instead he read the note. At the end of the street, head south, not north, and then pull into the Red Lion car park. Wait for further instructions. No police. It was contrary to the previously arranged instructions, and Richard would be headed in the opposite direction. He made an instant decision to obey, even though he knew the police could not follow him. The kidnappers had Danny. Richard would do anything to get him back. The Red Lion was little more than a mile away, so he put the key in the ignition and moved off as was expected of him. The rain was heavy, and the wipers struggled to keep the windscreen clear, making visibility poor. Once at the car park, Richard didn't have long to wait before the black phone rang, and he immediately recognised the voice of the man he'd spoken to the day before.
"Step out of the car with the money," the man instructed. "Go to the hedge where you'll see a black bin liner. Take all the money out of the holdall and drop it in the black sack. Throw the holdall over the hedge and your own phone with it. Then get back in the car and wait."
The call ended abruptly. Richard did as he was instructed, stepping over the mud and puddles. Thankfully, it was early enough for no one to witness his furtive actions. After transferring the money, he threw the holdall, and reluctantly his phone, over the hedge, took the black sack and got back into the car. He was soaked through to his skin and shivering with both cold and fear. 2 long minutes passed before the phone rang again.
"Drive 10 miles south to the village of High Cotham and park outside the post office."
The phone went dead. Richard had wanted to ask if Danny was with him and if his son was okay, but wasn't given the opportunity. Left with no other choice except to obey these new instructions, he started the car and with trembling hands moved off. Richard thought of all the arrangements the police had made, the hidden officers at strategic points en route to the village of Little Stainsbeck, when he would be nearly 30 miles away in the opposite direction. Without his phone, he couldn't ring the police to let them know about the changes, and he didn't dare risk using the kidnapper's phone in case they rang him. By the time he'd covered the first 3 miles to High Cotham, he'd convinced himself that not having the police watching his every move was perhaps for the best. His respect and fear of the kidnappers had also grown to some degree. They correctly guessed that the holdall with the money inside also held a tracking device. Removing this from the equation eliminated all police involvement, as did making him throw away his phone. Richard attempted to lift his mood by telling himself there was now less to go wrong, and the transaction would be swift and hopefully uncomplicated. At 6:40 a.m, he pulled up in front of the village post office and general store, turned off the engine and looked around. It was pretty much a one-street village, with the post office being the only commercial premises within sight. The heavy rain bounced noisily off the car roof.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
As he settled down for another wait, still trembling, wet and cold, and wondering if he'd done the right thing by obeying the kidnappers instead of the police. His eyes darted back and forth, searching for someone approaching the car, but the only moving thing in the village was a black cat, making its way lazily across the road despite the rain. Would the cat be lucky or unlucky, he wondered. 4 minutes passed before the phone rang again.
"Are you in place?"
the voice asked.
"Yes. Where's my son?"
Richard felt very much alone, which meant he was solely responsible for the outcome of the exchange. A sobering thought.
"Start the engine and drive. Leave the phone open beside you so I can direct you to where I want you to go." "This is ridiculous. Where's Danny? I've brought your money. Now give me my son." "Shame on you. Losing your temper won't get you anywhere. Do you still want to do this, or shall we leave it a few more days?"
Richard thought the man was probably enjoying messing with his mind.
"No, I want Danny back now. Where do I go next?" "That's better. Much more reasonable. Drive out of the village and join the dual carriageway at the roundabout. A mile up the road is a lay-by. Pull into it and wait, but keep the phone open."
Smart, Richard thought. That way he couldn't use it to call anyone and give away his location. He pulled away from the village and headed towards the dual carriageway. There was a smattering of early morning vehicles, commuters heading to work, leaving early to avoid the heavy traffic. He soon saw the signs for the lay-by and pulled in as instructed. They'd chosen the spot well. Shrubs and trees gave a reasonable degree of privacy, and the car couldn't be seen from the road. He turned off the engine and picked up the phone.
"I'm here."
"Good," the kidnapper said.
"Now get the money out and put it on the verge, near the litter bin." "But where are you? Where's Danny?" "I'm right behind you."
Richard turned sharply to see a white Ford Transit van pull up behind him. The adrenaline coursed through his veins, and for a moment he wanted to rush at the van and strangle the man who'd taken his son. But his rational mind quickly took over. There were 2 men in the van, so he was outnumbered, and physical violence had never been his thing. The van's number plate was covered by sacking, and the men inside both wore character masks. As Richard placed the bag on the verge, the man with the Bill Clinton mask jumped out of the van and snatched it up.
"Where's Danny?"
Richard tried to grab the man by the arm, but the second man, hidden behind a Tony Blair mask, jumped out and aimed a gun at Richard's head.
"When we've counted it, we'll let your son go. Relax."
The man was toying with him. Richard was terrified. His hands were clammy, and he was sweating profusely, despite the cold day and the soaking from the rain. The money was short, and it wouldn't take them long to find out. The dilemma was whether to tell them now, or let them find out for themselves. He decided on the first option, hoping being up front would put them in a better mood, than letting them leave and discover the discrepancy later.
"There's as much there as I could get. It's 190,000. Please, just take it and let Danny go."
The man in the Tony Blair mask growled and stepped forward, pointing the gun directly at Richard.
"You've had plenty of bloody time to get the money together. Aren't you taking this seriously?"
"Of course I am, but it's a difficult time for me. Please, take the money and let Danny go. He's just a little boy. He'll be afraid. Please."
Richard would have gone down on his knees if he thought it would have helped.
"Don't be such a bloody fool. We have your son, and it seems we need to hurt him so you'll know we mean business."
The man still held the gun frighteningly close to Richard's head.
"No, please don't hurt him. I can get you the rest. I just need more time."
"And why should we babysit your kid in the meantime?"
the man barked. Time appeared to stand still for a few moments as the kidnapper considered what to do. He pressed the gun into Richard's cheek.
"You've got 48 hours. The clock's ticking. And I think we should have a little bonus for our inconvenience. Shall we say another 10,000 on top of the balance owing? Keep the phone, but don't tell the police you have it. If you do, be assured Danny will suffer. We'll be in touch."
With that, the men climbed back into their van, overtook Richard's car, and sped away, leaving him staring blankly after them, devastated and physically trembling. He couldn't imagine what Martha would say, and how the police would react to his fooling them.
and he had to find another 120,000 in only 48 hours. Chapter 23. Day 4. Martha studied Alex Radford's face. He was clearly livid, but doing his best to remain calm and rational. After he finished yet another phone call, Martha grabbed his arm. "What's going on? Why would he take a different route?"
"I don't know, but we still have the tracker in the holdall, so we'll know where he is at all times."
Suni, who'd arrived just after Richard left, was monitoring the tracker on her laptop and interrupted to tell her boss the car had stopped, less than a mile away. Radford and Foster ran from the house to their car, keeping in touch with Suni on the phone. The tracker remained motionless. When the detectives arrived at the Red Lion car park, it was to find that Richard's car was nowhere in sight. They searched the area and eventually spotted the holdall on the other side of the hedge, empty, except for the tracker. Richard's phone was on the wet grass beside it.
"Bloody hell. He's on his own now. Who the hell knows how this will work out?"
Radford was angry, but mainly with himself. He'd put all his eggs in one basket, and Scramble didn't begin to describe what kind of fool he felt. All the resources and man-hours they'd put into this operation were wasted. Graham made calls to stand down most of the officers in the area, while Alex Radford called Suni and asked her to inform Martha what was happening. All they could do was to wait until Richard turned up, and waiting wasn't one of the DI's strong points. The detectives returned to the house, where the atmosphere was thick with tension. Martha glared at Radford as if he was personally responsible for the fiasco of losing her husband. She had a point. As the SIO, he should have covered every base, and he'd seriously misjudged the kidnappers, assuming they could be easily trapped because they were amateurs. They were all fearful for what would happen to Richard and Danny when they discovered the money was short. It seemed like a lifetime until Richard pulled into the drive. Martha ran out of the house, desperate to see if Danny was with him. As Richard stepped from the car, alone, she began to wail and pummeled him with her fists.
"Where's Danny? You're supposed to have Danny!"
Suni tried to pull her off, and between Suni and Richard, they steered a distraught Martha towards the house.
"Let's not make a scene out here," Richard spoke wearily.
"Who cares? I want my son! I want Danny!"
Martha was on the point of collapse, and they half-carried her inside, where they sat her on the sofa.
"Where is he?" she sobbed.
"They've still got him. They want the rest of the money, and some more."
Richard was soaked, pale and exhausted, and after discarding his wet coat and shoes, he too flopped down on the sofa. Radford immediately started questioning him, his jaws set firm as if trying to control his anger.
"We need you to tell us everything that happened this morning, starting with when you got into the car. What made you go in the opposite direction?"
Richard was visibly trembling. It was apparent the encounter with the kidnappers had shaken him more than he cared to admit. Martha sobbed quietly as she listened, gasping when he mentioned the gun. She wanted to scream at her husband, to make him pay for not bringing Danny home, but could hardly muster the energy. When Richard finished relating the story, Radford continued the questions.
"Can you describe the men?" "They were wearing masks. I couldn't see their faces. They both wore dark jeans and T-shirts. One was average height, the other taller, over 6 foot with broad shoulders. He seemed to be the one in charge, the one with the gun."
"So where's the phone they put in your car?" Radford asked.
"They took it off me in the lay-by,"
Richard lied, hoping they didn't ask him to turn out his pockets.
"So now you have to raise another 120,000. Any idea how you do it?"
Radford looked from Richard to Martha. Neither of them answered him. Martha lowered her eyes as the DI looked from her to Richard. She wanted the police gone before they asked more probing questions. Martha blamed Richard for the whole sorry mess they were in, but there was work to do. She was determined to succeed where her husband had failed. When D.I. Radford and D.S. Foster left,
Richard went upstairs to change out of his wet clothes and have a hot shower. Martha also went upstairs, leaving Sunny in the kitchen. Martha went straight to her study and switched on her laptop. She knew Richard would be hurting every bit as much as she was herself, but there was no desire within her to comfort him. Justified or not, she blamed him for Danny not being home with them, for their ordeal continuing. After an hour, Martha went to find Richard, who was stretched out on their bed, his arms covering his face. He was still pale, and when he lowered his arms, she could tell he'd been crying, something she'd never known him do before. For an instant, Martha felt pity for him.
"It's sorted."
What? What's sorted?
"The money. It should be in our account tomorrow, so we'd better call the manager and arrange to withdraw it, in cash."
But how? Where?
Richard looked stunned. He sat up and stared at Martha.
"I've taken out a loan, and don't tell me the interest is exorbitant. I already know. But I'll happily pay it if it means we get Danny home."
Richard sighed.
Would you like me to ring the bank and arrange the withdrawal?
"No, I'll ring, and at least then I'll know it's done."
The implication she no longer trusted him was more than clear. Martha went back to her study, rang the bank manager, and was assured everything would be in place the following morning for them to make a cash withdrawal. She then rang her mother, knowing she'd be anxious for news, and anticipating Danny would be home. It was a difficult call, and Elaine Perry repeated her offer of coming to Bristol to be with them. As tactfully as possible, Martha declined the offer, telling her the house was continually full of police, and there was very little she could do if she was there. Ending the call with a promise to let her mother know as soon as Danny was safe, Martha felt drained and ventured downstairs, feeling that for once she'd be glad of Sunny's constant offers of coffee. It had been a long and traumatic morning. By then, Richard was downstairs, and Martha told him she'd called her mother and suggested he call his parents. He disappeared upstairs to do so, and Sunny smiled when Martha said she would appreciate a cup of coffee. Chapter 24. Day 4. D.I. Radford's face burned when he left the Chief Superintendent's office. The dressing down, although civilised, was still a dressing down, and Alex's pride was stinging. It wasn't as if he felt the Chief Superintendent was being unfair. As much as Alex hated to be in the wrong, he couldn't deny he'd made a mistake in underestimating the kidnappers. A young boy's life was at stake, and he, as well as every officer on the case, desperately wanted a good outcome. Radford and his men were working long hours and putting in their very best efforts to find Danny, and he believed he'd let everyone down. Radford had not only been reprimanded by the Chief Super, but was also beating himself up mentally. His anguish was etched on his face. Alex held high standards for himself, as well as those who worked with him. Graham Foster caught up with his boss and walked beside him.
There's someone here to see you.
Not now. I need some coffee and a few hours' kip. I suggest you do the same.
I think you'll want to meet this man.
Graham grinned.
His name's Dave Bennett. D.S. Bennett from Leeds.
Before Alex could protest further, Graham led Radford into the incident room, where D.S. Bennett was sitting on the corner of a desk, drinking coffee from a plastic cup.
That stuff will rot your insides,
Radford said, holding his hand out to the visitor.
Alex Radford. How can we help you, D.S. Bennett?
D.S. Bennett stood, smiling, and shook hands with Radford.
Call me Dave. I was hoping we could perhaps help each other, he said. I'm interested in your kidnapping case, which Graham has been telling me is still not resolved.
Radford winced.
It should have been wrapped up today, but things didn't go to plan and we lost the trail. What's your interest in it, Dave?
There are aspects similar to a case we had earlier this year in Leeds,
and to one in Liverpool over a year or so ago. Police tell me they were resolved satisfactorily. Yes, in that the kidnapped child was recovered safely. But no, as the kidnappers were never apprehended. They just seemed to disappear once the money was paid. And we've had no leads so far, until I saw the MO on your case.
Alex's tiredness suddenly evaporated, and he was ready to compare notes.
D.S. Benny was involved in the Bryson kidnap case.
Graham Foster sounded impressed with their visitor, and Alex's eyes widened in recognition.
Isn't that the case which spanned 14 years? Radford asked. Yes, that's the one. I was a DC in those days, and assisted on the Bryson kidnapping. It was my sergeant, Jack Priestley, who connected the dots when the family approached him after a sighting, 14 years after the event.
Alex Radford gave a low whistle. He'd been fascinated by the case, which was well documented in the media at the time, and he'd followed it keenly.
The case was never closed, and it was the older child, Elise, who recognised her sister and persuaded us to reopen it. It's strange how such an incident affects families in different ways. The Brysons drew closer together, stronger in the face of such adversity, although the loss of their youngest daughter overshadowed those 14 years. In this more recent case, however, the parents couldn't seem to work together, and I'm not sure their marriage will survive, even now when their daughter's back home with them. So what makes you think your case might be the same crew as ours? Radford asked. It doesn't fit the regular MO of a kidnapping. The glaring point we first connected is the low ransom demand. I believe your case is 300,000.
Alex nodded.
Ours was 400, and the case in Liverpool 350. The victims are all children of roughly the same age and snatched while walking to or from school. In all three cases, the parents were professional people, not rich or famous, just ordinary families. It simply doesn't make sense to go to all the bother of kidnapping for a relatively small amount. So my thinking now is that they plan to kidnap several children in different areas for a comparatively small ransom, in the hope the parents will pay up, perhaps even before going to the police. To be honest, if it were one of my children, I'd pay up, get me son back and then track the bastards down to bring them to justice. It also makes me wonder if they've got away with other kidnappings, which haven't been reported. If a child were returned unharmed, the threat of repeating the crime if the family reported it would be intimidating enough to ensure their silence.
Dave's words resonated with both Alex and Graham. They'd also wondered about the low ransom demand. It was almost as if the kidnappers had deliberately set a figure they knew to be within their victims' means.
These kidnappers didn't make their demands until the following morning, by which time we'd been on the case for several hours, Alex explained. Yes, that fits in with our case too. The girl was 12. She was snatched after school, but no demand was made until the following day. Her parents had already involved us by then, just as with you. I think the kidnappers are cocky. They believe they can outwit us. Haley's parents are both doctors, consultants in their chosen fields, and the money wasn't an issue. They managed to get it together and went along with the kidnappers' instructions for the handover, only to have the arrangement changed at the last minute. The father set off to the rendezvous as instructed, with us tailing him, but he suddenly changed direction. He pulled into a multi-storey car park, and I'm afraid we lost him. Our men soon found his car, but he'd continued on foot into a busy shopping centre where the exchange took place. Fortunately, they did release Haley, but got away with the money. The father found a mobile phone in his car, Alex interrupted, with new instructions which effectively meant you could no longer trace the kidnapper or the money. Exactly. So is that what happened with you? Dave asked. Yes. If only you turned up yesterday. Things might have been different. But our boy hasn't been released yet, and the kidnappers have got most of the money.
Dave Bennett looked puzzled, so Alex explained how the parents couldn't raise the total amount and had risked paying only a part of the specified ransom. Dave whistled softly. Risky. What was the reaction of the kidnappers? Surprisingly,
They agreed to another 48 hours to allow the parents to find the balance, but they've added on a little extra for their trouble. So you'll be waiting for more instructions? Yes. The kidnappers took the phone they'd left in the car. It was a burner, so it's anyone's guess how they'll communicate now, but we'll be ready this time.
Alex frowned. He'd heard from Sunny that the Stones had managed to raise the extra money and were picking it up at the bank the following morning.
What do the parents do? Dave asked. He's a barrister and she runs a recruitment agency. I'd have thought the amount wouldn't have been a problem to them. He alone must be making near to 100 grand a year. My thoughts too, but it's come at a bad time for him. It appears he's committed to some investments recently. The money issue does seem to be causing a rift between the parents, but we're pretty sure they're not involved with the kidnapping in any way, and your information supports that theory now. According to Stone, there are at least 2 kidnappers, and if this is the same crew, they'll have to be a little more resourceful in getting the rest of the money, which I suppose means we'll have to do the same to catch them. Where are you in regards to the investigation? Dave asked. I'm not expecting anything to happen today. The kidnappers agreed to another 48 hours, so they'll probably not get in touch until later. I don't know how they'll play it. Last time it was a letter delivered by the paper boy, and then the mobile in the car, so we have to expect the unexpected. A family liaison officer is with them, and on top of things. We spoke to the father when he returned early this morning, but he couldn't tell us anything of value. I want to speak to him again, now he's had time to think about things. You'd be welcome to come along, Dave. Yes, I'd like to meet the parents. It's doubtful there'll be a connection between the families, but it's something I haven't ruled out yet. Good. A fresh pair of eyes is always welcome, and who knows, you might pick up on something we haven't.
Alex was happy to have Dave along.
We can set off now if it suits. What about the sleep you were going to grab?
Graham reminded his boss.
The moment's past. I'll settle for coffee, but not the foul machine stuff. We'll grab some on the way. Sleep's overrated anyway. I was going back to Stone's chambers to follow up on some of those contacts they gave us. Do you still want me to go? Graham asked. Yes. The more I hear, the more convinced I am that the kidnappers somehow know the family. Let me know if you find anything interesting.
Radford ushered Dave Bennett out of the office. Chapter 25. Day 4. Danny woke to the low rumbling sound of thunder. His first thought was that this could be the day when he'd be released. His second thought was that it was his 12th birthday. Immediately, the latter thought was pushed to the back of his mind as he listened, straining to hear for any noise which might be coming from downstairs. Only the growl of the thunder and the splash of rain filled the room. It was 8 a.m. Danny felt sure he'd have woken if Pete and Neil were back. The van's engine was noisy. He was surprised he'd slept for so long and scrambled to his feet to try the door. It was open, so Danny went quietly along the corridor to the bathroom. When he came out, Lewis was waiting for him, with a slice of bread and a glass of water. Danny ate hungrily, while his friend watched.
"You did sleep, then?"
Lewis grinned.
"Yes. What time do you think Pete will come?" "Not sure. If your dad has the money and all goes well, then I guess he'll be here by lunchtime. You never know. He might even bring us something decent to eat if he's in a good mood. I'd rather he just let me go. If he does, where are we? Unless Pete takes me back to Bristol, I won't have a clue how to get home. Are we far from town?" "I'm not supposed to say."
Lewis chewed his bottom lip.
"And I'm not sure. I do know they drove you around a lot to make you think it was a long way from Bristol, but it's not. They'll probably drop you near a road or a service station. Yeah, I should think that's what they'll do. And you can call your parents from there."
Danny thought it was the best answer he'd get, and left the topic alone.
"It's my birthday today." He didn't know why he said it. What did a birthday matter now?
So what? Do you want me to sing to you or something? Lewis laughed.
No, but I was expecting a cake with candles.
Danny tried to laugh too.
What do you usually do for birthdays? I'm too old for parties, so we go out somewhere to eat. My choice. And then to see a film, if there's anything good on. My mate Ethan would probably come too.
Danny grew melancholy at the thought of what he might have been doing.
If all goes well, you might still get your cake. Who knows? When's your birthday?
Lewis shrugged.
December, I think. The 2nd or 3rd, I'm not sure. How can you not know when your birthday is? It's just another day. Not special.
Danny felt sad for his friend. His life was difficult, and Danny wished there was something he could do for him. Lewis, however, didn't complain and seemed to accept his lot for what it was. Even looking after his mother and being hungry some days didn't make him grumble. It was just the way life was. The storm outside was worsening. A flash of lightning lit up the room and made both boys jump. Then they laughed at their reaction.
Blimey! We've got enough to worry about without being struck by lightning,
Lewis said. He went to the window to look out.
This wall's soaked.
He looked up at the ceiling to see water pouring through and down the wall.
Let's go downstairs. Mum's still out of it, so we're not getting ear bashing from her. What about Pete and Neil? Won't they be coming soon?
Danny didn't want to encounter them until he had to, which would hopefully be when he was to go home.
They'll be ages yet, and if they do come, you can get back up here before they get in from the van.
Lewis led the way. His mother was still on the sofa, snoring gently as they silently passed her by to get to the kitchen. An empty bread wrapper was on the table, and Lewis nodded at it.
Good job today's the last day. All the food's gone. S'pose you'll be glad to get home for a decent meal.
He helped himself to another glass of water. Danny stood quietly, not understanding the kaleidoscope of emotions he was feeling. There was no doubt in his mind that he wanted to get out of that awful house and home to his parents. But what would happen to Lewis? The realization that he cared about this boy's future struck Danny hard. Strangely, he wanted to keep in touch with him, although how it would be possible he didn't know.
Lewis, if I give you my mobile phone number, will you ring me? You know, if ever you need help. And what help can a rich kid like you give to me?
He laughed, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and picked up a pen.
Go on, then. What is it?
Danny recited his number, which Lewis copied down, then folded the paper and stuffed it deep into his pocket. It then occurred to Danny that he'd never seen Lewis in any other clothes, only the ones he wore now. Of course, he hadn't had a change of clothes either, but was this usual for Lewis? His mind whirled with thoughts of what he could do for this new friend, things he wanted to do for him. Danny had more clothes than he needed, and would gladly give some to Lewis. Even though they would be too large, he'd grow into them. He had piles of books and toys and electronic games that he'd gladly share. But it was impossible. They lived in such vastly different worlds. Danny would like to share his life with Lewis, as a brother of sorts, which was why he wanted him to have his phone number, just in case. A flash of lightning was followed by another rumble of thunder. The storm seemed much closer now. The noise sounded as if it was inside the house with them.
If you count the seconds between the flash of lightning and the next rumble of thunder, it will tell you how many miles it is away from you,
Danny said.
So that's the sort of thing you learn at that posh school, is it?
Lewis teased.
Mum must be well away if even this storm can't wake her.
Another noise suddenly caught their attention, one even more frightening than the storm. The front door was opened, then slammed closed violently. The boys exchanged a frightened look. They hadn't heard the van because of the thunder.
Quick! Hide behind the door. If I can keep them out the kitchen, they won't find you.
Lewis sounded scared, but bravely went into the room where Pete tried to rouse his mother.
"Does she ever do anything other than sleep?"
Neil asked Pete.
"Wake up, Sally. We need a drink. Something strong,"
Pete shouted.
"Don't push her. She had a bad night."
Lewis tried to protect his mother, but Pete laughed and dragged Sally off the couch onto the hard bare floor. She woke up with a puzzled expression on her face. Her son helped pull her to her feet, and she turned to Pete.
"Have you got the money?" she asked.
"Some of it, but the bastard tried to get away with short-changing us. I've given him 2 more days and added another 10 grand as a little sweetener for us."
His last phrase made Pete smile. He appeared proud to have increased the amount.
"You'll have to look after the brat for a while longer, Sal. Now get me a drink, a proper one too."
"I'll get it."
Lewis jumped in front of his mother to stop her from going into the kitchen.
"Get out of the way," Pete yelled, "and let the woman do her job."
Sally obediently went into the kitchen, where she came face to face with Danny, who was trying to hide in an impossibly small corner.
"What the—"
Her reaction brought Pete dashing into the kitchen. He saw Danny crouching behind the door.
"Who the hell let him out?"
He was furious and raised his arm to strike Sally. Lewis dashed in front of his mother.
"No, don't! I let him out. It's my fault."
The blow aimed at Sally was swiftly redirected to him. He fell to the floor, banging his head on the corner of the table. As Lewis struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood ran down the side of his face. There was a stunned silence for a moment. Then Sally pulled her son towards her, holding him protectively. Pete turned and glared at Danny.
"Get back upstairs. Now!"
He took a swipe at Danny, which missed its target as the terrified boy sprinted back upstairs. He dropped onto the mattress and sobbed, trembling and blinking rapidly to clear the tears that streamed down his cheeks. Instinctively, Danny curled into a ball, attempting to make himself as small as possible, as if he could shrink into the very mattress itself and become invisible. For the first time, Danny wished there were bolts on the inside of the door to shut out his captors and remain safely where he was. Pete said he'd given Danny's father 2 more days to get the money, which meant another 2 days as their prisoner. Could he bear it? And Lewis was hurt. He'd looked dazed, disorientated, and the wound on his head probably needed stitching, but he doubted they'd take him to hospital. Danny was shaking with fear and cold as he wondered what Pete would do to him now. Nothing was certain any more. Another clap of thunder resounded in the bare room, followed immediately by a flash of lightning. For an instant, the room lost its black and white hostile sense as the lightning brought a splash of vivid colour into the space, the colour of the blood on Lewis's face. It reminded Danny how his predicament had changed in an instant. All he could think about was that he'd seen his captors. And they know I've seen them. Chapter 26. Day 4. Richard Stone wasn't pleased when D.I. Radford arrived later in the afternoon and asked to talk to him again. Martha was upstairs, but when he offered to call her down, he was told it wouldn't be necessary. It was only Richard they wanted to see. Radford introduced D.S. Bennet and briefly explained that he was on secondment from Leeds. Richard nodded at the newcomer before turning towards Radford, as if already bored with the endless questions. He led them into the lounge, where the 3 men sat down.
"We haven't heard from them yet," Richard said, tilting his head up slightly. "But we've managed to raise the rest of the money, which we can pick up in the morning."
The police didn't need to know anything else as far as Richard was concerned.
"Good. We'll have officers on standby ready to shadow you when they instruct you where to go."
Richard shuffled uncomfortably. The phone the kidnappers had given him was deep in his trouser pocket, and he hoped it didn't ring while the police were with him.
"Right," he said. "But they gave me another 48 hours to get the money together, so they probably won't contact us until the time's nearly up. Yes, you could be right. Now, I know you told us everything that happened this morning, but I wonder if you could go over it again?" Radford asked.
"Bloody hell! It was only a few hours ago. There's nothing more to say. Can you tell me what you're doing to catch these bastards?"
Richard wanted to throw the ball back into the DI's court, to take control of a situation which was completely out of his comfort zone.
"We're still looking for possible suspects connected to your work and Mrs. Stone's company. In fact," Alex looked at his watch, "DS Foster should be at your chambers by now, interviewing your colleagues again."
This was not what Richard wanted to hear. He stood and walked over to the window, running his hand through his hair in exasperation. He turned back to face the detectives.
"Why the hell do you need to interview them again? They've told you all they know, which is absolutely nothing. Can't you see they've got nothing to do with this, and nothing to tell you either? You should be asking some of your criminal informers, or whoever. They'll likely know more than my colleagues."
Richard was indignant. Returning to work would be embarrassing. It looked as if the police suspected he had something to do with his own son's kidnapping. DS Bennet asked the next question.
"Mr. Stone, can I ask why you had trouble raising the money for the ransom? 300,000 isn't a huge amount for someone in your position."
Richard turned to stare at him, eyes wide and enraged by such a personal question from a relative stranger.
"I've told D.I. Radford more than once. I recently made some investments and therefore didn't have such an amount readily available. But what's this got to do with you anyway?"
His frown darkened his whole face.
"I'm sorry if this offends you, but sometimes it's the details which give us a break or a new lead. I've recently been involved in a similar kidnapping and am trying to piece together all the aspects of your case to compare with mine."
Dave spoke kindly but firmly, while Alex Radford appeared to be enjoying seeing Stone on the defensive.
"So what happened in your case?"
Richard was keen to know the outcome.
"The parents paid the ransom and the little girl was released. And have you caught the kidnappers?" "No. Which is the reason I'm here. Kidnapping is a serious offence, and we won't let up until these people are caught."
Radford broke into the conversation again.
"Mr. Stone, is there anything else you can tell us about the two men you met this morning or their vehicle? Perhaps something's occurred to you which you forgot to mention earlier. Naturally, you were upset after your encounter with them."
"Don't you think I haven't been over and over it in my mind ever since?"
"They wore masks. The number plates were covered up. All I can tell you is that it was a Ford Transit, an older model and not in good condition, white but dirty. You saw the van from the front, but also the back," Alex continued. "Can you try to remember if there was anything unusual about the back? A bumper sticker, perhaps?"
Richard thought for a moment. He moved back to sit on the sofa opposite the detectives. When the van drove away from the lay-by, he'd been in a state and hardly took anything in. Now, closing his eyes, a mental picture ran through his head of the van accelerating past him and out of the lay-by.
"Actually, there is something. The brake light.
Yes, the left rear one wasn't working. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but I'm sure it wasn't working."
"Good."
Alex was already pulling out his phone to get the message circulating.
"There are hundreds of Ford Transits out there, but there won't be too many with a broken rear light."
A buzz of excitement filled the room. It was a break, not a huge one, but certainly a significant one. As soon as Radford finished his call, his mobile rang. It was Graham Foster. Alex excused himself and went into the hall, seeking privacy. After a few minutes, he returned.
"That was DS Foster. He's spoken to some of your colleagues again, particularly Jamie Madley. His inquiries seem to have raised more questions than they've answered."
Richard looked anxious. Radford was taking his time getting to the point.
"Like what?" "We're particularly interested in the pro bono work you do in London. How long have you been doing this, Mr. Stone?" "Not long. About 6 months, I suppose." Richard could feel the colour rising in his face, and his hands were clammy. "We'd like to speak to someone there who's familiar with those cases. We're still following up the possibility that someone who knows you, perhaps someone who's been dissatisfied with the outcome of their case, might have something to do with the kidnapping. And I've told you it's highly unlikely. Yes, so it seems. In fact, Mr. Madley knew nothing at all about your pro bono work in London. He was surprised to hear of it, and therefore couldn't help us with the cases you've been involved in there. Mr. Madley was fairly certain you were not working in London at all."
Richard looked stunned. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He was like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The DI kept his gaze on him, allowing a few moments of silence. Eventually, Radford spoke again.
"You can see my predicament here, Mr. Stone. If you've been lying to us about your work in London, and lying to your wife, then how can we believe anything you say?"
Chapter 27. Day 4. Martha was aware of Richard talking to the police downstairs, and purposefully stayed upstairs. She was confused. Angry one moment, and weepy the next. Opening her wardrobe door, she saw the presents they'd wrapped for Danny's birthday. There was a new laptop computer. He had one they'd bought him 2 years earlier, but it was bulky and outdated. He needed a new one to keep up with his schoolwork. Most of his homework involved a degree of research that the internet made so easy. They'd also bought him a computer game he'd wanted for a while, and as Martha picked up the parcel, her tears flowed again. Will there be other birthdays? They'd planned surprises for him too. She knew Danny would love a trip to London at half-term, with an overnight stay and a visit to the planetarium, and they'd bought tickets to see The Lion King. But would they ever be able to use them? The front door closed rather loudly, signalling the departure of the police. Martha was glad they hadn't asked to see her. Although confident they were doing all they could, she didn't understand why they repeatedly asked the same questions. Did they hope for a different answer? To catch them out in a lie, perhaps? Martha listened to the ensuing silence, waiting to see what her husband would do next. The sound of footsteps on the stairs told her Richard was coming up, but thankfully he went into his study and didn't seek her out. The doorbell rang again. Martha remained at her desk, assuming it was the police returning with a question they'd forgotten to ask. But Richard made no move to answer it. It rang for a second time, and soon he called up the stairs, asking if they wanted her to answer it. Martha said she was coming, and wearily took herself downstairs to see who was there.
"Mother, what are you doing here?"
Her mother was the last person she expected to see on her doorstep.
"Can't I come in? It's been a long journey,"
Elaine Perry asked. Martha stepped aside to allow her mother in and noted her suitcase.
"I only spoke to you on the phone this morning. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "I didn't tell you because I knew you'd try to persuade me not to."
She was right.
"Has he been found yet?"
Elaine asked.
"No, not yet."
Martha hung her head, feeling responsible for not having better news. Her mother's presence often made her feel that way.
"But I thought today was the day of the exchange. And it's Danny's birthday. A fitting time to get him home."
Elaine was visibly disappointed, and Martha hugged her. A rare occurrence, but she knew Elaine was feeling the same anxiety as herself. Her mother had assumed she'd be arriving on the day they got Danny back home, a joyous reunion, but the outcome now was anybody's guess.
"We could only get so much of the ransom money together, and hoped they wouldn't count it, but it didn't go well. The kidnappers have given us another 48 hours, so we're waiting to hear from them." "You make it sound like a business transaction." "In some ways it is."
Martha was on the verge of breaking down again and bit her bottom lip in an effort to hold back the tears.
Elaine looked around for any sign of her son-in-law. "Where's Richard?" "He's upstairs. The police have just gone, and we've nothing to do now except wait for the kidnappers to get in touch. I'll take your case up and tell him you're here." "Thank you. I'll put the kettle on."
Typical, Martha thought. Her mother was one of those women who believed that most problems could be solved by a strong, sweet cup of tea. Martha climbed wearily back upstairs, and Elaine went into the kitchen. Richard rolled his eyes when Martha told him they had a visitor.
"What's she come for? There's nothing she can do. It just means we have one more thing to worry about."
Martha felt defensive on her mother's behalf.
"She means well, and Danny is her only grandson. She loves him as much as we do. Come down and see her. Then we can update her on how things are going."
Reluctantly, Richard followed his wife downstairs and into the kitchen, where Elaine had already met Suni. The Flo was sitting at the table with her laptop open.
"I introduced myself," Elaine said,
and moved towards Richard to kiss him on the cheek. A tray was set with tea and biscuits, and she suggested they took it into the lounge. Once the three were seated, Martha turned to her husband.
"What did the police want?"
"Just checking on a few details. Nothing they haven't asked before."
Richard's neck was growing red, even though it was a cold day.
"So what are they doing to get my grandson home?"
Elaine asked. As they drank tea, Martha told her mother everything which had happened so far, and the different avenues the police were exploring. Reliving it all was upsetting and exhausting. Richard mostly remained silent, speaking only when directly asked a question, and generally giving only one-word answers. Martha could tell he was annoyed at Elaine's presence, but he'd not been much comfort to Martha, and had even managed to bungle the ransom drop. Elaine fixed Richard with a steely glare, and probed.
"So, tell me, Richard, why couldn't you get the money together in time?"
"They wanted everything in cash, and we simply didn't have that kind of cash to draw on. Most of our money's invested, but we've got it now, so as soon as the kidnappers contact us, we'll be able to get Danny back home."
It sounded so simple, as if no one was to blame. Martha wanted to scream at him, but her mother's presence made venting her emotions impossible. Perhaps she could go upstairs and scream into her pillow instead. But would it help? Later, when Richard had retreated upstairs, Elaine asked her daughter to repeat everything she knew about the police investigation.
"There's very little else to tell you. I've tried to keep you up to date on the phone."
In truth, Martha couldn't remember what she had and hadn't told her mother.
"So you're not keeping me in the dark to spare my feelings?"
Elaine asked.
"No, Mum. I haven't been thinking straight since this all started. Keeping you in the dark never occurred to me. To be perfectly honest, I hardly know what day it is."
Once again Martha broke down. The thought of Danny spending his birthday locked away somewhere, afraid and alone, was too much for her. She allowed her mother to hold her for a few moments, before pulling herself together. The two women had never enjoyed a close relationship, and the physical contact was uncomfortable. Elaine was not a demonstrative parent, and her daughter couldn't recall the last time they'd hugged. It prompted Martha to question her role as a parent. When had she last held Danny, or told him she loved him and was proud of him? Her thoughts moved into other realms. Was she emulating her own mother in how she treated her son, and if so, did she want to be like that? Martha closed her eyes and allowed Elaine to lift her feet up onto the sofa and cover her with a throw. Sleep would be so very welcome. She longed to sleep until this whole affair was over, and then wake to find Danny safely returned to her. Chapter 28. Day 4. Elaine watched her daughter, whose eyes were closed, resting if not fully asleep. She'd noticed the signs of anxiety as she and Richard outlined recent events, and detected the strained relationship between them. Martha constantly twisted her ring around her finger, and her foot bounced all the time she was talking. She looked pale and thin, and her gaze flickered around the room rather than focusing on Richard or Elaine. It was to be expected. No parent should have to go through this experience, and it looked as if there were to be 2 more days of uncertainty before Danny would be released. Elaine hardly dared contemplate the possibility of her grandson not being returned to them. It was simply too disturbing a thought to entertain. Elaine closed her eyes, not in an attempt to sleep, but to collect her thoughts. Danny's disappearance had affected her deeply. She'd long since admitted to herself that she hadn't been a good mother to Martha, but there were mitigating circumstances, mainly in the form of Martha's father. He'd been a brute of a man, hiding behind a facade of respectability. Owen Perry hadn't been violent, but cruel in other ways to his wife and child. He'd had a way with people, and was perceived by many as a pillar of the community, and a generous man with both his time and money. But his charity certainly didn't begin at home, and had been all for show. Elaine understood why people had respected him. She too had looked upon him in such a way once, which was one of the reasons she'd married him. But the bubble burst almost as soon as they returned from their honeymoon, when he became demanding, treating her like a slave rather than an equal partner, and she very soon regretted their marriage. Owen was exacting in his standards, and his expectations were high, too high for his new wife to attain. Elaine was expected to cook and clean and spend all her time in the home, only leaving on his arm when he was sure she appeared sufficiently elegant to be seen at his side. The kind, loving words of their courtship were no more, nor was his attentive attitude and concern for her welfare. In those early years of their marriage, Elaine considered leaving him, but just as she was summing up the courage to do so, she became pregnant. She stayed with Owen, hoping a baby might change him and soften his attitude, but her hopes were in vain. The first few years of Martha's life were spent in keeping the little girl out of her father's way. He couldn't stand the noise of a baby crying, the mess of toys in the house when he came home from work, and the broken nights during teething. As Elaine tried her best to keep the peace, Martha was often pushed aside, expected to be good and quiet, and consequently missing out on some of the happiness which should have been her right as a child. When Martha was old enough to understand the nuances of her parents' relationship, she longed to get away to university. As her daughter was thinking of escape, Elaine once again planned to leave Owen, but was spared the unpleasantness of a divorce when Owen collapsed and died during Martha's first term at university. Elaine had been content to live alone since her husband's death. She regretted having put Owen's demands before Martha's needs, the consequence of which was a cool relationship between the women, with little genuine affection. It was too late for regrets now, and Elaine's primary concern was her grandson, whom she loved wholeheartedly. When Martha moved to Bristol to marry Richard, Elaine knew it would be difficult to build a good relationship with any grandchildren, but she was able to grow close to Danny, as his parents regularly sent him to stay with her in school holidays when they were busy with their careers. Elaine loved the opportunity to spoil Danny, and the two delighted in each other's company. Danny chose the venues for their frequent trips out, and where they ate, generally at McDonald's, a forbidden venue at home. Elaine's mantra was, "What goes on at Grandma's stays at Grandma's." She hoped and prayed those days were not over. She would willingly give her own life if it would save her grandson. As she watched her daughter sleep, Elaine's heart was heavy with the burden of uncertainty, of not knowing what would happen to Danny. The following 2 days were going to be the most harrowing ones of her life, and she hardly dared to speculate on the outcome of this distressing time. Chapter 29. Day 4. Things were going badly for Richard Stone. The police were asking some very awkward questions, and he was deceiving them. Not for the first time he wondered whether to admit to still having the kidnapper's mobile phone. He'd even thought about confiding in Martha, 2 heads and all that. But now his mother-in-law had turned up, as if he didn't have enough on his plate. As for the police, D.I. Radford had discovered he didn't do pro bono work in London, so Richard could no longer fudge the issue. He was certain the detective would have guessed why he'd lied, and he'd have to come clean about where he spent his time, and ask them not to tell Martha. Yet before he did this, he needed to talk to Serena, to warn her, and ask her to vouch for him, discreetly, of course. Richard thought it preposterous that the police should examine every detail of his life as if he was the kidnapper. It was an intrusion into his privacy. They must know he had nothing to do with it, but he was at their mercy, and unsure whether they would keep his affair quiet or feel obliged to tell Martha. Richard picked up his phone and dialed the number he knew by heart. It had always given him a thrill to ring Serena. The clandestine nature of their relationship, the excitement of anticipating their next meeting. But not today. With no idea of how she'd react when he asked her to tell the police about the relationship, Richard was hesitant. But surely she could have no objections to vouching for him. It wasn't as if she was married. He'd been the one taking all the risks. He waited to hear her voice.
Richard, darling, how are you? Is Danny home yet?
Serena positively purred into the phone, but at least she didn't sound angry with him for neglecting her the last few days.
No, he isn't. We should have had him home today, but there have been some problems raising the money, so we have another 2 days to endure.
Richard paused, hoping the bitterness of his words and the seriousness of the situation would touch Serena and she might reconsider helping him financially. She didn't.
You poor thing. If you'd like to come over, I could help you relax.
Serena's voice sounded seductive, but he was in no mood for playing those games.
How the hell can I come over and relax when Danny's life's still in danger? He barked.
There was no reply, so he drew in a breath and continued in a gentler tone.
But I do need your help. The police have a theory that it could be someone we know who's taken Danny, and they want to look at all my current and recent cases and contacts. They've been to Chambers, but Martha told them I also worked in London handling pro bono cases. They know it's not true, so I'm going to have to tell them about you, and I need you to vouch for me, so they'll stop asking awkward questions.
Richard listened for an answer, uncertain how Serena would react. It seemed to take her forever to reply.
I'm not sure about this. Can't the police take your word for it without having to drag me into your problems? You haven't given them my name, have you?
Richard felt rage rising inside him, which he struggled to control. It was clear he'd been the one to do all the giving in their relationship. Serena was one of life's takers.
Serena, what have you got to lose? I'm the one who's married and whom the police are investigating. I'm the one with a family and a reputation to keep intact. All you'll need to do is to answer a few questions concerning our relationship and the times we've been together.
If that's all, and if it helps you, I suppose you could give them my number.
Thank you. It will.
Richard was gritting his teeth as he ended the call swiftly, before he said anything he might regret. He was certainly seeing Serena in a different light. Having allowed this woman to seduce him, and having spent a fortune on her, it appeared she didn't want to help him when he needed it. What a fool he'd been, to risk everything for a woman like Serena. She was selfish and shallow. If it hadn't been for her, they would have the money to pay for Danny's freedom. Yet Richard realised it was he who'd given her everything, and loathed what he'd become. He might well lose his wife and son because of his untimely, gullible actions. It finally dawned on him, with considerable regret, how much he'd taken his family for granted, and he realised that he loved them above anything else. The next call he made was to D.I. Radford. Richard didn't dislike the man, and had they met in any other circumstance, they would probably have got on well. It was just the awkward questions Radford asked, which made Richard squirm when he should have been grateful for the detective's diligence. All he could do was to throw himself on the mercy of the man, disclose what he'd really been doing when he was supposed to be in London, and beg him to keep it quiet.
"Radford?"
was the brief, rather terse answer, which threw Richard's hastily composed speech before he'd even begun. He was unused to being lost for words. In his professional life, he used words to tie people in knots. They were a tool with which he was skilled, but now he was on the other side of the conversation.
"Richard Stone here. I'm sorry to have misled you, but as you seem to have discovered, I don't work in London. I've been seeing someone, a lady, and the pro bono work was just a cover."
Richard waited for some sarcastic or angry retort, but neither came. Radford remained calm, even-toned.
"I suspected that might be the case. Perhaps you can supply me with this lady's number so we can interview her?" "Is that necessary? It's not as if I was with her when Danny was taken. You've confirmed my alibi for then." "Yes, that's true. But as you know, we're looking at all of your contacts, business and personal, to eliminate them from the investigation."
Richard would argue no more.
"Yes, of course."
He recited the number and then asked, "Could you possibly keep this from Martha? It won't do any good to tell her, and I'm not going to be seeing this lady again. So please, I'll be very grateful."
"We'll do our best, Mr. Stone. Although I have to say this misinformation has only served to slow down any progress we've made. Any kind of non-cooperation wastes our time and resources."
"Yes, I see that, and I am truly sorry."
"Thank you."
"Now, is there anything else you're not telling us?" Radford asked. Richard was again faced with a snap decision, as he thought immediately of the kidnapper's mobile phone, which he told the police they'd taken from him. "No, nothing," he said, feeling like scum as his cheeks burned in shame. The call ended, and Richard was disappointed not to experience the relief he'd expected. Radford was agreeable in trying to keep his secret about Serena, but deceiving him about the phone was sitting heavily on Richard's conscience. All in all, he felt he'd not covered himself in glory throughout this whole sequence of events, and wished it could be over, and his life returned to normal. But would he ever deserve such a prize? Chapter 30. Day 4. It was early evening, and Lewis's head still throbbed from his fall. It wasn't a fall, but his mother referred to it as such. It bled for ages, and only stopped after Sally held a wet cloth over it for several minutes, and applied pressure to try to knit the skin together again. After Danny ran back upstairs, all hell broke loose. Pete and Neil asked how many times Dan had been allowed out of his room, and why they'd disobeyed orders. Protecting his mother from Pete's wrath, Lewis bravely admitted to being the one who'd allowed Danny downstairs. Sally was too scared to say anything much to her boyfriend, and remained silent, only moving to do their bidding. The two men eventually settled down, and it appeared they were going to stay for a while. Lewis was willing them to leave, so he could go up and see how Danny was. The only good thing about them being there was that they'd brought a carrier bag of groceries, fresh milk and bread, a tin of beans, which the two men shared for dinner, and a box of cereal. There were 2 cartons of orange juice, too. At one point, Lewis whispered to his mother, "Can I take something up for Danny to eat?" "I'll have to ask Pete," she replied. But when she did, the answer was an emphatic no. Lewis remained quiet after that, and kept out of Pete's way. When darkness fell, Pete went outside to make a call. Lewis watched him pacing, talking animatedly and waving his arms in extravagant gestures. Lewis couldn't make out what was being said, but Pete seemed angry when he eventually ended the call and came back inside. "We're off," Pete announced, and Neil jumped up. "Will you be back later?" Sally asked. "No, not until tomorrow.
But don't let the kid out of the room, either of you."
Pete's eyes swept over them both. Lewis understood the menace in his voice. When the van pulled away, Lewis looked at his mother. He didn't need to ask. She knew what he wanted. Sally put her hands on her hips and frowned.
"He's not to come down again. It's more trouble than it's worth."
In a way, she was right, but Lewis still wanted to see his friend.
"He'll be starving, though. Can I take him some cereal and juice?" he asked. "OK, but not too much. It'll probably have to last us another 2 days."
Lewis tipped some cornflakes into a chip bowl, splashed milk over them, and poured orange juice into a mug, which he carried carefully upstairs. When Danny heard Lewis's footsteps, he ran to the door.
"I heard them leave," Danny said. "How are you?"
He looked at Lewis's head wound. It was red and swollen.
"It's nothing. I've had worse. It looks pretty bad. You should get stitches." "Yeah, and who's going to take me?"
He shrugged and held out the bowl and mug for Danny.
"Thanks. Have you had something? I ate earlier with Mum."
A few moments of silence followed, while Danny ate hungrily. Even cereal tasted good when he was hungry, and the orange juice was pure nectar. When he finished, he turned to Lewis.
"Did they say anything about me?"
Danny wanted to know, yet perversely didn't want to know.
"Pete was boiling mad that you'd been out the room, but he'll get over it. When he gets the rest of the money in his hands, he'll be happy again. But I've seen them now. It makes me a threat, doesn't it? Nah, don't worry. They'll be off somewhere tonight getting drunk now they've money to spend. Pete won't be worrying about you."
Lewis didn't sound very convincing. There was a catch in Danny's voice as he considered his following words.
"I think they'll kill me. They went to great lengths to stop me from seeing them, and now that I have, I'll be able to identify them."
Lewis didn't answer. He sniffed and wiped his nose on his sleeve. Eventually, Danny spoke again.
"Why doesn't your mum leave Pete? He's such a horrid man. She could find someone much better who'd take care of you both. Oh, yeah. And which fairy stories have you been reading?"
Lewis attempted a smile, trying to cajole Danny into a better mood.
"She's my only hope now."
Danny was deadly serious.
"If she has a key, we need it. If I don't get away, they'll kill me. And if she hasn't a key? If you'll help me, we'll break out. The back door looks the most likely. Have you seen anything lying around we could use to batter it down?" "Can't say I have, but I could search the cupboards in the kitchen." "So you'll help me?"
Danny felt a surge of hope.
"I didn't say that. We'd have to think it through first, but even then I'm not sure. Please, Lewis, you can come with me and I'll look after you. And leave Mum to face Pete. She can come too, I've told you. But she won't. You know she won't. Look, Dan, I need to think about this and maybe talk to Mum again." "But there's not much time left, is there?" "Pete said another 2 days, so I think it's best if we sleep on it and decide what to do tomorrow."
Tears rolled down Danny's face, and his voice was barely a whisper.
"Will you talk to her again, then?" "Yes, but she's even more afraid of Pete since he slapped her about a bit. I'll try, though, so get some sleep, and we'll talk in the morning."
Chapter 31. Day 4. It was late in the day when Alex Radford took Richard's call, so contacting the man's girlfriend would have to wait until the morning. The DI decided to task one of the detective sergeants with the job of interviewing her. He had no wish to meet Richard Stone's mistress, and his confession considerably lowered Alex's opinion of him. Radford would try to keep the knowledge from Martha Stone. He'd no desire to interfere in their marriage. But if it came out, so be it. He certainly wouldn't lose any sleep over it. There was a growing list of things Alex needed to do, but he would call it a day and pick up the threads of the investigation in the morning, when hopefully he'd be fresher and more alert. Alex was used to long hours, particularly when in the middle of a serious case like this one, but it looked as if it would be another couple of days at least until something significant happened. Graham Foster had left for home an hour earlier, tasked with arranging another press conference for the following morning, and the job of preparing the Stones to take part. Radford was ambivalent about whether another press conference would do any good, as Danny was most likely hidden away somewhere safe. But as far as the public were aware, he was still classed as a missing child, and any new leads would be welcome. D.S. Bennett was still in the office as Radford prepared to leave.
"So are you on your way back to Leeds tonight, Dave?" "Yes. I don't think I could do much more here, but I'm grateful for your help. It seems quite possible we're looking at the same crew as yours, so if it's okay with you, I'd still like to be kept up to date with any progress." "No problem there. And I assume you'll let us know of any developments at your end?" "Sure. It goes without saying. So far, we seem to have been doing the same things, looking at the family contacts and the usual door-to-door. It seems we spend most of our time asking questions, doesn't it?" "It does. But I'm wondering if we're asking the right questions."
Both men were silent for a few moments. Then Alex told Dave about Richard Stone's affair.
"It's difficult enough getting to the truth without the parents lying to us."
As they walked through the almost deserted building, Alex asked how many kidnappings Dave had worked on.
5. But the first one, the Bryson case, was more of an abduction. There was never a ransom demand. "So how did the parents fare? I can see cracks appearing between the Stones, apportioning of blame, that sort of thing. Have you found anything similar with your cases?" "With this current one, yes. The parents blamed each other from day one, and their attitude towards each other worsened as time went on. Hayley's home again, but it's anyone's guess how her parents will recover as a couple. The Brysons, however, were very different. If anything, it drew them closer. They looked to each other for support, and in doing so managed to find their way through the unimaginable horror of those long years. I suppose it all depends on what kind of marriage they have. If Richard Stone's having an affair, I should think their marriage is already shaky, so whether they'll come through this intact remains to be seen." "And do you think it's possible the kidnappers were known to the family in your case, Dave? They snatched the girl from the street and asked for a ransom within the parents' means, which could indicate they knew the family's routines and financial position. But it could just as easily be that they did their own work and watched the family before they struck." "Do you have children?" Alex asked. "Yes. A boy. You?" "A boy and a girl. A case like this brings it all home to you, doesn't it? I can understand how the Stones feel in many ways, not just about their son being taken, but the resentment towards us doing our job, having their home turned upside down when they're sick with worry, the intrusion into their lives and questions to colleagues and friends. I wouldn't like it much either, but a successful outcome will make it all worthwhile." "It's to be hoped so. I was relieved when we found Hayley, and her parents were ecstatic. If it is the same crew, it's encouraging that they let her go, as with the boy in the Liverpool case. I'm only hoping you can catch them before they tear someone else's family apart." "You did say that the children never actually saw the kidnappers' faces in both cases, but I wonder if the outcome would have been different if they had seen them." "How's the little girl doing now?" Alex asked. "She's traumatised, and wouldn't speak to anyone at first, not even her parents. She got over that in the first couple of days, and one of our female officers spent time with the family and eventually gained the girl's trust. Hayley opened up, telling her about the place she was held, but there was nothing to give us any solid leads to go on. Having not seen the kidnappers' faces, we got very little from her. Arrangements were made for Hayley to have counselling, which should help in the longer term. But I'm interested in your theory of the kidnappers being known to the family. Have you got anywhere with that yet?" "Sadly, no. But looking into it now is better than leaving it until the boy's home and the kidnappers disappear off the radar.
Dave nodded thoughtfully.
When I get back to Leeds, I'll be going to interview Haley's family again. I'm wondering now if perhaps I'm guilty of not asking the right questions.
The two shook hands and reiterated the need to keep each other informed before going home to their respective families. Both men would snatch a few hours' sleep before returning to the cases which kept them wholly occupied. Chapter 32. Day 5. When Martha woke, she heard her mother already busy in the kitchen. Dragging herself from the warmth of her bed, she pulled on some clothes. Richard appeared from the bathroom, and together they went downstairs to join Elaine. Richard's expression was one of suppressed anger. His feelings for Elaine were cool at the best of times, but Martha couldn't be bothered to placate either of them, and sat down to allow her mother to wait on her.
I'm not hungry, Richard snapped.
It's not a good idea to neglect eating. Elaine pressed her mouth into a tight line, and her nostrils flared.
You need to be on top of your game to get through this.
Richard didn't reply, and helping himself to a cup of coffee, he left the two women in the kitchen. Elaine poured coffee for her daughter.
If you were struggling to raise the money, Martha, why didn't you come to me?
Martha sighed. She didn't wish to have this conversation.
I know your capital is tied up to provide an income, and the amount you'd have been able to offer would barely help.
It's academic now, Mum, as we have the money. Can we not talk about it?
Is Suni coming today?
No. She's on a rest day. But D.I. Radford said another officer could be here if we wanted one.
You didn't say yes, did you?
No, Mum. Suni's been great for some things, but it's actually quite tiring having someone in your home all the time. I said we'd manage, as you're here now, so we'll be fine. Martha drank her coffee and nibbled on a piece of toast. She wasn't hungry either, but her mother was right. She needed all the strength she could get. At 8 a.m, the doorbell rang, and Richard rushed to answer it. They'd grown accustomed to the odd hours the police worked, and Martha correctly assumed it would be either D.I. Radford or D.S. Foster. It was the latter of the two.
I don't suppose you've been approached by the kidnappers yet?
Foster asked. Richard shook his head. Foster asked to speak to him and Martha together, and with another flare of her nostrils, Elaine returned to her bedroom.
We've arranged another press conference for today at 1 p.m. and would like you both to attend.
Martha gasped.
But what will we be expected to say?
It will mainly be a case of answering questions. The best thing you can do is answer as honestly and as briefly as possible. But I'm afraid journalists can ask some pretty stupid questions, like, how are you feeling and how much do you want your son back? D.I. Radford or I will cut in if they ask anything too difficult, or something about the investigation that we don't want to reveal. Don't feel pressured into saying what you think they want to hear. But if they ask if you have a message for anyone who might be holding Danny, say you'd like them to return your son. How long will the press conference last? Richard asked. Only a few minutes, 5 or 6 at the most, but we'll cut it short if we feel it's necessary.
Martha thought 5 minutes could be an awfully long time in a situation like theirs. She frowned.
I don't know if I can do this without breaking down.
If you do, don't worry. It will gain public sympathy and hopefully prompt a positive response. Don't be afraid to let your emotions show. We want the public on side with this, which is why we're doing it. Do you think this sort of approach actually helps, or does it just muddy the waters, so to speak? Richard asked. We wouldn't do it if we didn't think it worthwhile. Keeping Danny's image and name in the public eye might prompt someone who may have seen him, or thinks a neighbour is holding him. It's a long shot, but certainly worth a try.
So where do we have to go?
Martha was willing to give anything a try, if the police thought it would help.
It'll be at the police station, but I'll come and pick you up at noon so you don't have to worry about getting there. Please don't say anything about the kidnappers or the demand for a ransom. We want the public to be vigilant with this, If they think it's a kidnapping, they'll assume Danny's being held somewhere far away, when in reality it might be that their neighbour who was acting suspiciously is holding him next door.
D.S. Foster left, and for the rest of the morning there were only the three of them in the house. Martha was aware of the tension between Richard and her mother, but did nothing about it. She had other things to worry about. They were grown adults and could sort it out for themselves. Richard left the house for an hour to go to the bank and collect the money from the loan company. Martha noticed his anxiety and assumed it was the thought of the press conference. When he returned, and they were waiting for D.S. Foster to arrive to drive them to the police station, Richard asked to talk to Martha alone.
"If you like, I'll do all the talking," he said.
Studying her husband's face, Martha asked, "Is that to spare me the ordeal? Or don't you trust me to be coherent?" She paused, but Richard had no answer. "I think we'll just have to see who the question is directed to." Martha turned and left the room. D.S. Foster arrived in good time, accompanied by a uniformed constable, and explained that the constable would remain with Elaine in case the kidnappers rang. Martha hadn't bothered to change out of her jeans and T-shirt, and wore no makeup. Foster smiled at her as he led them to the car. When they arrived at the station, D.I. Radford was waiting and briefly explained how the event would proceed, repeating much of what Graham had told them, and then it was time to face the press. Martha could feel a knot of anxiety in her stomach. She hadn't been outside the house since that first night, when she'd wildly run out into the streets looking for Danny. Madness had taken over then, but now all she felt was physically sick. She was scared of the conference and of what might happen to Danny. The room they were ushered into was crammed full of journalists, lighting and cameras. It seemed surreal, and Martha drifted along to a seat behind a table where Alex Radford steered her. Richard sat beside her and took her hand. The questions started immediately. Some were intrusive, some sympathetic, and others rather stupid, as Graham had warned them. Martha did leave most of the talking to Richard, as she felt spaced out, as if this wasn't real, and she would wake up soon to find it had all been a nightmare. The last question, however, was directed at her as a ruddy-faced, rather rotund journalist asked,
"Mrs. Stone, do you think Danny is still alive?"
Chapter 33. Day 5. While the Stones were attending the press conference, Pete Turner's anger increased by the minute. He tried several times to ring Stone on the burner phone, but the stupid man had switched it off. The events of the previous day still rankled. Pete had expected this job to be over and done with, and he was furious when the money was short. To add to his frustrations, Neil was getting antsy and beginning to nag. Pete wished he'd never brought the man in on this job. He didn't appreciate the opportunity of easy money, and was starting to question Pete's judgment.
"I told you we shouldn't have given him more time,"
Neil huffed after another unanswered call. Pete stepped closer to his partner, deliberately using his height and greater bulk to intimidate the man.
"Shut it, Neil. It was a good call. If we'd settled for what Stone brought, it would hardly be worth the effort we've put into this. Maybe you're happy to settle for such a paltry sum, but I'm not. And I'm in charge."
He glared at Neil. Pete hated being challenged, and his accomplice was silenced by the tone of his voice, allowing him to consider their other dilemma: what to do with the kid now he'd seen their faces. They were on the way back to the farmhouse, and had stopped the van to make the call to Stone. Neil lit a cigarette, and kept any more thoughts to himself, as Pete walked away from the van to try Stone again and ponder his options. Pete was used to looking out for himself, making his own decisions. He'd been passed from one foster home to another throughout his childhood, without ever experiencing a sense of belonging. As a teenager, he was known to have a very short fuse, which was possibly why he never stayed very long with any of the foster parents he'd lived with. "He has anger issues," was a phrase often used by the adults who dictated his fate. Being moved on became the norm. There were at least 6 foster homes he could remember, which meant different schools too, and over time Pete developed a hard, protective shell, his way of coping with change. From an early age, Pete discovered that his fists could get results. Even as a skinny kid, Pete used violence, or the threat of it, to get what he wanted. From another boy's dinner money, to a pack of cigarettes, or whatever he fancied lifting from the local shops. As he grew older, and his needs changed, violence and intimidation continued to furnish him with the material things he desired. Pete's creativity was employed in finding new ways to make money, and the prizes became greater. Kidnapping was a reasonably lucrative enterprise, and if he didn't get greedy, which Pete reckoned he didn't, it was an easy way to make money with minimal effort. Previous successes increased his confidence, but this was the first time someone had the nerve to give him only part of the money, and he was making Stone pay for his impudence. And now there was the added dilemma of what to do with the kid. Pete was always cautious, but the kid had seen him, thanks to Sal's little brat. Could he take the risk that Danny wouldn't be able to identify him? He intended to move on as soon as he got the money, but this was an unexpected and problematic development. Neil was getting nervous too. When the men first met in the bookies, Neil was bemoaning his mounting debts and a nagging wife. He admitted to liking the horses and told Pete his wife was threatening to leave him and take their son if he didn't sort himself out. Pete offered an opportunity to make some easy money for little effort, which Neil jumped at. Pete assumed the man's desperation would keep him in line, but now he questioned his initial opinion. His partner was clearly too soft. How, Pete wondered, would Neil react if he decided to kill the boy? The decision wouldn't be made until the rest of the money was in their possession, which Pete planned to happen in the early morning of the following day. Pete promised Neil 15 grand, and although she hadn't done a particularly good job, Sal would expect a few hundred for her trouble. He would then use his share to move on. Pete was tired of Sal and her slovenly ways. There was always another job, in another city, and another woman. But how could he be sure the kid wouldn't identify him? There really was only one solution, only one permanent way to ensure his silence. Chapter 34. Day 5. Richard was appalled by the press conference, and only thankful for its brevity. D.S. Foster had warned them the journalist might ask some awkward, even stupid questions, and he'd been right about that. Martha was visibly upset by the last question in particular. It was the first time the possibility of Danny being dead had been verbalised, and although it had been in all their minds, it made the prospect of losing their son real and frightening, and Martha broke down in tears at the very thought. Richard was furious. It was as if Danny was suddenly public property, and everyone had a right to offer an opinion on where and how he was. D.I. Radford took the last question as a prompt to end the conference, and as Richard led his wife from the room, he wondered if the whole sickening experience was worth any new leads it might turn up. "I need to get Martha home," he told the detectives, who nodded in understanding. Yet it was himself he wanted to get home, or away from the police station at least. Richard was conscious that a phone call could come at any time, and he wanted to be alone when it did. Radford looked at him, the detective's face like granite. "You'll most likely hear from the kidnappers again this evening. I'll come round at about 5. But if you hear from them in the meantime, ring me straight away." Richard shuffled uncomfortably, but nodded his agreement. Despite feeling guilty at his deception, it was too late now, and he had no intention of telling Radford what was really going on. Martha was quiet on the way home. They were again driven by D.S. Foster, who attempted to make conversation, but gave up when it became clear that neither Richard nor Martha
could find the energy to converse. Foster went into the house, only briefly, to collect the uniformed constable, who'd been there in case there was a phone call, which there had not been. As soon as the officers closed their front door, Richard left his wife to be comforted by her mother and hurried upstairs to switch on the burner phone. He punched the wall furiously when he saw there'd been 3 missed calls, but the physical pain to his hand didn't distract from his frustration. The calls were from withheld numbers, leaving no option other than to wait until they called again. With the phone switched on and pushed deep into his trouser pocket, Richard went downstairs to see how Martha was. Elaine was quizzing her daughter as to the details of the press conference. "Why don't you go and lie down, Martha?" Richard suggested. She looked at him, gratitude in her eyes, and moved towards the stairs. "You'll see it for yourself on the evening news, Elaine. She's gone through enough interrogating for one day." "I wasn't interrogating," Elaine snapped. "I'm just concerned for Danny and for Martha too." Richard noticed her concern didn't encompass him, but stopped himself from voicing the sarcastic remark in his head. This whole situation was an absolute nightmare, and squabbling with his mother-in-law would exacerbate it. Elaine retreated to her bedroom, mumbling something about needing to lie down in a darkened room, and Richard was grateful for the solitude. He made a much-needed coffee and sat in the lounge to wait. His face ached from clenching his jaws, and his leg bounced so much that he spilt the coffee yet hardly noticed. The call came about an hour later. "What the hell do you think you're playing at? Switching the bloody phone off?" "I had no choice. We were doing a press conference at the police station. I could hardly take your call there. I'm sorry." "Have you got the money?" "Yes." "All of it?" "Yes, it's all here." "How's Danny? Can I speak to him?" "No. You forfeited that right when the money came up short last time." "But how do I know he's still okay?" Richard's voice trailed off. He was thinking of the last question from the press about whether Danny was still alive, but he couldn't allow his thoughts to go there. He needed to remain strong and composed. "You'll have to trust me, like I've had to bloody trust you. There's to be no police this time, right? And nothing less than the full amount. There won't be another chance. Yes, the money's all here, and they don't know I still have your phone. I told them you took it from me. They're not here now, but one of them is coming at about 5. "Good. Now listen up." Richard listened to the man's instructions. A sudden clap of thunder made him jump. His nerves were getting the better of him. When the call ended, Richard closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. Tomorrow, he told himself, tomorrow, this horrendous nightmare would be over, and Danny would come home. Chapter 35. Day 6. Danny slept fitfully. The thunder had stopped, but heavy rain poured throughout most of the night, drumming on the roof and lashing at the window. The bedroom ceiling leaked in several places, constantly dripping like a clock ticking away the minutes. The damp made the room even colder than usual, and the smell of mould was something Danny thought would remain with him forever. It was still dark when Lewis came upstairs, looking as if he hadn't slept much either. He grinned, but not his usual natural smile. Danny could tell it was forced. "Got one of those fancy ensuite showers up here, I see," Lewis quipped as he handed over a bowl of cereal and a mug of orange juice. "That's about the last of the food, but Mum says we'll be out of here today, so it don't matter." "And what about me? Does your mum say I'll be going home too?" "Look, I know you're worried, but she says Pete's not a killer." Lewis couldn't meet Danny's eyes. "That's only because she doesn't want to believe he's a killer. I've seen him, Lewis, and he knows I have. He'll kill me, and then what do you think he'll do to you and your mum? You'll be witnesses to murder. Will he kill you both as well?" Lewis looked thoughtful. "You're right, Dan. I hoped you'd feel differently this morning, but you're right.
and I've hardly slept trying to think what's best to do."
The confident Lewis appeared to have gone, adding to Danny's anxiety.
"The best thing is for you and your mum to come with me. But if she won't, will you still come?"
Danny desperately wanted his friend to escape with him, to have a chance of a better life.
"You know I can't leave her. She needs me to look out for her." "But she's the adult. She should be looking after you." "Yeah, but you know how it is. I don't think she'd get by without me, and she won't listen." "What's she doing now?" "Sleeping." "Did you search around to find something we can use to break down the door?" "Yeah, but there's not much, only an old stool which I thought we could wrap in a blanket, then tried to smash the glass and break through the wire mesh on the outside," Lewis told him. "So you have been thinking about it. Will your mother sleep through the noise if we do it now?" Not sure. Depends how much she drank last night. She was pretty upset, so I think it would be a lot."
Lewis's face looked as if a cloud had passed over him.
"When do you want to go?" "Now would be a good time, before Pete comes back. Will you come with me?"
Danny's eyes were pleading with his friend. He was convinced Lewis and Sally were in real danger, especially if Lewis helped him escape. Pete had gone berserk when he found him downstairs. What he'd do if Danny escaped was almost unthinkable.
"We'll try to get through the door, then I'll wake Mum and ask her to come with us. If she sees you leaving, she might be afraid of what Pete will do and agree to come. If she won't, then I can't either."
It seemed to be the best Lewis could offer. It all hinged on his mother.
"OK, let's do this."
Danny was fired up with the thought of getting out of the house. He almost ran downstairs, with Lewis close behind. Chapter 36. Day 6. Richard's instructions were to take the money to the same lay-by they'd used 2 days previously, and to set off early while it was still dark outside. The rain was torrential, and the wipers on his car worked overtime to clear the windscreen, until eventually he reached the lay-by and switched the engine off. Martha was sleeping when he left, and Richard wondered what she'd think when she woke. He'd written a note, telling her not to worry and that he'd be back as soon as he could. She would probably guess he'd gone to meet the kidnappers, and he hardly dared to think what her reaction would be, especially if he returned home alone again. When D.I. Radford had arrived the evening before, he stayed for 4 hours, perplexed and more than a little annoyed when the kidnappers didn't make contact. Richard played the innocent and feigned frustration, mirroring his wife's genuine feelings. Richard hoped Martha would sleep late. It would be wonderful to return home with their son before she woke, but he wasn't confident it would be so easy. 15 long minutes passed before the phone rang.
"Go to the motorway and drive west for 5 miles. Pull in at the service station immediately after Junction 6. Drive to the farthest corner and park beside the rubbish bins. Wait there, and if we're happy you're alone, we'll come to meet you." "Is Danny with you?" Richard desperately needed to know. "That doesn't matter. Just get yourself to the service station."
The voice changed. It was much lower and more menacing.
"It matters to me," Richard couldn't help shouting. "Don't play the big man with me, Stone. Remember, I've got your kid, and I could walk away from this now, leaving him locked away, alone. How long do you think it would take for a child to die of starvation?" OK, I'm on my way."
Richard trembled with fear as the kidnapper ended the call. He set off at speed, not caring how many cameras he drove through. He needed to get this over with and take Danny home where he belonged. Richard's mind was so full of terrifying thoughts that he almost missed the service station entrance. He braked hard, swerving into the practically deserted lot, and parked in the spot he'd been directed to, which was well away from the public car park and relatively secluded. Another 10 minutes passed before he saw the white transit van pulling up behind him. Once again, the place had been carefully chosen, so even the few travellers using the facility so early in the morning couldn't see them. The rain was also in their favour. No one was going to be walking around. The men wore the same masks as before. They alighted quickly from the van, hurrying towards Richard, who was also out of his car. Even in the semi-darkness, the Tony Blair character's gun was visible, and the reality of the situation suddenly hit Richard hard. This was his only and last chance to secure his son's freedom. The money was in plastic carrier bags, which he held out to the men, while at the same time trying to peer over their shoulders to see if he could catch a glimpse of Danny. He imagined his son tied up and gagged on the floor of the van, scared beyond belief. Richard longed to hold Danny in his arms, to comfort and protect him. The man in the Tony Blair mask grabbed the bags and took a quick look inside. Satisfied it was actually money, he turned to walk away, followed by his partner.
"What about Danny? Where's my son?" "Relax. Go and grab yourself a coffee, and when we know the money's all here, we'll ring to let you know where to find the kid."
Something in Richard snapped, and he ran after them in a frenzy. He grabbed a sleeve of the man with the gun, and they both slipped and fell onto the muddy ground. The gun fell from the man's hand and skidded away from the pair. Richard didn't know what he was trying to achieve, but surmised if he could get the gun, the balance of power would switch from the kidnappers to him. He slid again as he tried to stand and reached out towards the gun. It seemed the only solution. The second man turned and took 2 paces back towards them. He kicked Richard in the stomach, causing him to double up in pain, and then grabbed his partner's arm and dragged him to his feet. The gun was lying a few feet away from the 3 men, but by the time Richard caught his breath, Tony Blair had picked up the gun, and both men were heading towards the van. Richard watched, helpless, as it pulled away. With or without Danny inside, he didn't know. It took several minutes for Richard to climb back into his car. Gasping and in considerable pain, he was soaked through and covered in mud, and all to no avail. Shaking and fearful, he doubted whether he'd made the right move by not involving the police. What would happen next was anybody's guess. Danny's fate was in the kidnapper's hands. Richard removed his overcoat, turned it inside out, and used the bottle of water he kept in the car to splash his face and hands. Then he wiped them clean with the lining of his coat. There was nothing he could do about his trousers. They were sodden and muddy. He debated whether to remain where he was, which the kidnappers seemed to expect him to do, or go home to Martha, who would probably have the police with her by now. It was almost fully light. Richard dug into his trouser pocket for his phone, and as he'd anticipated, there was a message from Martha. As he listened to her voice, anxious and afraid, he despaired of the utter mess he'd made of the whole situation. His wife would be furious, and with just cause. The police would be angry, and probably already looking for something with which to charge him, and he was no closer to rescuing Danny. Richard shivered. He put his head back on the seat and closed his eyes as tears ran down his face. He would remain in the corner of the service station car park simply because he was afraid to do anything else. Chapter 37. Day 6. Martha didn't wake until the doorbell rang at 8 a.m. She struggled to pull herself from the bed, then lay down again when she heard someone open the door. Assuming it was Richard, she pulled the duvet over her head, reluctant to face another day, and was surprised when her mother tapped on the bedroom door and entered the room. "D.I. Radford's here with Sunny. Are you going to get up?" Elaine asked. "Can't Richard talk to them? I need a shower." "Richard's not downstairs. I thought he was still asleep with you." "Is he in his study?" Elaine shook her head. "No, the door's open. He's not there." "OK. I'll be down in a few minutes." Martha scrunched her hair in a band, took a quick shower, and then pulled on a robe. She and Richard hadn't gone to bed until 2, still waiting for a call that didn't come. D.I. Radford was sitting in the lounge, holding a cup of coffee. He stood as Martha entered the room. Elaine materialised from nowhere with a cup for Martha too.
"Mrs. Perry tells me your husband's not at home. Can you tell us where he is?"
Radford asked, his face a tight mask, giving nothing of his thoughts away.
"Sorry, but I don't know. I've only just woken. Perhaps he's popped out for some milk or something."
Elaine joined the conversation. "I've been down since 6, and there was no sign of him then."
"Will he have his phone?"
Suni asked.
"I should think so. I'll try it and see."
Martha grabbed her phone from the coffee table and found his number. It rang for what seemed like an age before she was told that the person she was calling was unavailable. She left a message.
"Richard, where are you? D.I. Radford's here, and so should you be. Ring me as soon as you get this."
She ended the call, then looked at the detective and shrugged slightly, not knowing what to say.
"Martha, did you hear from the kidnappers yesterday?" Radford asked.
"No, of course not. At least I didn't."
Her mind caught up with the unspoken suggestion the D.I. was making, and she flopped down onto a chair. "You don't think that's where he is, do you?" she asked hesitantly.
"It's a possibility. But you know him better than me. Do you think he could have been in touch with them and kept it from us?"
Before all this I would have said no, but then I thought I knew everything there was to know about my husband. Now I'm not so sure. It would explain why the kidnappers didn't ring yesterday while you were here.
"Try his mobile again, will you? It's about all we can do until we speak to him."
The phone went to messages. It would be a waiting game yet again. So Martha excused herself and went upstairs to get dressed. Closing her bedroom door, she leaned heavily against it, shut her eyes, and sighed. Will this nightmare ever be over? Blinking back tears and attempting to pull herself together, Martha caught sight of the note on her dressing table. She grabbed greedily at it and scanned the hastily written words. It didn't specifically say Richard had gone to meet with the kidnappers, just that she wasn't to worry and he'd be back as soon as he could. For a moment, Martha mentally debated whether to show D.I. Radford the note. As he was downstairs, and would probably be staying until Richard turned up, she decided he should see it, and pulled on some underclothes, a pair of jeans and a sweater, before returning down to him. D.I. Radford was already on the telephone issuing orders, a solemn expression on his face. Martha waited until he'd finished the call, and then passed him the note. He read it, raised an eyebrow at its ambiguity, and gave the note back to Martha.
"Keep trying his phone, and leave messages if he doesn't answer. Tell him if he's already handed over the money, we need to know when and where he last saw the kidnappers."
"Do you think they'll have released Danny?"
Elaine asked. Radford shook his head.
"I shouldn't think so. He would almost certainly have called with the good news, don't you think?"
Elaine's eyes filled with tears.
"Yes, of course." "So what do we do now?"
Martha asked.
"Graham's sending officers to the lay-by and the village they used last time. The kidnappers may think we'd disregard these as meeting places, so it's worth a look. We're also monitoring all traffic cameras within a 5-mile radius, looking out for a white transit van, probably with its number plate obscured. And we're looking for Richard's car too. He left early, so if they are making the handover, they'll probably be on the move now. With a bit of luck, the traffic cameras will pick them up."
"Is there anything I can do?"
Martha asked.
"Just keep trying to reach your husband. Say whatever you think will make him get in touch with us. Beg, plead, whatever it takes, okay?"
Martha nodded and found Richard's number on her phone again. D.I. Radford left shortly afterwards, with instructions for Martha to call him immediately she heard from Richard. She agreed, knowing Suni would be in touch with her boss as well. Martha was angry and frustrated in equal measures. Richard had kept them in the dark, and she was more worried than ever about Danny's safety. It was the 6th day since he'd been snatched, and Martha knew how afraid her son must be. She longed to have him home again, in her arms, where she would happily keep him forever. But was it ever going to happen? Was his safe return a realistic hope? Had Richard made things worse, or could he succeed without the police? It was impossible to tell. All she could do was wait, and Martha was heartily sick of waiting. Chapter 38. Day 6. D.I. Alex Radford was not au fait with anything other than the very basics of modern technology, but knew which tools were available to the police force, and that many officers loved the tech side of the job. One such officer was D.S. Graham Foster, who Radford was searching out back at the police station. Foster was busy looking for Stone's car, using the automatic number plate recognition ANPR service, when his boss caught up with him. The ANPR system worked from a network of cameras recording between 25 and 30 million reads a day. The data is stored for 2 years, so Alex hoped Graham's task would be child's play, as they were only looking at a time frame of 2 to 3 hours. Alex knew the system had its opponents, and the Big Brother Brigade objected to having their movements tracked and stored. But he had little doubt that if it were their child who was missing, they'd want every tool available to be utilised.
"Any luck yet?"
Radford asked, on entering the room.
"Not yet. But if the kidnappers only used the country roads as they did before, this won't help. I've been looking back from about 6 this morning, but there's nothing yet."
"Try from 5 a.m. Mrs. Perry said Richard was already gone by 6 when she went downstairs." Alex watched as Graham pressed various keys, and was impressed with the speed his sergeant worked. He didn't have the slightest desire to learn all that technical stuff, and was rather glad he wasn't just starting out in the force, as all new recruits needed a certain level of technical competence.
"I'll leave you to it, then."
Radford left his sergeant and returned to the incident room. A handful of officers were already busy on the case, and he called for their attention to update them on the day's developments. A sigh rippled through the room when he broke the news that Stone appeared to have gone solo to meet the kidnappers. Alex understood their mood. His team were dedicated to their work, but never more so than when a child was missing. It was still early in the day, but many of them had been in for an hour or more, and that was after a late evening the previous day. After the update, Radford searched out the sergeant who'd been to interview Stone's girlfriend.
"She's a piece of work, all right."
DSD Sams rolled her eyes.
"Long blonde hair, baby blue eyes and a figure to die for. Got herself a nice little apartment in Portishead, with no visible means of making a living. Very high maintenance too, I should think. But she confirmed what Stone told you about their relationship, and she has a solid alibi herself for the day Danny went missing. I've checked it out."
"Thanks, Dee."
Radford rubbed his gritty eyes and went to grab a coffee before moving around the room, speaking to each member of the team.
"Anything interesting from the last press conference, Jim?"
"Nothing so far. The usual time-wasters, and a medium who claims the parents did it. But nothing solid, although I've still got a pile of numbers to ring back."
Radford thanked the young DC and moved on again, only to be intercepted by a rather animated Graham Foster, charging through the swing doors.
"Got him, boss. His car was picked up turning into Fairview service station at 5:50 a.m. If only I'd gone back another 10 minutes, I'd have been on to him sooner." "Don't worry about it. We've got him now. Has he moved out of the service station?" "No. He must still be there. I've left Paul watching the cameras. Are we good to go?" "Yes, get a couple of uniforms to meet us down there, and an armed response unit. We'll take my car." Radford dumped his coffee cup in the bin. He was fired up, and already hurrying towards the door. It was about 8 miles from the police station to the service area, and Radford turned on the siren for the first 7, silencing them for the last mile, so as not to announce their arrival. Neither officer had any idea of what they might find, and so far during the journey they'd avoided speculation. "Get the uniforms and armed response to wait outside the service area. We'll meet them there,"
Radford ordered as they approached their destination. Graham immediately made the calls. When he'd finished, Radford asked,
"It's been about 4 hours since Stone entered the service station, so why is he still there?" "Perhaps the kidnappers haven't shown up yet,"
Graham offered.
No, they wouldn't make such an early rendezvous and then not show up. Something's keeping Stone there. I think we can safely assume he hasn't got the boy back, or he'd have left for home, or at least rung his wife. I'm only hoping he hasn't tried anything stupid. He knows they have a gun. Perhaps we should get an ambulance on standby too. We don't know what we're going to find."
Graham made the call. The heavy rain had eased, and only a fine drizzle remained. But the surface water on the motorway sprayed the speeding car. When they arrived, the 2 uniforms were there, but not the armed response team. Graham was keeping the line open to monitor their progress.
"ETA is 6 minutes. Good. We'll wait. I don't want us walking into an unknown situation without backup."
6 minutes passed, and the team arrived, 4 officers in full protective gear. They handed out bulletproof vests to Radford, Foster and the uniforms. Then the 3 cars drove slowly and silently into the car park, with the armed officers in the front. Nothing untoward was visible on first sight, so they parked their vehicles well away from civilian cars, and the officers alighted to take their orders from Radford. He divided them into 4 teams, each one with an armed officer, and they proceeded to search the perimeters of the sprawling car park before deciding whether to go inside. Radford was the first to spot Stone's car and rang the others to join him. They cautiously approached the car from behind, an armed officer leading the way. There appeared to be only one man inside, presumably Stone. He was slumped over the steering wheel, not moving. Radford feared the worst as he stood the armed officer down and guardedly opened the driver's side door. Startled at the sudden noise, Richard looked up, a dazed expression on his face.
"Are you okay?"
Radford asked quickly. Richard nodded, and Radford's next question was,
"Are the kidnappers here?" "No, they came just after 6, took the money and drove away. Not without some kind of struggle by the look of you. I tried to stop them, to get the gun, but I couldn't."
The look of dejection on Stone's face told the detective that the man was suffering, and possibly regretting his rash actions. Even though Radford would have liked to give Stone a rollicking, he could see the anguish in his face, so he got down to business.
"Were they in the same vehicle?"
he asked.
"Yes. I didn't know what to do,"
Richard mumbled.
"They said to wait and get a coffee, so I thought they might have Danny nearby, and I didn't dare move. It's been hours. I don't know how many, but why haven't they let him go? Why haven't they rung me?"
Richard was distraught. His head dropped again onto the steering wheel, and he sobbed, his shoulders shaking as his grief poured out. Foster sent the armed response officers away, and also the 2 uniformed men. He exchanged a look with his boss, which held sympathy for Stone, yet a degree of concern, as they couldn't answer the man's questions. They too expected the kidnappers would have been in touch shortly after they'd counted the money, and could think of no good reason why they had not.
"Get on the phone, Graham, and request footage from all CCTV cameras on this road in all directions," Radford ordered. "Tell them what we're looking for, and the timescale is from 6 this morning to present time. Are you sure it was after 6 a.m?
He checked with Richard, who nodded.
"OK, if we get lucky, we might at least get a direction of which way the van headed when it left here."
Chapter 39. Day 6. Danny and Lewis hurried down the stairs. It was getting light, and Danny knew they might not have much time before Pete and Neil returned. Lewis paused as they passed the lounge door, and stared at his sleeping mother.
"Come on, we need to be quick."
Danny grabbed his friend's arm and dragged him towards the back door. The 3-legged stool Lewis had found the night before was partially hidden under the stairs, together with a blanket, the same as the ones Danny used upstairs. Just to double-check, Lewis rattled the door as hard as he could, in a last attempt to open it without having to smash the glass panel. It wouldn't budge. Danny wrapped the stool in the blanket and offered one leg to Lewis.
"If we both put our weights behind this and smash into the glass as hard as we can, it might break. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
The boys ran at the door. The stool seat smashed the glass, but stopped at the metal grille on the outside.
"It must be fastened to the wall,"
Lewis said. He then wrapped his arms in the blanket and knocked out the shards of glass which still clung to the door frame. The boys repeated the action, ramming the door again, but again the wire mesh remained intact. Danny rubbed his aching shoulder.
"I thought it might be like chicken wire, but it's much stronger. What shall we do now?"
Sally was suddenly behind them, woken by the noise of shattering glass.
"What the hell's going on? Mum, what does it look like? We're trying to get out of here before Pete gets back." "Don't be stupid. He'll kill us if he sees this."
Sally's voice trembled.
"He'll probably kill us anyway. Danny's seen him, Mum. He's not going to let him go now, is he? And I don't want to be involved in a murder."
Lewis stared at his mother, his teeth clenched.
"Don't you see? Pete's just using us and you're letting him. Well, I'm getting out here with Dan, so you can decide whether to help us or not. I'm going whatever happens. You need to choose, me or Pete."
Sally looked stunned, as if her son had physically struck her. Pale and confused, she was clearly still suffering from the effects of the alcohol she drunk the night before.
"Don't go, Lewis. I need you," she pleaded. "And I need you, Mum, but I'm going. I don't want to be involved in this any more."
He turned his attention back to the door and took hold of one leg of the stool, and he and Danny rammed it again into the metal. The wire still didn't move, so they counted to 3 and swung at it again. There was a slight movement as the wire gave a fraction.
"Again, Dan. We're almost there." "Don't, please."
Sally grabbed her son.
"I've got a key. We can use that. You told me you didn't have a key, and the front door was bolted from the outside."
Lewis's eyes widened, his jaw slack.
"I know. I didn't want you to try to get out, and I knew you'd tell him if there was a key."
She looked towards Danny, who felt awkward, like a spectator, caught up in this family argument.
"Give me it, Mum,"
Lewis demanded. Sally turned to go back into the lounge, reached up to the mantel-shelf, and retrieved a key.
"I can't believe you've had this all the time when I've been begging you to let Dan go. I'm sorry, really, but I knew Pete'd go mad if you helped him escape."
Tears were silently running down Sally's face. Her son looked at her and reached out his hand.
"Come with us, Mum. Please."
Sally wiped her nose on her sleeve and nodded. Lewis flung his arms around her waist. A broad smile spread across his face.
"We need to hurry. Do you know what time Pete'll be back?" "No, they just said it should be fairly early."
There was nothing to take with them, so they unlocked the front door and threw it wide open. The cold air made Danny catch his breath. He hadn't been outside for nearly a week, and it felt good to step into the outside world, even if it was cold and rather misty. His legs were wobbly, and he wondered if he'd be able to run. Lewis grabbed his arm.
"There's no time to waste sightseeing. Let's try this way."
He pulled Danny towards the trees, but Sally stopped them, pointing in the other direction.
"The road's over there. Shouldn't we head that way?"
Lewis shook his head.
"That's the way Pete'll come, and the last thing we need is to bump into him and Neil on their way back. There's a path through those trees. We might find a farmhouse with a telephone if we're lucky."
Lewis decided for them, and they ran towards the trees. After barely 50 yards, they were stopped by the sound of a vehicle. The van was approaching from the other side of the house. It screeched to a halt as the driver saw the 3 escapees. There was still another 30 or 40 yards before they would reach the cover of the trees. Sally stopped and looked back.
"Keep going, Mum! Run, please!" Lewis shouted.
Sally turned to do as he said, but she'd lost valuable time and slipped in the mud. Lewis ran back to help her up, urging her to try harder.
Danny was terrified. He too stopped momentarily when they heard the engine. His mouth was dry and he felt weak. His legs trembled, and he thought they'd give way on him. Danny's breathing was heavy. His chest hurt. If they could reach the wood, he thought, they might be able to hide or run through it and get away to safety. Should he go back and help Lewis and Sally, he wondered, but Lewis was shouting at him to keep running. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound that seemed to stop the world on its axis. Birds flew out of the trees, squawking, startled by the noise. The unmistakable sound of a gun, followed by the thud of a body, dropping onto the cold, wet earth. Chapter 40. Day 6. Richard was in agony from being kicked in the stomach, but felt he somehow deserved the physical pain as punishment for messing things up yet again. D.S. Foster drove him home in his car and suggested going to the hospital first, but Richard refused. He longed to get home, but simultaneously dreaded seeing his wife, certain she would blame him for making the situation worse. He blamed himself, and deserved Martha's wrath as well as the pain he was suffering. He tried not to think about how angry she'd be, but Martha surprised him when he entered the house by almost falling into his arms. He pulled back in pain at the sudden contact, and she gasped at the sight of him. Looking more than a little dishevelled, and with his clothes caked in mud, there was a cut at the side of Richard's mouth, which was starting to swell. "What happened?" she asked. Richard collapsed onto the sofa, not caring about the mud on his clothes. "They took the money, and were leaving without telling me where Danny is. I tried to stop them, but probably only made things worse." He put his head in his hands, unable to say more. "That about sums it up," Foster explained. "They said they would ring when they'd counted the money, but there's been nothing yet." He looked almost as dejected as Richard, whereas Martha seemed to have adopted a calm exterior, her previous anger gone, her face pale and her eyes lifeless. "He's dead, isn't he?" she asked calmly. Elaine spoke up, having remained silent until then. "Martha, don't say such a thing. It's not true." "We don't know, Martha. There's still hope," Foster said. "They could simply be making you wait, getting back at you for not having the full amount before." "Yes, that's probably what they're doing. I'm sure they'll ring soon." Richard lifted his head and latched onto the detective's words, as if squeezing them for the tiniest drop of hope to present to his wife. He watched her turn, shaking her head as she silently went upstairs. There was nothing he, the police, nor Elaine could do. Martha was a grieving mother, convinced her precious son was dead. D.I. Radford arrived at the Stones' house shortly after Martha had gone upstairs. Radford and Graham shared a brief whispered conversation in the hallway before joining Richard and Elaine in the lounge. "You're sure they were in the same vehicle?" he asked Richard again. "Yes, the white transit van. I didn't get a good look at the number plate, but I assume it was still covered." Richard didn't feel up to answering the detective's questions, but was aware they must move swiftly to find Danny. "Do you think they've killed him?" Richard could hardly form the words. They sounded so absolute, so final. Radford answered, "They've got no reason to do so. My guess would be that they'll abandon him somewhere and get themselves as far away as possible." "But why didn't they ring me as they said?" "Men like that aren't going to worry about keeping their word. They'll possibly leave Danny somewhere he can get help, and as we don't know where they've been keeping him, it could take a while to reach him. We're searching all the CCTV cameras on that stretch of road, looking for the van, and when we find it, hopefully we can follow its route to their destination," Radford explained. Richard knew the detective wasn't as confident as he sounded. He excused himself and went upstairs for a shower and to change into clean clothes. If they did locate Danny, he wanted to be ready to go to him immediately. As he peeled off his clothes in the bathroom, Richard examined the extent of his injuries. His ribs were bruised,
the pain a sure sign that at least one of them was broken. His abdomen felt tender. Even the effort of taking off his clothes brought pain, and although the hot water felt good, his legs would hardly support him, and he could only manage a quick shower. Martha lay on their bed, her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. When Richard finished dressing, he sat beside her and took her hand. There was no response, and he could think of nothing to say to ease their seemingly hopeless situation. He simply held her hand in silence. After around 10 minutes, Elaine knocked on their bedroom door and entered.
"They've found the van, or at least they know which direction it took."
Elaine's eyes were bright, full of hope. Richard stood to follow her downstairs. He turned to look at his wife, who didn't seem to have heard her mother's words, and lay silently staring into space. Richard left her. If nothing came of this, she would only feel worse. Downstairs, Alex Radford was on the telephone. Foster explained what was happening.
"We managed to pick up the van as he'd left the service station, and it's been tracked for about 12 miles until it turned off the motorway onto a minor road. There are no cameras there, but D.I. Radford is trying to get permission to mobilise a helicopter search. The van's plates were covered, so we can't track ownership, but it must be them. Who else would be driving with covered plates?"
Graham stopped speaking, and they both looked at Radford, who was talking quite loudly into his phone.
"I want them to sweep the area looking for a white transit van. Probably parked up in a secluded area by now."
Richard raised an eyebrow. There must be dozens of white vans in the area. It seemed a long shot, but he was glad they were pulling out all the stops. After the DI finished his call, the tension in the room was palpable. All eyes focused on Radford, who drew in a deep breath.
"We're doing everything humanly possible, but a few prayers wouldn't come amiss. The helicopter will be mobilised immediately, and several cars are going to the area where the van was last spotted. As soon as the helicopter pinpoints a location, there'll be someone on the ground within minutes."
"What are the chances of them finding the right van?"
Elaine asked.
"They're starting at the point the cameras lost track of them. The area isn't a heavily populated one. There are only a few scattered farmhouses and 1 or 2 villages in the vicinity, which will help our cause. With its bird's-eye view, the helicopter can cover a much greater area than the cars. I think the kidnappers will have parked up somewhere by now, and probably not too far from where they left the motorway. If the van's out in the open, we'll find it."
This appeared to be as much as the DI was prepared to speculate. During the next hour, the detective's phone rang several times. The first call confirmed the helicopter had been deployed and was within 15 minutes of the point where the van left the road. The news frustrated Richard.
"But they could be miles away by now." "I shouldn't think so. They must be hiding your son somewhere within a reasonable proximity to Bristol, and they won't want to risk too much driving on the open roads. Let's just wait and see, shall we?"
Radford advised. Richard nodded. He feared the worst, but hoped there was some truth in the detective's reasoning. Another call confirmed that the search of the area had commenced. Much of the land was given over to farming, but the majority was woodland. The next call appeared to be the breakthrough they'd hoped for. The helicopter had spotted a white van parked beside farm buildings in a somewhat isolated spot. Richard ran up to tell Martha, while Radford kept his phone open for a real-time commentary from the helicopter.
"Don't, Richard. Don't give me false hope. Danny's dead, I know it."
Martha turned away from her husband.
"At least come downstairs," Richard pleaded.
Martha wearily dragged herself to her feet and allowed him to lead her back to the others. Richard looked expectantly at Foster for an update.
"The helicopter's guiding 2 of our cars in now. It's less than a couple of miles from the main road, and seems likely to be our crew."
The Stones sat together on the sofa, Richard holding his wife's hand. Elaine sat on the other side of her daughter, as if they were propping her up. The one-sided conversation they could hear sounded promising. The cars had reached the farmhouse where the van had been sighted, and Radford was waiting for an interim report from the officers on the ground. Time appeared to be moving slowly, when in reality everything was unfolding very quickly. Radford, pacing the room, listened intently to what was happening,
his expression mostly unreadable. Then suddenly he closed his phone and sat down opposite Richard and Martha, his face grim. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but my officers have found the body of a young boy," Radford said. Martha dropped her head into her lap and sobbed. Richard, too, had tears running down his face, and Elaine looked pale and in shock. "There's been no identification yet, so we don't know it's Danny." "Don't be ridiculous. How many boys have gone missing in this area? It must be Danny. Don't give me empty platitudes." Richard was furious with the detective for being so crass. Why would the man give them false hope when they'd found their son's body? The minutes ticked by. The two women wept quietly. Graham approached Richard and asked if he should call their GP, who could perhaps give Martha a sedative. Richard shrugged the suggestion off. What they needed, and the only thing which would make them feel any better, was to find the men who had killed their boy, and make them pay for their deed. Chapter 41. Day 6. Danny was startled by the sudden noise, and knew instinctively it was a gun. For an instant he froze, looking back toward the house, the white van, and his friend, lying motionless on the floor. He could be dead, Danny thought, and the cold, stark reality elicited a guttural moan from somewhere deep inside him. "It should have been me. Lewis was trying to save me." The thought hit Danny hard, and hot tears streamed down his face. Things seemed to move in slow motion then, and he watched helplessly as Sally, screaming, fell to her knees beside her son. Danny knew he must do something. Every instinct in his body was telling him to go back to Lewis, but his mind reasoned that Lewis would have been shot for nothing if he didn't escape. Danny ran towards the wood. In his haste, he tripped and fell against a large tree. Breathless, he hugged its trunk as if the very solidness of it could protect him. Greedily, he gulped in the fresh cold air, while thoughts of his parents flashed through his mind. Danny was desperate to know what had happened. Had his dad handed over the money? He was convinced more than ever that his life was in danger. If Pete had killed Lewis, he would almost certainly want to kill him too. Danny had witnessed so much more than a kidnapping. He longed to go back to Lewis, to see if he might still be alive, and if he could help Sally to save him. But fear kept Danny frozen to the tree trunk. He moved his head slightly to look back from where he'd come. Through the trees, Danny saw Pete drop the gun. "You bloody fool!" Neil was shouting. "Why the hell did you do that?" Pete spun around sharply and slapped Neil across the face with the back of his hand. "Go and get the boy, now!" he screamed, and Neil set off at a jog towards the trees. Danny ran as fast as he could. Branches caught in his hair and clothing, scratching at his face, but he hardly noticed. His singular focus was on getting as far away from the farmhouse and the two men as he possibly could. After several minutes, Danny stopped again to catch his breath. He leaned against a tree and gulped in some deep breaths, the cold air filling his lungs, giving him the strength to continue. There was no discernible path now, but Danny knew he must keep moving. For a moment he held his breath and listened for any kind of noise which would mean Neil was getting closer. Nothing. Only the birds singing their songs, oblivious to the horrors being played out in their wood. Danny looked all around, unsure of where he was. Lewis had said they might find another farm through the trees, but there was no sign of any human life so far. Danny switched to a jog like they did in the cross-country runs at school, knowing that pacing himself would be the best way to reserve his stamina and get out of the wood. He felt sure that if Neil caught up with him, he'd hear the man's heavy steps approaching. Perhaps he'd given up searching, but Danny couldn't take that risk and set off again at a steady pace. The trees grew thicker, and the ground was wet and boggy from the torrential rain. Twice Danny slipped, falling to his knees in the wet undergrowth, but he got up and carried on, although he longed to sit down and rest. The woods seemed to be endless, and Danny wondered if he was going round in circles,
Perhaps his judgment was impaired by the fear he felt and the hunger and thirst, which made him quite weak. Without a path to follow, it was difficult to gauge how far he'd run, but hopefully it would also make it more difficult for Neil to follow him. After several more minutes, Danny felt it was safe to stop and rest. He sat down under a large horse-chestnut tree, oblivious to the cold and wet seeping through his clothes. As his breathing slowed, he listened for any noise which would tell him if his pursuer was nearby, but there was nothing, other than the sounds of the birds and his rasping breath. The wet, earthy smell was almost a comfort after the days he'd spent inside, and tiredness crept over Danny. As his heart rate slowed, he wished he could curl up and sleep. He was tempted to close his eyes, but knew the image of Lewis's still body would haunt him. As he thought of Lewis, he could almost hear his friend's voice, urging him to keep moving. Danny stood, gulped the damp air into his lungs, and walked. Chapter 42. Day 6. Neil gave up searching for the boy. The path petered out, and the kid could have gone in any direction. If Neil ventured much further, he'd be in danger of getting lost himself. He began retracing his steps, and eventually came out of the wood in almost the same spot he'd entered. Sally was still there, kneeling over her son, sobbing bitterly. She hadn't seen him, so Neil moved as quietly as he could back towards the house in search of Pete. A noise in the barn told him his partner was in there, so he approached with caution and more than a little fear. If Pete was desperate, he might turn on him, and he still had the gun. Neil was unsure how this mess would play out. He was trembling from the shock of the events he'd witnessed. This was not the way their plan was supposed to unfold. When Pete initially approached Neil, the plan seemed so simple. A straightforward, easy way to make a little extra cash, which in all honesty he desperately needed. But it had gone horrifyingly wrong, and he was involved in a murder, the victim being an innocent boy. Pete had promised that the boy they were going to snatch would be well treated, and he'd even arranged for his girlfriend and her son to look after him for the duration. Neil thought it sounded like an adventure, one which would pay good money and hurt no one. How stupid he'd been to agree to any of it. Neil found Pete dragging a tarpaulin from a car. The bags of money from the van were at his feet, and Pete began throwing them in the boot.
"What are you doing? We can't just leave Sally here. I thought she was your girlfriend."
Pete turned and snapped.
"Where's the boy? He got away. It's impossible to track him in the wood."
Pete slammed the car boot closed, muttering obscenities.
"But what about Sal?" Neil asked. "Her boy's dead. You help if you want to get caught. I'm off. And what about my share of the money? You haven't paid me yet."
Neil at least wanted his money. He deserved it even more now. Pete opened the boot again, reached into one of the bags, and grabbed a handful of notes, which he threw at Neil. They scattered in the breeze, landing all over in the barn. Pete then jumped into the car, started the engine, and sped off while Neil grovelled on the floor to retrieve the money.
"Hey! Don't leave me here!"
Neil shouted, but the car didn't stop. Pete drove away from the house at speed. Neil looked at the money scattered on the muddy ground and was filled with shame. In that moment, he could almost see himself as others might see him, scrabbling around in the dirt for blood money. A feeling of self-loathing and disgust washed over him, and he threw the notes he'd already gathered down on the floor, turned his back on it, and headed towards Sally. Neil felt sick as he looked with horror at the ghastly scene. Lewis's body was limp in his mother's arms, with blood oozing from his chest, pooling around Sally's knees. The boy was pale, lifeless. His eyes were open, but unseeing. There was nothing to be done. Whispering meaningless words, Neil managed to pull a distraught Sally away from Lewis's body and take her to sit in the van, where he wrapped his jacket around her heaving shoulders. She was clearly in a state of shock, and he couldn't leave her alone, even if it meant being caught by the police. The option to take the van and leave, as Pete had done, was still open to him,
But Neil was a father himself, and Pete's callous actions sickened him to his very core, so he made the conscious decision to stay and face the consequences. A helicopter buzzed overhead, circling the sky above the farmhouse. Neil knew it was the police. Strangely, he felt relieved to know they were coming and it was all over. The cars would be there soon, and an ambulance to take the boy's body away. He gently explained to Sally that the police would be arriving at any minute, and they'd almost certainly be arrested. Sally turned to Neil.
"There was Pete. It's him they want."
She stopped sobbing, empty of tears, and rocked back and forth, hugging herself and staring through the van's windscreen in the direction of her son's lifeless body. Neil thought of his wife and his son. He'd been so stupid, and his wife would probably not want anything more to do with him. Fleeing was tempting, but he felt compelled to do the right thing, so he sat beside Sally and waited. The police moved in cautiously with armed officers leading the way. Neil got out of the van and raised his arms high in the air. He was quickly ordered to drop to his knees and then onto his face. He readily complied, not wanting any more trouble than he was already in. When the officers ordered Sally out of the van, she appeared not to hear, and an armed officer cautiously made his way towards the passenger side door.
"Don't hurt her. Her son's just been killed. She doesn't know what's going on. He's over there, look!"
Neil shouted and pointed to Lewis's still figure. The policeman, who kept his foot in the small of Neil's back, called for his colleagues to investigate, and very quickly they established it was the dead body of a male child. An officer talked rapidly into his radio, giving a running commentary of events as they unfolded. He was the one to update Radford on discovering the child's body. Neil was unceremoniously dragged to his feet, cuffed and put in the back of the police car. Only then did he have the chance to tell one of the uniformed officers that the boy they were looking for had run off into the wood, and the dead boy was Sally's son, Lewis. Sally was treated with a little more care and sensitivity as she was taken to another car to wait until the detectives arrived. Radford and Foster were on their way to the scene, constantly keeping up to speed with any developments over the radio. When they were given the information that the man they'd arrested named the dead child as Lewis, Graham hurriedly rang Suni to update her and the family that Danny might still be alive, although he was missing. After arriving at the scene, D.I. Radford sat in the car with Neil.
"My officer tells me you're claiming that Danny ran into the wood. This wouldn't be a ploy to give your accomplice time to get away, would it?"
He stared directly into Neil's eyes.
"No, it's true, honest. When Pete pointed the gun and it went off, we were all startled. Lewis fell and the other boy, Danny, ran off. Scared to death, I dare say."
Radford kept up the steely stare.
"And why should I believe you? You're a kidnapper and an accomplice to murder. I might have gone along with the kidnapping, but I didn't sign up to kill anyone. He's a madman, that Pete Turner. He's the one who pulled the trigger, and that's when I decided it had gone too far. Turner's the one you want. I waited with Sal, knowing you'd soon be all over the place, because I couldn't leave her in the state she's in."
Neil held the detective's gaze, and Radford appeared to believe him. He got out of the car and instructed the PC to take the prisoner back to Bristol. Chapter 43. Day 6. As the car moved off, Radford rang the station to get Peter Turner's name put through the computer.
"Let me know what you find out as soon as you have anything,"
Radford instructed, as he walked towards the other car, the one with the woman inside. Sally didn't appear to register his presence. She was still rocking backwards and forwards, and digging her nails into her arms.
"Sally, can you tell me what happened here?"
Radford asked softly.
"He's dead. My baby's dead."
They were the only words she could manage. Aware she needed medical attention, Radford gave the OK for uniforms to take her back to Bristol. The farmhouse, barn and outbuildings were searched by the armed officers, who established there was no one else on the premises, so Radford was clear to look around.
D.S. Foster had gone into the wood to join the search for Danny. Before going inside, Radford looked towards the body of the boy, standing in silence about 4 or 5 feet away, not wanting to contaminate the scene. The sight of the boy's pale face and open staring eyes touched him deeply. Any death was a bad result in the detective's book, but an innocent child's was the very worst. Yellow tape wrapped around metal stakes in the muddy ground preserved the crime scene to avoid contamination of possible evidence. The tape fluttered in the wind, like bright ribbons, an almost festive feel to something far from festive. A shudder passed through Radford's body. George Wilson, the coroner, was on his way from Bristol and would be there shortly. The cause of death appeared to be a gunshot wound, but Radford wouldn't assume anything until he got the interim report. Making assumptions often led an investigation down the wrong path, with vital evidence missed through not keeping an open mind. A car pulled up in front of the farmhouse, and the coroner got out. He moved to the boot of his car and suited up. Radford knew Wilson and walked towards him. The coroner shook his head. "The child's always the worst, Alex. A life cut short. Is it your kidnapped victim?" "Apparently not. There's no formal ID yet, but it looks like another boy who was in some way involved in the kidnapping, or maybe just got caught in the crossfire. We're still looking for our child. He's thought to have run off into the wood." "I'll leave you to get on with it then." Radford, head down, walked towards the house. The neglected farmhouse was cold and damp, yet surprisingly retained electricity and water supplies. Furnishings were sparse. A television in the lounge and a microwave oven and kettle in the kitchen suggested recent occupancy. Upstairs it appeared only one bedroom had been used, the smallest room, with a single grubby-looking mattress, a couple of blankets and a stinking bucket in the corner. Bolts on the outside of the door confirmed to Radford that this was the room where Danny had been held. Crudely fitted wire grills covered the outside of every window, and as the detective viewed the area from upstairs, he shuddered. Being kept in such circumstances would be frightening for an adult. How much more fearful would it have been for Danny? Radford left the house as the police crime scene officers arrived to tape the building off. He traipsed through the mud to the barn, where the first thing he noticed was a discarded tarpaulin. Presumably it had covered another vehicle, as the white van was still in the courtyard. He would find out from the man they'd arrested at the scene, who appeared keen to cooperate. Clear tyre tracks led out of the barn, imprinted in the mud, which would tell them something about the vehicle. Alex would mention it to the Sockos. There were also 2 full cans of petrol, and Radford wondered if the plan had been to torch the buildings when they left, to destroy any evidence of their activity. He winced at the thought of what might have been. Could the kidnappers have intended to leave Danny in the house as it burned? Perhaps not, if this was the same crew responsible for snatching the girl in Dave Bennett's case. But whatever their plan, things seemed to have gone awry. The kidnappers had parted company, Danny had run away, and a boy was dead. The DI stood pensively in the farmyard, looking towards the wood. As far as he was aware, the trees covered several acres of land in which Danny could very easily get lost. The boy's physical condition was unknown, but he must surely be terrified. Radford didn't want to speculate on how Danny might have been treated. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone. D. Sams was ringing from the station.
"I've run a background check on Turner, sir. He has a history of petty crime as a teenager, mainly shoplifting. It seems he was in the care of social services and absconded a couple of times. He graduated to joyriding at 17, and there's a charge of assault, but we have nothing more since then, so it looks like he either went straight or has managed not to get caught."
"Sadly, it appears to be the latter. Thanks, Dee." Radford then rang Graham Foster to see how things were going, but there was no news. The woodland was dense, and apart from a track leading into it, there were no clear pathways which the boy might have followed. Radford knew he should ring the Stones, or perhaps Sunny, to give them the news so far, which wasn't much, as Danny was still missing. But it would give them some hope that their son might still be found safe and well. He took out his phone. Chapter 44. Day 6. Danny lost count of the number of times he slipped in the mud. The wet earth seemed to seep through his clothing until he could barely feel his fingers and toes. Branches had scratched his face, and blood ran down his cheek into his mouth, tasting bitter and metallic. He had no idea how long he'd been running either, driven on by fear for his life. If Pete had killed one boy, he wouldn't hesitate to kill another. Danny was thirsty, but too afraid to stop. He'd lost all sense of direction, and if he was going round in circles, there was a chance he'd find himself back at the farmhouse, so every few minutes he stopped and listened. Mostly he heard only birds and water dripping from the canopy of wet trees. The heavy rain had given way to a light drizzle. Danny tried to focus on how good it would be to get home, to sleep in his own warm bed and be with his parents again. Yet thoughts of Lewis intruded into his mind, and he sniffed back the sobs which accompanied them. Although almost certain that Neil was no longer following him, whatever comfort it brought was ousted by the thought that he might be heading back to the farmhouse and to his captors again. Danny was scared. Danny stopped again to catch his breath and to listen. This time he thought he could hear traffic in the distance, but was it just his mind playing tricks on him, making him hear what he wanted to hear? No, there was definitely something, and then the loud sound of a lorry's horn confirmed he was near a road. Tentatively, he made his way through the trees in the direction of the sounds, which grew louder. A couple of minutes later, the trees thinned out and a grassy bank rose up to the road, a steep incline with metal fencing at the top. Pausing a moment to breathe and calm his pounding heart, Danny surveyed the obstacle. He would usually tackle it without trouble, but he was exhausted and weak from hunger and thirst. Danny purposefully thought of home and what he would most like to eat when he got there, and then determinedly propelled his body forward to assault the bank. His feet slipped on the wet grass, but the grass was long, and he was able to grab handfuls to steady him and pull himself upwards. Danny stumbled a few times, but refused to allow himself to slide right back to the bottom. His tenacity paid off, and eventually, tired and soaked through, Danny reached the top and clung onto the metal railings, breathing hard. The road was fairly quiet, with only a few cars driving both ways, and the railing wasn't much above 3 feet high, so it didn't present too much of a problem. With a last surge of effort, Danny climbed over the fence and dropped, exhausted, onto the grass verge at the side of the road. Fiona and Tim Weeks were having a minor disagreement as to the quickest way to get to Horfield in Bristol. It was Saturday, and their niece was getting married, but Fiona's map-reading skills were a little rusty, and they were in danger of missing the church ceremony. At least the day was brightening up after the horrendous rain they'd endured during their journey, and so far their rather ancient Nissan was running smoothly, which was not always the case. Fiona gazed around, searching for a landmark she recognised from previous visits, or a signpost to direct them, while Tim focused on the road ahead. Suddenly, Fiona sat up straight in her seat, surprised to see a figure ahead, climbing over the fence onto the verge at the side of the road. As they drew closer, it became clear it was a child, a young boy. "Pull into the side, Tim," she instructed her husband. "Why? We're already cutting it close." "Just do it!" Fiona almost shouted at him. By then, they were past the boy, but Fiona stepped out of the car and walked back towards the lonely figure. Tim slowly reversed the car, and soon they were both near to the boy, who appeared to be sobbing, wet and dirty, and out of breath. Fiona approached him tentatively. "Are you all right?" The boy was startled on seeing her, and stood still, staring warily at her like a frightened puppy. Fiona smiled and moved a couple of steps closer. "Do you need any help?" She spoke softly. The child was clearly in distress about something. He nodded, and as Fiona reached his side,
it became apparent just how bedraggled he was. Appearing to have come out of the woodland beside the road, his clothes were soaked and covered in mud. Fiona's first thought was that he'd got lost or separated from his parents, yet as she glanced over the woodland, there was nothing to give her any clues.
"What's your name?"
"Dan," he said. "Can you ring my mum for me?"
"Come and sit in the car. It's warmer than out here, and I'll ring your mother."
Danny hesitated, as if afraid to take the few steps to their car. By then, Tim was beside his wife, concerned as he asked,
"What's happened to your son?"
"I was kidnapped, and they're following me." A look of fear crossed his face as he glanced behind him, back into the wood.
"Don't worry, Dan. You're safe now. You can get in the car if you like, but it's fine if you want to stay here."
Fiona rummaged in her bag and found her phone, which she held out to Danny.
"You can make the call if you like, or I can do it for you."
Danny reached for the phone and snatched it from her hand. He sniffed, wiped his tear-streaked face on his sleeve, and tried to press the buttons with shaking hands.
"I can't do it."
He looked bereft and started to cry. Fiona put her arm around him and led him to the car.
"Don't worry about it. We'll ring the police and they'll sort it all out. They're probably looking for you as we speak."
Fiona opened the car's back door, and Danny shuffled in, shivering and breathing rapidly. She climbed into the car beside him, and he allowed her to put an arm around him.
"Bang goes the wedding finery,"
she thought, as the boy leaned into her, his wet, muddy clothes against hers. Tim was on the phone with the police and peered into the car to ask Danny his surname. He repeated Stone into the phone and was assured that someone would be with them within minutes. When he told his wife and the boy, Danny sighed and allowed Fiona to hold him close and stroke his wet, matted hair as he sobbed softly. Within minutes, police cars were coming at them from all directions, and very soon the side of the road was crammed with vehicles. An ambulance arrived, and Danny was taken into it with a police officer accompanying him. She assured Danny that his parents would meet him at the hospital. Tim and Fiona Weeks were unaware of the local publicity concerning the missing boy, as they lived in Oldham, in Greater Manchester. Unexpectedly, they'd been caught up in a drama and were asked to give formal statements at the Bristol police station. It would mean they would miss their niece's wedding ceremony, but would hopefully join the family at the reception afterwards. It was of no consequence, and they were delighted to have played a part in getting a missing child reunited with his parents. Recounting the story over the coming weeks would give them no end of pleasure. Chapter 45. Day 6. As soon as D.I. Radford was notified that Danny had been found, he rang Suni to impart the news. "What is it?" Martha asked, when she saw the smile on the Flo's face.
"They found him."
Suni beamed, tears in her eyes.
"He's okay, and on his way to Bristol Royal Children's Hospital."
Martha could hardly breathe. Her body heaved with sobs of relief. Richard and Elaine were on their feet and almost at the door before Suni could give the sketchy details the inspector had shared.
"I'll drive you there."
Suni correctly judged the family were too emotional to drive safely. They arrived at the Royal just 20 minutes behind Danny and were allowed into the tiny cubicle where a pretty young nurse was bathing his cuts. When he saw them, Danny reached for his parents, fresh tears flowing again.
"Mum! Dad!"
Martha and Richard were beside him instantly, hugging the son they thought they would never see again. The three of them clung to each other for several minutes, crying and laughing. The nurse tactfully left, although Suni remained in the background, listening to what was said in case anything significant came out to help them apprehend the kidnappers. As it happened, very little was said at all.
"Did they hurt you?"
Richard's face was creased in concern. Danny shook his head. He sniffed back his tears, then wrapped his arms around his mother again. Hush, Danny. We can talk later. You're safe, and that's all that matters.
Martha flashed a warning look at her husband. Elaine moved forward to hug her grandson, then stepped back, remaining silent to allow him space with his parents. Martha stroked his head, mumbling how delighted they were to have him back. She needed the physical closeness as much as Danny did. Richard, too, held on to his son's hand and smiled at the sight of him. During the darkest times they'd wondered if they would ever see him again. There would be time for talking later. The immediate priority was to get Danny checked over by a doctor. After that, and probably a night in the hospital, they would take him home, so they could begin to help Danny recover from his brutal ordeal. Chapter 46. Day 6. While Radford and Foster raced to pick up Danny, Dave Bennett was on his way to visit Haley Parks's family. There was no fresh news to impart, other than the possible lead in Bristol, but he wanted to keep the family informed and reassure them that the police were still looking for the kidnappers, and there was always the chance that Haley may have remembered something new. Dave had arranged the visit by phone and drove into Larkspur Avenue on a cold, misty morning. He pulled up in front of the Parkses' neat detached home. From his phone call, Dave knew Haley would be there. He'd learned from her mother that the girl had been unable to return to school since her ordeal and was now being homeschooled. Angela Parks had given up her career to be with Haley, teach her full-time, and do whatever it took to help her daughter recover from the trauma she'd suffered. Dave admired the woman. Kidnapping was an evil crime which left scars on the children and the whole family, scars that often never healed. Angela opened the door and invited Dave inside. Dave assumed her husband, Stuart, would be at work. She led him to the lounge, a large, airy room, with which he was familiar from long hours spent interviewing the couple and coordinating the investigation. Dave's first thought was for their daughter.
How's Haley?
As well as can be expected. She still sees a counsellor each week and seems able to talk to her, but she doesn't say much to me yet.
As if on cue, Haley came down the stairs and crossed the room to sit next to her mother. Angela slid a protective arm around her daughter's thin shoulders.
Hello, Haley.
Dave greeted her. The girl managed a slight smile, the first time he'd seen her smile, which could only be a positive sign.
I was just asking your mother how you were.
I'm getting better, thank you.
These were also the first words Dave had heard Haley speak. After her ordeal, she'd been silent for several days. When eventually able to answer questions, a specially trained female officer worked with her, so Dave had minimal direct contact.
That's good news. I'm pleased to hear it.
He smiled.
I know how hard this has been for you, Haley, and I want you to know we're still working on finding the men who took you away. I thought you may have remembered something since I last saw you. Often things come back to you even though you're not particularly thinking about them.
Dave paused and watched as Haley twisted her hair around her fingers and looked down into her lap, as if seeking inspiration.
They put some kind of cotton bag over my head so I couldn't see their faces.
Haley almost whispered. Her mother let out a little gasp. This was clearly news to her.
That's very good, Haley. Even little things can sometimes be helpful. Did you ever hear them talking to each other? Perhaps one of them said a name.
Dave probed.
Yes, I heard them talking, but they didn't say their names.
And how did they talk? Did they sound like they were from around here? Or perhaps they had a different accent?
One of them sounded a bit like they do on EastEnders, but I can't remember much about the other one.
That's helpful. It tells me that one of the men might have come from London. You see, even little details can be a great help. It's rather like a jigsaw puzzle, and the more pieces you have, the easier it becomes to see the big picture.
Yes, but I can't think of anything else.
Tears were brimming in her eyes.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. What you've told me is useful information. And if you do think of something else, can you tell your mother and she'll let me know?"
OK.
Hayley looked at Angela.
Perhaps you'd like to go upstairs while Detective Bennett and I have a chat,
Angela suggested. Hayley stood up and politely said goodbye before disappearing back upstairs.
"She seems to be doing quite well."
Yes, but it would have been better if it had never happened at all.
"Of course. But sadly it did. Yet we've had the best outcome, I think."
Do you? Really?
"Oh, yes. In some cases a child is never returned, and it could be that we never learn what happened to them."
Dave was thinking partly about the Bryson family, who endured 14 years before discovering what happened to their daughter.
You're right. Sorry. I know we got Hayley back, but the kidnapping seems to have been a catalyst for other problems.
Angela looked thoughtful, but said no more.
"If it's anything you think we can help you with, please say so."
It's nothing anyone can help with. Would you like a coffee?
Dave's instinct told him she needed to talk, so he accepted her offer and followed her into the kitchen, where they sat at the table, and Angela Parks poured out her troubles. Chapter 47. Day 6. Pete was heading for the one place he felt safe, the place where no one would be able to find him. Furious with the way things had turned out, he blamed Sal and her boy, convincing himself that it wasn't his fault. Sal had been stupid enough to let Danny go, and if she hadn't, her son wouldn't have been shot. Pete's anger was directed anywhere but at himself. He hadn't hung around to see what would happen next, wanting to be out of there as quickly as possible. Neil said the boy was dead, but Pete was hoping he wasn't, not from any empathy with Sal, but because the police investigation would be a priority if he was. Still, Neil and Sal didn't know where he was going, so they couldn't blab to the police, and he had the money, which would smooth out any bumps in his plans to move on. Putting distance between himself and the farmhouse, Pete's confidence that the police wouldn't be able to find him grew. Neil was the only one who'd seen the car, and if he had any sense, he'd probably have taken the van and got away from the farm himself. Pete settled down to drive within the speed limit. Getting stopped for speeding was not in his plan. The 45-minute journey afforded him time to calm down and decide on his next move. He would go to another city. Perhaps the stone boy would be lost in the wood for hours, each minute giving Pete a feeling of security. The boy might have seen him briefly, but it wouldn't take much to alter his appearance. A beard, perhaps, and glasses. Yes, he was home and dry on this one. The incessant drizzle stopped by the time Pete reached the coast. Parking the car across the road from the block of apartments, he was restored to his usual upbeat self, assured of his ability to outwit the police, and already considering where he'd like to go next. Pete rang the buzzer on the entry system and heard his sister's voice asking who was there.
"It's me, and I've got goodies for you."
The door clicked open, and Pete took the flight of stairs 2 at a time, his mood lightening with every step. Joanne waited at the open door and stood back to allow her little brother inside. She was not in such a good mood. Pete looked around and saw that Joanne was packing up to leave.
"What's all this, then?" he asked. "I thought you were staying on a bit here. You said you liked it, didn't you?"
I do, but the police have been round, so it's no longer safe.
"Why the hell would they come to see you? You didn't tell them anything, did you?"
Pete's confidence was again being shaken. Joanne flashed him an angry look.
Of course I didn't tell them anything. I'm not stupid, you know.
Pete put his arm around her shoulder and steered her to the sofa.
"Come and sit down and we'll talk about this. I'm sure there's no need to hurry off immediately."
She sighed and flopped down on one of her lovely cream sofas. Her brother sat opposite.
"Now tell me why the police were here."
It seems that Richard had spun his wife the wrong sort of lie when he said he was working in London. The clerk at his chambers told the police otherwise, and he was forced to come clean and tell them about me.
"The bloody idiot! Did he ask you first?"
"Yes, but I could hardly refuse to talk to them, could I? A young detective came round to ask questions. I admitted that Richard and I were having an affair, which isn't illegal, and she seemed satisfied. She also asked where I was when the boy was taken, but I'd made sure I had a watertight alibi for that one too.
So they don't think you had anything to do with the kidnap?
Of course not. How could they? It just shook me a little, and I think perhaps it's time to move on. So did you get the rest of the money?
Yeah, it's nearly all there. Neil got jittery, so I left him at the farmhouse with some of his share.
And what about Sally? How much did you pay her?
Oh, well, there's a slight complication there.
Pete stroked his chin thoughtfully. What complication?
When we'd got the money and went back to the farmhouse, Sal had let the boy out and he was running away with her kid. I waved my gun to frighten them into coming back, but it went off and hit Sal's lad.
Pete waited for his sister's inevitable rebuke. Joanne's eyes narrowed. Since when did you start carrying a gun? We agreed there'd be no guns and no unnecessary violence. You can be menacing enough without a bloody gun. They only make the police more vigilant. How badly hurt was the boy?
I don't know. Neil said he was dead, but he'd hardly seen him. It might just be a scratch.
Dead? Pete, they'll be after you for murder now.
Not me, us. You're the brains behind these kidnappings, Joanne. You find the marks.
We're in this together, yes, but you pulled the damn trigger.
OK, maybe you're right. We'll pack up and get away before the heat starts. But there's no way they can connect you to this. You got anything to drink around here? I need something strong.
Make yourself a coffee. If we're moving on today, a drink's the last thing you need. Joanne stood with her hands on her hips. I think we might have to lie low for a while, especially if the boy's dead. You've broken the rules we set for these kidnappings, Pete. If they catch us, it'll mean prison, and I'd rather die than go back into any kind of institution. Pete regretted upsetting his sister. She was the only woman he had any genuine respect for, the one constant in his troubled life. Joanne appeared to regain her composure, and by the time she'd finished packing, they'd decided on London as their next stop. But maybe a break first? A holiday to enjoy the money they'd made? Pete carried his sister's bags to the car. Portishead was a lovely little town. It was a pity she couldn't stay for longer. It was unlikely the police would connect Serena to the kidnapping, and as she said, having an affair wasn't illegal.
Joanne, forget those bloody shoes. Just pack the expensive stuff. Your jewellery and the like.
These shoes are expensive stuff. You have your fancy cars and I have my shoes and handbags, so don't start grumbling.
OK, but you can buy plenty more shoes when we get there. We'll reinvent ourselves in London. It'll be fun. But we need to get going. The cops know where you live.
Yes, but they won't connect me to your mess, even if they've got that dozy Neil. He knows nothing about me. Pete rolled his eyes.
I'll still feel much happier when we're out of here.
Chapter 48. Day 6. Dave Bennett wasn't at all surprised by what Angela told him. She was a bitter woman who'd gone through the most challenging time imaginable, only to be disappointed again when she thought it was all over. However, Angela's information necessitated a visit to her husband, Stuart Parks. As it was still only midday, Dave headed towards the private hospital where Dr. Parks worked. Visiting someone at their place of work wasn't ideal, but if Dave's hunch was correct, the information he needed couldn't wait. The hospital car park was full, even though it was Saturday. Illness seemed not to respect weekends, and Dave ended up taking a spot reserved for a doctor. He locked the car and headed to the main reception desk, where he joined a small queue, and waited until the receptionist was free. Asking where Stuart Parks could be found, he was directed to the ENT unit, where the doctor was holding a clinic. After what seemed like miles of sterile corridors, Dave eventually found where he needed to be. Parks was busy with the patient, and 2 more were waiting outside his room. Dave showed his ID to the nurse, who was initially reluctant to disturb the doctor. Gleaning the information Dave needed from him shouldn't take long, and he reassured the nurse he would use as little of the doctor's time as possible. After 5 minutes, an elderly lady exited Parks's room, and the nurse nodded to Dave to go in. The doctor was surprised to find the detective standing there, and although it was several months since he'd seen him, Parks correctly assumed it was to do with his daughter's kidnapping, and asked the obvious question.
"Have you found the culprits?" "No, but we're working on a few new leads. I'm afraid I need to ask a rather personal question, but it could be directly related to Haley's kidnap."
Dave noted the bewilderment on the doctor's face, but as there was no polite way to introduce the subject, he continued.
"I believe that you were having an affair before the kidnapping. Angela told me you're estranged now because of another woman."
Parks scowled, his thick eyebrows almost meeting in the middle.
"Whatever has this got to do with Haley? I need to know about the woman you were seeing. It's just possible she may have been involved in some way with the kidnappers." "How ridiculous! Has Angela put you up to this to get back at me?"
Parks appeared both embarrassed and angry.
"No. She told me the affair was the reason you parted. I'm not asking out of curiosity or to embarrass you, but because there's a strong possibility this woman could be connected to the kidnappers."
The doctor's face paled.
"No, I don't believe it." "Are you still seeing her?" "Not anymore, no. I'm honestly ashamed of what I did, especially when our family was going through so much. I told her we should stop seeing each other for a while, and she agreed. I haven't heard from her since." "Can you give me her name and an address if you have one?" "Well, yes, but I don't know if she'll still be there."
Stuart Parks tore a sheet of paper off a pad on his desk, wrote the name and address down, and then passed it to Dave. Chrissy Johnson, Apartment 2, Dean Court, Leeds. The name wasn't the one Alex Radford had given Dave for the woman Stone was seeing, but then he wouldn't expect her to use her real name.
"Can you tell me when you last had any contact with her?" Bennett asked. "It was while Haley was still missing. The second day, I think. I rang Chrissy to tell her I couldn't see her for a while. By then I knew it was a mistake. She was more concerned as to whether I'd continue paying the rent on her flat than what had happened to Haley." "You were paying for a flat?" "Yes, but not anymore, which is why I'm not sure if she still lives there."
Dave was pretty sure she wouldn't be there either.
"And can you describe Chrissy to me?"
Stuart Parks sighed.
"She's about 5'5", with long blonde hair and blue eyes. Quite striking, really, with a good figure and always turned out well, which was regrettably at my expense."
Parks was clearly suffering misgivings about the affair, but Dave knew he would feel so much worse if it turned out that this woman was connected to the kidnapping of his daughter. D.S. Bennett thanked the doctor and left the hospital to make his way to the Dean Court apartment, on the other side of Leeds. It was an impressive building, a waterside conversion on the River Aire, popular with young professional singles. There was a door entry system and intercoms to each apartment. Dave pressed the buzzer for apartment 2. There was no answer. He tried again, still without success. Finally, he pushed the buzzer marked caretaker, who apparently lived in apartment 1. It was answered immediately, and when he said he was a police officer, the door was open to allow him inside. The caretaker, a middle-aged man, overweight, with a bald head and wire-rimmed glasses, came out of his apartment to meet Dave, who produced his ID and asked about the occupant of apartment 2.
"Ah, the lovely Chrissy. I'm afraid she's gone. Left without a word, a forwarding address or even a goodbye. I think there could have been man trouble there."
The caretaker tapped the side of his nose with his finger. Dave sensed the man was dying to tell him.
"What makes you think that?" "When she first moved in, there was this gent, rather well-to-do sort. He visited a couple of times a week, maybe more. Then another guy turns up one day. A rough sort, this one, and they have a blazing row. The air turned blue, believe me. But then he went, and shortly after the posh gent stopped coming. Next thing I know, she's gone. No notice.
Not even thanks and goodbye. Did she have other friends, girlfriends, parents perhaps? No one I ever saw. Kept herself to herself generally. I tried to offer my services when she moved in, to help with any little jobs about the place, but she refused. Didn't even want to enter into conversation.
The caretaker knew nothing of importance. Chrissy had long since departed, which Dave expected, and with no trail to follow. Thanking the man for his help, Dave returned to his car and made a call to Alex Radford.
Alex, how are things? Good, Dave. I was going to ring you. We've got our boy back. Great. Is he okay? Yes, physically, he's well. But who knows what psychological scars he'll carry. Sadly, though, another boy was shot and killed. We think he had some connection to the kidnappers, or at least his mother did. I'm actually at the hospital now. Danny's being checked over by the medics before we can talk to him. Shall I ring you this evening to update you? That would be great. But I think there's something you need to know first. I visited Haley's parents earlier today, and apparently they've separated since the kidnapping. Dr. Parks was having an affair.
Dave had Alex's full attention.
Did he give you a name, address, anything? The name's Chrissy Johnson, although it's probably not her real name. The address, a rather nice flat by the river, which the doctor was paying for, is now unsurprisingly empty. She left without notice and no forwarding address, right about the time Haley went missing. The good doctor described her as a bit of a dream woman, long blonde hair, blue eyes, good figure. I don't believe in coincidences, Alex, do you? Absolutely not. I think I need another word with Richard Stone, and perhaps pay a visit to his girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, as he now claims. Thanks for this, Dave. I'll let you know what happens.
Chapter 49. Day 6. Richard Stone was furious when D.I. Radford pulled him from the room where he sat with his son. The detective led the way to an empty visitors' lounge. Martha and Elaine barely registered his presence, but Richard was annoyed. He wanted to stay with Danny. Radford motioned for Stone to sit, his face inscrutable.
I need to ask you about Serena Murphy.
Richard was angry that D.I. Radford was harassing him, being judgmental, and trying to make him feel guilty about his affair.
Look, he protested. You've found Danny, and I'm grateful. But shouldn't you be out looking for the kidnappers, instead of going over old ground?
Richard didn't want Serena's name brought into the investigation, or Martha would start asking awkward questions.
We have reason to believe Serena Murphy may be part of the kidnapping gang. You're joking. That's ridiculous. Why the hell would she do that? For the money? The usual reason for a kidnapping?
Radford's expression remained inscrutable.
But it was a man who made the phone calls, and 2 men at the drop-off.
Richard didn't want Radford to be right. It would place him in an even more difficult situation than he already was.
It doesn't mean they worked alone. This woman would have been in an ideal position to provide information about your family and your income. But dozens of people know that much about me. I thought you were looking into people who might have a grudge against me from work. We were, but there's been another development, Mr. Stone. D.S. Bennett discovered the father of the girl kidnapped in Leeds was also having an affair.
Radford paused. Stone turned pale, a deep frown appearing on his brow.
Can you describe Miss Murphy for me, please? She is a very attractive lady. Long blonde hair, blue eyes. But she never mentioned living in Leeds. She would hardly tell you about her previous men friends, would she? So if you'll just confirm her address. Portishead, isn't it?
Richard reluctantly repeated Serena's address, convinced the police were wasting their time, and nervous about Martha finding out about his illicit relationship.
You still won't tell Martha about this, will you?
Richard asked desperately. The joy of having Danny back safely was suddenly overshadowed by the fear of his secret coming out for all to know, and after everything which had happened recently,
He didn't think he could cope with the shame.
That may no longer be possible. Certainly if our suspicions are correct. Perhaps it would be better if you told Mrs. Stone yourself.
Chapter 50. Day 6. D.I. Radford hurried back to the station to seek out his sergeant.
You drive, Graham. We're going to the seaside.
In the car, Alex told Graham about Dave Bennett's call.
The description of the woman the doctor was involved with fits the one Stone gave of Serena. Dee checked her alibi. It was watertight. But this new lead suggests that our Miss Murphy had been having an affair with the fathers of both kidnapped children, which can't be a coincidence, and most certainly puts her at the top of the list of suspects. So let's get a move on.
Graham turned on the sirens as they weaved through the busy Saturday traffic. Alex made a call to ask for uniform backup at the Portishead address, confident enough to have already decided to bring Serena Murphy in for questioning. He inquired if Dee Sams was available, and when the answer was yes, he asked for her to accompany the backup car. She was the only one who'd seen Murphy, and could therefore be helpful.
Do you think she'll still be there? Graham asked. It's only a few hours since the kidnapper collected the money, and she wasn't at the farm. The accomplice didn't mention a woman, other than the dead boy's mother, and she's in custody. We'll get someone to ask him, shall we?
Radford made another call to the station. He asked the custody sergeant to find out how many people were involved, and if another woman was working with them. With the sirens on, the journey to Portishead took only 15 minutes, and shortly before they arrived, Radford got a call from the station.
He says there was only him, a man called Pete Turner, Sally, and the boy. He doesn't know of anyone else, and he doesn't seem to know Turner very well either. They'd only met recently.
And do you think he's telling the truth?
Alex asked.
Yes, I think so, the sergeant replied.
He seems genuinely remorseful and wants to come clean. I don't think he has much time for this Turner guy, and he's ready to tell us everything he knows. While Alex was on the phone, Graham turned off the sirens, not wishing to alert Serena to their visit. He manoeuvred the car into a spot outside a rather exclusive-looking apartment block facing the Bristol Channel, with a great view of the nature reserve. A police car with 2 uniformed officers and Dee Sams waited around the corner for Radford's instruction. Dee rang the DI to let them know where they were.
Good. They're out of sight,
Radford mumbled as he exited the car.
Nice.
Graham gave a low whistle, while looking up at the apartments and across at the spectacular view.
Very,
Radford agreed. They crossed the road and searched out the patrol car to have a word with the uniformed officers before going into the flats.
Once we're inside, I want one of you to position yourself at the entrance, and the other at the service entrance, probably round the back, and hold anyone coming out. Arrest them if they don't cooperate. So, Dee, you stay here for now. If she's in, I want you in there with us, so I'll call.
Each apartment had its own intercom, and Alex pressed the one with S. Murphy beside it. No answer. He tried again, and when there was still no response, he tried another buzzer, and identifying himself as a police officer, asked the occupant to let him into the building. Once inside, they made their way to Serena's apartment on the 2nd floor, and hammered on the door. No answer. Radford thought, but only for a split second, whether the situation warranted a forced entry.
"Break it down, Graham," he said,
and his sergeant took great delight in using his physical bulk to effect an entry. It was no surprise to either man that Serena was no longer there. The flat was still furnished, but a quick look around confirmed Serena had taken her clothes and personal possessions. She'd left for good. Graham called out from the kitchen.
"Boss, she can't have been gone for very long. The kettle's still warm."
Radford's phone rang. It was Dee.
"Sir, I've just seen her. She's with a man in a black Lexus. They pulled out of the road opposite, from behind the apartments. I'm out of the car now to find the others. Should we follow?"
"Yes, quick as you like. Did you get the number plate?"
"I did, sir. I'll ring it in and have them tracked. They were heading east, perhaps for the motorway?" From the background noise, Radford could tell Dee had found the other PCs and they were getting back into the car.
"Do you think they saw you?" Alex asked.
"They couldn't have. I was in the back seat. But they might have noticed the car."
Alex nodded. "So they could know we've tracked them to Portishead. But they might think they've given us the slip. We're right behind you, Dee. Ring in with the registration number and we'll see if we can find them. With a bit of luck, they'll be heading for the motorway. To London, perhaps."
Bradford and Foster were on the move. Graham opened their car and waved to the police car to tell them to move off, then pulled out close behind them. D.I. Alex Radford was wired.
"If they go on the motorway, the cameras will soon pick them up, or that number plate recognition thingy you like so much."
Graham laughed.
"That number plate thingy is a wonderful invention, and yes, hopefully we'll pick them up quickly. Otherwise it's 120 miles or more to London."
Chapter 51. Day 6. Danny had been transferred to a private room where his mother and grandmother sat, one at each side of him, like bookends, and Sunni, still with them, hovered in the background. Richard had left the room at the request of Alex Radford and been away for about 20 minutes, presumably, Martha thought, to get an update on what was happening with the kidnappers. She'd reminded her husband to ring his parents with the good news before he returned to sit with them again. Danny was weak and quiet, and allowed his mother to gently wash his face and body, without even seeming aware of what she was doing. The doctor warned his parents and the police not to ask too many questions. Martha was happy to comply, and simply told Danny how delighted they were to have him back, how much she loved him, and that everything would be okay. But she was unsure how much he was taking in. When he first saw his parents, Danny cried, hot tears of fear and relief, huge sobs shaking his body. Now he lay still on the bed, staring at the ceiling, a drip in his arm to help rehydrate him. He'd also been given a mild sedative to help him sleep. The doctor suggested keeping Danny overnight. He reassured Martha and Richard that physically their son should make a speedy recovery, but his emotional healing could take much longer. Richard returned to Danny's room, looking, his wife thought, still worried, with deep lines etched around his eyes and a concerned expression. Martha smiled at him, recognising the ordeal had been exacerbated for Richard because of his direct dealing with the kidnappers. It's not every day you're threatened with a gun, and he'd suffered physically too from the attack in the car park. With Danny safely returned to them, Martha felt more kindly towards Richard. Yes, he'd failed in his attempts to get the money together, and they still needed to have the conversation about exactly where he'd invested their savings. Still, she thought perhaps she'd been too harsh with him when he felt the effects of the kidnapping every bit as keenly as she had. "Shall I get you some coffee?" she asked.
"No, thanks. But we need to talk."
"There'll be time for talking later. Let's just enjoy having Danny back." She smiled at him. "It's been hard for us all, and I know I've said some things I shouldn't have, but we can talk later, okay?" Richard still looked anxious, but turned his attention back to Danny. Martha tried to engage her son in conversation. "There are presents to open when you get home, and you can choose whatever you'd like to do for your belated birthday treat." The words seemed inane in the light of everything that had transpired, and there was no response from Danny. His mother could see he was tiring. "You can sleep if you want to, darling. I'll be here when you wake." Martha stroked her son's forehead and watched as the sedatives took effect, and he drifted into a deep sleep. "It's probably the best thing for him," Elaine said. His grandmother had been very emotional when they were reunited with Danny, and now looked quite weary. "If it's okay with you, I'll go back to the house now. I can get a taxi so you can both stay here." "Thanks, Mum. You've been a great help. Richard will probably be home later, but I'll stay the night." Martha smiled at her mother, and Elaine kissed her, then left.
"I hope she's going to pack,"
Richard said, almost under his breath. "Don't be so mean. She's been a comfort to me, even if she hasn't to you." Martha inclined her head towards Sunni, who was sitting in the corner of the room, to remind her husband to be careful what he was saying.
"You're right. Sorry." Richard then turned to Sunny. "If we go for a coffee, could you ring us if Danny wakes?"
Sunny smiled. "Of course. No problem. A break will probably do you good." "But we can bring a coffee in here," Martha protested.
"Please, Martha, just come with me for a little while."
Richard sounded quite anxious, so she checked their son again to make sure he was still asleep, and stood to follow her husband from the room. "What's all this about?" she asked. "We've only just got Danny back, and you're in a hurry to have a break from him. What's going on?" Martha was puzzled, and a little irritated by Richard's insistence. He steered her towards the visitors' lounge at the end of the ward, and once they were inside, closed the door and sat down on the little sofa, pulling Martha down beside him. "Richard, what is it?"
"The police are looking at another line of inquiry."
He appeared unable to look his wife in the eye.
"There's a woman they think might have been involved in the planning of the kidnapping."
"Is this the woman whose son died?" Martha interrupted.
"No, it's someone else. Someone I know."
"Someone from work?" Martha was surprised, but would be delighted if the police had already found out who the kidnappers were. "Who is she? A colleague? A client? What? Do I know her?"
Richard took hold of Martha's hand. "You don't know her. And no, she's not connected to work at all. Martha, I'm so sorry. She's someone I met a few months ago, and things just sort of happened. She's not important to me. It's you I love. You and Danny."
Richard searched her face. Martha had turned quite pale. "You've been having an affair?" For a moment she was silent, processing her husband's revelation. "But how is she connected to the kidnapping?"
"It appears she's done this sort of thing before. She targeted me, and when she knew sufficient details about our family and our routines, she helped the kidnappers to snatch Danny on his way home from school. I don't know much more myself, but D.I. Radford's on his way to see her now and possibly arrest her. I'm not sure what will happen."
"Does she live in Bristol?" Martha felt surprisingly calm, but then she'd gone through so much in the last week. Her emotions were drained.
"No, in Portishead."
"But when have you had the time to have an affair? You work all the hours God sends, either here or in London." Richard hung his head and made no reply. The truth slowly dawned on Martha. "You don't do any pro bono work in London, do you? It's all been a lie, a cover for you to be with her. And when you said you were staying overnight in London, you were with her, weren't you?"
"Yes. But I'm so sorry, Martha. I've been a bloody fool to be taken in by her, when it's only ever been you I love."
"And when did you realise she'd played you for a fool? When the police told you about her?" Martha summed it up correctly, and her husband couldn't form a coherent answer. "Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Richard? Is she connected to the so-called investments you've made of late?" Again Martha was astute, a step ahead of him. Richard's face burned with shame.
"Yes, the money's gone to her. I'm so sorry."
"All of it? All our savings and Danny's university fund? You gave it all to her?" Martha was suddenly furious. "How much? How much has your mistress cost us? And don't lie to me. I want to know the truth."
"I bought an apartment in Portishead, but I would have replaced the money in time," he confessed.
"So presumably you can now sell this apartment to at least get some of our money back?"
"No, it's in her name."
"Her name? Well, you're a bigger fool than I thought you were. So then what? She didn't think she'd got enough out of you, so she kidnapped our son." Martha's anger was rising. It seemed incredible that an intelligent man could be taken in by such a woman. "So how much was this apartment?" She wanted to know the extent of his foolishness. Richard hung his head.
200,000.
"Oh, is that all? A modest little place, then."
"Look, Martha, I was stupid and I know it. I've told you everything and I'm truly sorry. I know it's not enough, but we must think of Danny now.
We can sort everything out when he's better and back at home with us. It's not even confirmed that Serena was involved. Radford hasn't talked to her yet. And I know it's too early for you to forgive me, but I do realise how stupid I've been. You and Danny are my world. I don't want to lose you, I really don't. So why does D.I. Radford think this woman's involved? The detective from Leeds, Dave Bennett, discovered that the father of the girl kidnapped there was also having an affair. It may have been the same woman. They think she targets men with children and a decent income. I suppose there could be others as well. He told his wife everything. The extent of his folly was out in the open. So how was it that Dave Bennett and Alex Radford knew about your affair when I didn't? Martha asked. Radford found out I wasn't working in London. I had to tell him about Serena to explain why I'd lied to them. And presumably he was going to keep your secret for you. Didn't you think to tell me the truth then, when you told the police? I honestly can't believe you'd be so stupid. And you have the nerve to say it's me and Danny you love. Am I supposed to believe you? You weren't thinking of either of us when you were sleeping with her, were you? No, and I can't apologise enough. These last few days have been torture.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
Missing Danny and knowing what a fool I've been to spend all our money. You can't hate me any more than I hate myself, Martha. All I ask is that you give me time to make it up to you. Can we concentrate on our son for now and put this aside for the time being? I'm going back to Danny, Martha announced, standing to leave the room.
I'll come with you. Shall I get coffee first? Richard asked.
But his wife pushed past him, without reply. Chapter 52. Day 6. It was another 2 hours until Danny woke. The first thing he saw was his mother's face, smiling down at him. He looked around and saw his father too, at the other side of the bed. A woman was sitting near the door, who also smiled. Danny thought he remembered seeing her before he fell asleep. He could hardly believe he was finally safe, and he turned to his mother to ask, "Is Lewis all right?" Danny's mum didn't appear to have an answer, and he watched as she looked at the other woman, who then moved over to the bed. "Hi, Danny. My name's Sunny, and I'm a police officer. You asked about Lewis? Can you tell me what you remember happening when you were running away from the farmhouse?" "We were running for the trees to escape from Pete and Neil. But Pete had a gun, and he shot Lewis. Is he dead?" Danny's lip trembled, and his eyes were brimming with tears. Sunny answered, "Yes, Danny. I'm afraid he is. He died almost immediately, so he wouldn't have felt any pain. Was he helping you to escape?" "Yes, and his mother. Is she all right? Did Pete shoot her too?" "She's safe at the police station, answering a few questions. She'll be well looked after. Can you tell me more about Lewis, and why he and his mother were there with you?" "Sally's Pete's girlfriend.
and he made her stay with me to stop me from escaping and look after me. I don't think she wanted to do it. Lewis told me she only agreed to do it because she was scared of him. Lewis didn't want to be there either. He became my friend.
Danny sniffed hard.
Lewis looked after his mother, too. He was good at that.
He sounds like an exceptional boy,
Sunny remarked, and Danny nodded.
You don't have to tell me any more if you're tired. We can talk later.
No, I want to tell you. Sally needs someone looking out for her now Lewis is. She needs someone. Will you tell the police not to put her in jail?
When I go back to the station, I'll find out what's happened to her and tell them what you said.
So was Sally helping you to escape as well? Yes, they both were, even though they knew Pete would be mad at them.
Tears rolled freely down Danny's face. Sunny opened her laptop and brought up the photo-fit image the paperboy had helped produce. She turned the laptop so he could get a good look at it.
Do you recognise this man?
Yes, it's Pete. I only saw him properly once, but that's him.
Well done, Danny. You've been really helpful in telling me this, but you need to rest now. And don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help Sally, and we can talk some more tomorrow, OK?
Danny nodded and closed his eyes. Martha smiled her thanks to Sunny, who explained she would go back to the station to fulfil her promise to Danny, but was still available on her phone should they want to contact her. As she left, Martha felt somewhat guilty. Sunny's eyes had held such empathy for Danny that they shone in the dim light of the room, and her tone was gentle, friendly. Perhaps Martha had looked upon Sunny as a nuisance, a spy almost, when she was on their side all the time, and could have been a real help if they'd allowed her to be. Martha looked at her son. Danny would probably sleep through the night. Richard broke into her thoughts. "Can I get you another coffee or anything?" Her answer was a curt no. The couple sat in silence for an hour or so, focusing on their son, until Martha spoke.
You may as well go. He doesn't need both of us here, and the police might have some news. You won't want them telling Mum before they tell you, will you?
Richard sighed. "Do you want me to pick up a few things for you if you're staying? I can soon bring them back."
No. The nurses have been kind enough to give me all I need.
Martha kept her eyes on Danny while she spoke. Richard stood to leave. He bent to kiss his son, and stroked a lock of stray hair off his face. He wished his wife good night and left. When he was out of the room, Martha rested her head on the side of the bed and cried softly to herself, unable to hold back the tears, yet not wanting to wake her son. Her wish had come true, and Danny was safe, but her marriage was crumbling. What would the future hold for them all? Chapter 53. Day 6. Richard turned the key in the front door and entered as quietly as possible, hoping his mother-in-law would have gone to bed, although it was only 9:30 p.m. She had not.
Well,
Elaine frowned. "I didn't expect you'd leave Martha there alone." "It's what she wanted." He gave a tight smile. His mother-in-law seemed to have the power to irritate him every time she spoke, even if it was only to offer a cup of tea. "Have you eaten?" she asked, as if to prove his point. "No. Not hungry, and I'm sick of coffee. I'll just grab a beer and get off to bed. It's been a long day." Richard went to the kitchen and took a cold beer from the fridge. Elaine followed him. "Detective Radford's been on the phone. I said you were at the hospital, so he asked if you'd ring him first thing in the morning." "Was that all he said?" Richard almost crossed his fingers. "Mostly." "And what does mostly mean? Did he say anything else, Elaine?" "Only to tell you his suspicions were correct about your friend. Do you know what he meant? Because I certainly didn't. Fancy talking in riddles at a time like this." Richard almost forgot to breathe. He understood the message all too well, and was pretty sure his stupidity would now become public knowledge. He paused before stepping on the first stair. Should he tell Elaine what he'd done before she found out from someone else? He decided he would, and turned around, heading for the kitchen. "If you sit down, Elaine, I'll explain it all to you," he said wearily. His mother-in-law looked puzzled. Richard usually struggled to give her the time of day. "What I'm going to tell you isn't easy for me, nor will it be easy for you to hear. But please just let me say my piece without interruption, and you can vilify me when I've finished." Elaine looked offended. "You make me sound like an ogre. I only came here to see if I could help. Danny's precious to me too, you know." "Yes, I'm sorry. It was uncalled for. But please hear me out." Elaine pursed her lips and folded her arms across her chest. Richard told her everything, or as much as he'd told Martha. While relating the facts, it occurred to him that his mother-in-law probably couldn't think any less of him than she already did, so he had nothing to worry about. When he finished, he watched Elaine's face redden and her nostrils flare. It almost made him laugh, a classic outraged expression, precisely what he expected. Richard then returned the favour of silence and listened to Elaine berate the man she always knew wasn't good enough for her daughter. Deuce, he thought. My service. He eventually interrupted her monologue. "Actually, Elaine, I don't particularly care what you think of me. My priority is Martha and Danny. They're the only ones who matter, and I know I've let them down badly. It's their opinions of me I'll have to work at changing, not yours. I love my wife and son, and intend to do everything in my power to make it up to them. The guilt I feel and the knowledge of how stupidly I've behaved is punishment in itself, and although you may not believe it, my opinion of myself is probably even lower than yours. And now I'm going to try to sleep. I wish you a good night." The line from the film Gone with the Wind suddenly popped into his mind. "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." And he was surprised at the smile he had to suppress as he refrained from speaking the words aloud. Elaine's opinion of him meant nothing. It was her daughter and grandson he needed to win back. Richard turned and walked upstairs, leaving a stunned Elaine speechless. Chapter 54. Day 6. Pursuing Serena Murphy and the man accompanying her was not going to be as easy as D.I. Radford hoped. They set off only 2 or 3 minutes after the pair, following in the same direction, and hoped to catch up with them quickly, assuming Serena and her companion were heading for the motorway and possibly on to London. If this were the case, they'd soon be caught on CCTV and be swiftly apprehended. However, their car was not picked up on any camera from the main roads or the ramp to the motorway. After 15 minutes, Radford instructed the police car they were following to circle round and back into Bristol, while he and Graham continued on the current route. 40 minutes later, with still no sighting of the car, Alex reluctantly decided to return to the station. The elusive black Lexus could be anywhere. "Do you think it's Pete Turner she's with?" Graham considered. "If so, perhaps they've gone to wherever he lives, back to Bristol even." "Yes, it's most likely him. If they've gone to ground, we probably won't pick them up again until tomorrow morning. It's already 8 p.m. We'll see what the number plate check turns up, and then call it a night. If the cameras pick them up, we'll be called out, but I rather think they'll lay low until tomorrow." "Do you think they know we've got the vehicle details?" "I rather think not. They might have seen the car parked opposite the apartment, but Dee was confident they didn't see her. So even if they knew we were there, they would think they'd got away. If they did see Dee, they might take the precaution of changing the car, and we'll be back to square one, but I think that's unlikely." Disappointed, the two men returned to the station, where a few members of the team waited for news. Radford gave a brief, succinct update, before telling them all to go home and rest. He needed the team to be fresh the following day, to brainstorm their next move. The computer search revealed that the Lexus was registered to a man in Leeds who'd reported it stolen almost a year earlier. This could help tie Turner into Dave Bennett's case and give them another charge to bring against him, as and when they caught up with him. Before leaving for home, Dee Sams asked to speak with her boss. The sergeant was clearly annoyed with herself for not connecting Serena to the kidnapping when she'd first visited her flat.
"I'm sorry, boss. If I'd been more vigilant—"
Alex cut her off. "Don't burden yourself with guilt, Dee. You did everything by the book and I've no complaints. We've interviewed dozens of colleagues and friends of the Stones, and you just happened to have the one who mattered. But you couldn't have known at the time. Hell, even I discounted her as an unlikely suspect, so forget it. That's an order."
Alex smiled at Dee, and she left for home with a grin on her face. After a quick visit to the station's press office, Radford also left for home and some much-needed sleep. It was ironic how the case was so demanding of his time, yet the nature of it made him want to be at home with his own children. Hopefully, they were close to wrapping it up, and perhaps the next day would bring the break they needed. The rain lashed down as D.I. Radford drove to work the following morning. He couldn't remember a time when they'd had such torrential rain. Must be all this global warming, he thought, as he dashed from the car into the police station. Half the team were already in, and the office was buzzing with activity. Graham was logged into the ANPR system, while others searched footage from CCTV on the main roads out of Bristol. The last thing Radford had done the previous evening was to ask the press office to release the photo fit picture of Pete Turner, which would hopefully be in all the papers that morning. Now Danny was safe, and he'd identified the image as Turner. There was nothing to lose in going to press. They no longer needed to pussyfoot around keeping facts from the media and the general public. Radford found someone had already placed the early editions of the local and national papers on his desk. The image was there for the entire world to see, and would also be on the television news broadcasts throughout the day, which would hopefully put pressure on Turner and Serena Murphy. All their work now hinged on the supposition that the pair were still in the Bristol area, and the publicity would panic them into making a move, a wrong move. Radford guessed they would attempt to leave the city. After reading the newspaper reports, Radford was pleased with how the case had been covered. He walked from his room into the office and called the team together for a briefing. "With a bit of luck, the publicity will flush them out. They must be somewhere between Portishead and Bristol, and although we're assuming and can't be 100% sure, they'll probably try to leave the area sometime today. You've done a great job so far, and we're almost there. When it's over, I'll stand you all a drink in the King's Arms." Alex smiled, and there were a few grins and laughter in the room. The boss wasn't known for his generosity and rarely went to the local with his team. "We're close, so let's be vigilant and catch these kidnappers before they can strike again." A murmur of excitement rippled around the room, as it always did when a case was coming together. Each team member was wholly focused and determined to find the kidnappers as soon as they tried to make a run for it. Chapter 55. Day 7. At 2 a.m, Danny screamed. Martha jolted awake and was immediately on her feet, cradling her son's head and whispering soothing words.
"Shh, it's okay. It's all over now and you're safe."
Her eyes filled with tears as Danny sobbed, his head tucked into the space between her neck and shoulder, a place of comfort and safety.
"It's only a dream. I'm here and you're safe now."
Martha tried desperately to comfort her son, who clung tightly to her, his whole body trembling. As yet, Martha didn't know many details of her son's ordeal. She hadn't wanted to press him, simply reassure him of his safety. D.I. Radford had told them very little so far, only that Danny had been kept at an abandoned farmhouse with the boy Lewis and his mother. From what Danny told Suni earlier, Martha gleaned a little more information and was surprised at her son's attachment to the other boy. Perhaps she'd never learn all the details of his experience, but her desire to know came second to her son's well-being. She would never press him to relive what he'd suffered if he didn't want to. Within minutes, Danny's breathing slowed, and he was asleep again. Martha climbed beside him on the bed and wrapped her own body around his, holding him tightly until she too fell asleep. The hospital day started early. By 6 a.m, trolleys rattled in the corridor and nurses came to monitor their charges before handing over to the next shift. Martha woke at the sound of the first movements. Danny slept on for another hour until it was his turn to be examined. When he was fully awake, Martha was pleased to see him sit up while the nurse took his blood pressure and temperature. The young woman smiled and chatted as she worked, removing the drip from Danny's arm, while telling him that the doctor made his rounds later in the morning and would hopefully allow Danny to go home. The nurse left with another huge smile, and a trolley appeared at the door of their room. Martha was offered coffee, while Danny chose orange juice.
"Will I really be able to go home this morning?"
he asked. Martha ruffled her son's hair.
"Fingers crossed. The doctor we spoke to yesterday said so, and you're looking good to me, apart from the bedhead."
Danny managed to smile, prompting a warm feeling to run through her body. Martha was aware that she too would need time to recover from the ordeal they'd suffered. After breakfast, which Danny wolfed down, he was allowed a bath, a luxury he told his mother he'd never take for granted again. Martha was on hand to help him, talking of mundane things, in an effort to bring normality to the unreal situation. Once back in the side ward, Richard arrived, bringing Danny a fresh change of clothes and some toiletries for his wife. Her thanks were brief and cool, but neither parent wished Danny to pick up on their mood, so they spoke of trivial things and remained civil to each other. Richard told Martha that her mother was waiting at home, having insisted she cook a meal for their return. Unsurprisingly, Elaine had been cool towards her son-in-law that morning. Her attitude was more eloquent than any words, but Richard expected no less. It wasn't her he wanted to win back, it was Martha, yet he remained unsure if this could ever happen. For most of the night, Richard's mind replayed the earlier conversation with his wife. It scrolled round and round like a stuck gramophone record, the words he'd spoken and the words he'd wished he'd said tormenting him. But it was too late. The conversation was gone. He hoped there would be others, if only she'd give him the chance to make it up to her. But if only were such sad words. Richard knew Martha's priority, and his, would be to help Danny recover. He wondered if the kidnapping would still have happened if he hadn't started a relationship with Serena, or precisely what her role in the events had been. There would be time to find out. D.I. Radford would no doubt be asking more questions, and Richard hoped to learn more from him, even though he expected no sympathy from the man. In the tiny hospital room, the family of three were mostly silent as they waited for the doctor. Martha made the odd comment, mostly irrelevancies, and Richard tried to capture Danny's interest by talking about football and rugby. For much of the time their son kept his eyes closed, although not asleep. It alleviated some of the strain, but Richard wondered if Danny had guessed something was wrong between his parents. Eventually, when it was almost lunchtime, the doctor arrived. His bustling manner filled the room as he spoke encouragingly to Danny, applauding him for how well he was doing. He told Martha and Richard he was happy to discharge their son, but suggested an early appointment with their GP to arrange counselling. Richard assured him they would do so, and thanked him for his care. Almost as soon as the doctor left, the ward sister appeared with a discharge letter, which she gave to Martha. Then they gathered together their few belongings and left the hospital. Danny remained silent, with only dutiful answers to his parents' questions, and the journey home was pleasingly uneventful. Elaine met them, gushing over her grandson, until Martha caught her eye and frowned. She got the message, let go of the boy, and told them lunch was ready when they were. Recovery for the Stone family was clearly going to take time. D.I. Radford was already pushing to question Danny, but they'd persuaded him to wait another day to give Danny time to settle back home, but the detective wouldn't wait much longer. Richard sincerely hoped Elaine would leave. Her presence created an unnatural atmosphere, and he was sure she was trying to get Martha alone to tell her what she thought of her husband. Danny seemed unsure what to say and what his parents expected of him. He ate his lunch, then asked if he could go upstairs to his room to sleep. It was almost a relief for them all. No one knew the protocol for such a situation, and both parents were painfully aware that their lives, and Danny's, had changed forever. The future worried them all for varying reasons, but they would take it a day at a time and count their blessings that Danny was home again. Chapter 56. Day 7. Pete and Joanne knew they'd had a lucky escape. Having Pete's car parked around the corner of the apartment rather than in front of it had enabled them to get away unseen. They only noticed the police car as they turned the corner, but it looked to be empty, and could even have been there for a completely unrelated reason. Joanne was confident that the police couldn't possibly know of her part in the kidnapping. No one knew except Pete, and they couldn't have found him so soon. When they arrived at Pete's flat in Bristol, much of the evening was spent speculating on what the police knew or didn't know about them, and their conversation soon developed into an argument.
"If you'd never used that bloody gun,"
Joanne chastised her brother.
"Look, I don't tell you how to do your part in this, so don't tell me mine."
The pair often argued. Both were volatile personalities, but they always made up. But it wasn't only the way Pete had handled things that divided them. His sister was also appalled by the way he was living.
"I can't stay here," Joanne moaned. "It's like a pigsty. Why don't you grow up and learn some basic hygiene?"
Pete snapped. "I don't complain about the way you live, so stop rabbiting on. I like it just fine, and it's only for one night, so quit moaning."
Joanne was glad it was only a one-night stopover. She was used to much better accommodation, and couldn't tolerate living as her brother did for any longer. She slept fitfully, and woke early. As she switched on the television, hoping to catch the local news, an image of her brother filled the screen.
"Pete, come here!"
Joanne yelled. The screen dominated the wall, and the photo-fit image of Pete was larger than life.
"It's nothing like me," he sneered, as the picture changed.
"It damn well is, but that's not the point. They're looking for you, and probably know about me too, which is why the police were at the apartment yesterday. How the hell have they connected us? Well, it certainly settles what our next move should be. We need to go, and quickly."
The pair loaded up the car once again.
"Why don't you get yourself a car?" Pete grumbled.
Joanne's belongings took up most of the space.
"I prefer taxis. Hurry up, Pete. The sooner we're out of here, the better. We can stop on the way to eat. I'll feel so much happier once we're safely out of Bristol."
By 8 a.m, the pair were on the road, heading directly for the M5, the fastest route to London. Once safely on the motorway, Joanne warned her brother not to exceed the speed limit. Getting pulled over by the police was the last thing they needed. She then relaxed, knowing they would soon be far away from Bristol and the kidnapping which had gone so horribly wrong. Pete kept the speed down to 70, and the rhythm of the car soothed Joanne's worries. She allowed her eyes to close and was soon asleep. After the first 10 miles, the sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. They grew louder and woke Joanne with a start.
"They can't be after us."
A note of panic rang in her voice. Then they lapsed into silence as they listened.
"Are we near a junction?"
"Not for another 15 or 20 miles. What shall we do?"
"Just carry on. They might go past. There could be an accident or something."
Joanne wasn't one to panic, but grew increasingly concerned as the sirens grew louder.
"Bloody hell, they're flashing me to stop."
Pete checked the rearview mirror and saw 2 police cars, the first flashing its lights.
"Put your foot down," Joanne shouted. "There's no way I'm going to prison."
Pete happily complied, knowing his car was every bit as powerful as the police cars, and confident of his driving abilities. Joanne held onto the seatbelt, eyes wide at the speed they were reaching. Her brother weaved in and out of the traffic, and soon put distance between them and the police cars. In no time at all they'd reached over 90 miles an hour. Other cars blared their horns, some even pulled off the motorway onto the hard shoulder to avoid the potential danger. The police cars stayed with them, although further back by then, bringing a smile to Pete's face and making Joanne's heart race. Her brother was actually enjoying the chase. Taking risks was nothing short of a challenge, which Joanne knew he loved, and they were undoubtedly at risk. The speedometer registered 100, and very soon 110. all the while putting more distance between them and the police. Pete was grinning almost manically. With his foot to the floor, he weaved through the other traffic, while Joanne looked pale and afraid.
"Are you staying on the motorway or coming off at the next junction? It can't be far now," Joanne asked.
"If we can get enough distance between us, I'll turn off and hopefully they'll miss the junction."
The speedometer touched almost 120, and the police cars were slipping behind, unable to take the same risks with public safety. Pete kept his nerve, clearly enjoying the cat-and-mouse game. As the next exit approached, he stayed on the motorway until the last minute, passing the 300-yard sign, the 200 and the 100, until at the very last possible second he swerved left, through a gap in the traffic, and was on the slip road.
"Watch to see if they're following,"
he yelled to Joanne. She turned to look, and although the sirens could still be heard, the police cars had dropped even further back and couldn't be seen. Pete laughed and allowed himself to glance over his shoulder to watch them go sailing past the junction. His momentary lack of focus cost them dear, and as he turned back, Pete saw the approaching roundabout and a lengthy queue of traffic. Joanne was about to congratulate him on giving the police the slip, but the next thing she knew, she was propelled forward with such force that the airbag was activated. Then she was thrown back in her seat, and everything went black. Chapter 57. Day 7. As Alex Radford finished his early morning briefing, Graham came dashing into the office, his face beaming.
"We've got them," he shouted. "They were picked up on CCTV joining the M4 at 8:15 a.m.
A massive cheer resounded through the room, and Alex picked up his phone to request 2 cars to intercept and arrest the pair. Everything moved quickly from then. The nearest police car to the junction was dispatched to follow the suspect car, and within minutes a second vehicle joined the chase. The team gathered around to listen to the commentary from the pursuing vehicles. Sirens screeching ensured other traffic moved out of their way, and the first car made visual contact with the Lexus in a matter of minutes. The driver, however, pulled away at speed.
"The idiots are trying to make a run for it," Graham said.
Everyone in the room realised how dangerous such a situation could be, and silently prayed there'd be no collateral damage. Once the Lexus started to put space between them and the pursuing police, more cars were dispatched to the 2 nearest exits, either of which the suspects might choose in their efforts to avoid arrest.
"Slow down, you fools. We've got you now,"
the DI muttered, as the whole team listened to the live commentary. Graham was tracking their progress on Google Maps and saw the junction approaching.
"Are the backup cars at the junctions yet?"
"Yes," D. Sams answered, and the room fell silent again, other than the commentary from the car. The first pursuing car went past the junction. The Lexus had gained in distance between them and was out of sight. The other car took the exit, and in a matter of seconds reported a multi-car collision on the slip road. A few groans and expletives hummed around the room, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. They listened helplessly to the uniformed officer as he tried his best to keep them updated.
"It appears the Lexus ploughed into stationary traffic at speed. I can see at least 3 cars jackknifed, but I'm unsure how many casualties there'll be. We need traffic control here ASAP. The roundabout's at a standstill. And medics too."
After the last message, nothing more could be heard except static and background noise.
"Come on, Graham. Let's get down there."
Radford grabbed his jacket and set off at a run, his DS following close behind. Their blue light got them closer to the scene than most of the rubbernecks, and they immediately saw the Lexus on its side on the verge, a Peugeot half underneath it, and a Mini squashed into the other side of the Peugeot. All 3 cars would almost certainly be write-offs. Alex waved his ID to gain access to the scene and asked a paramedic about casualties.
"We've sent 4 off to A&E so far. A few broken bones and possible concussion. The driver of the Mini's still trapped inside. The fire crew are working on it now. And there's a couple of walking wounded over there. Lucky bastards. This could have been so much worse. I'm amazed there are no fatalities." What about the couple in the Lexus? Oh, they were both unconscious when we got here. It looks like their car caused the pile-up, but they've got away pretty lightly. They've gone in the first ambulance to casualty.
The paramedic turned back to his vehicle.
I don't need to ask where we're going.
Graham hurried to keep up with the DI, who was running back to his car.
Let's get to the hospital, and make sure they don't walk. After all this carry-on, we can't lose them now.
Alex put the blue light on, and his foot down to get to Bristol Infirmary as quickly as possible. The emergency department was buzzing with activity when the detectives arrived, and they were kept waiting for several minutes before a doctor was free to speak to them. The young man, who introduced himself as the duty doctor, appeared to Radford as if he hadn't started shaving yet, never mind being old enough to qualify as a doctor. He informed the detectives that the young woman from the road traffic accident was waiting to go to X-ray, and the man was already being prepped for surgery. His leg was severely crushed and needed setting under anaesthetic. The intention was to keep them both at least overnight, possibly longer for the man. Alex Radford explained the situation and told the doctor he'd be arresting the pair on very serious charges, and they'd be leaving officers at the hospital to ensure they did not escape. Alex and Graham then went to speak to Serena. Pete Turner would have to wait until he was out of theatre, but it sounded as if he wouldn't be walking anywhere for a good while. Serena was sitting in a wheelchair in the corner of a small square room, where the only thing which afforded her a degree of privacy was a curtain hanging loosely on its frame. She was gazing in the direction of the window, and Alex wondered if she was thinking about freedom, something which would be denied her for quite a while. Serena was an attractive woman, Radford thought, even with the scratches and swelling to her face. Her right arm was strapped to her body, presumably broken, as well as a couple of ribs, and she would have 2 black eyes in a few hours. She turned when she heard them approach. Her back straightened, and her chin tilted upwards in a defiant gesture. Serena cast a cold and piercing gaze towards them, her lips pressed tightly together, issuing an unspoken challenge. Clearly she knew they were policemen, even before they showed their ID, and from her body language, Radford could tell she wasn't going to make their job easy for them. His first question was to ask her name, and his face registered surprise when she replied, "Joanne Turner." A smug smile tugged at her lips as she watched him connect the dots in his mind. "Yes, Pete's my brother." Her words were spoken with a certain amount of pride, but she was reluctant to answer any more questions. They would have to work hard to get more information from her. D.I. Radford thought it pointless to attempt anything other than arresting her at this stage. Formal interviews could be undertaken at the police station when Joanne was released, hopefully the following day. The D.I. nodded to Graham, who informed her of her right to silence, before arresting Joanne for conspiracy to kidnap. Other charges would almost certainly follow. Interviewing Pete would have to wait until the next day, or when he was released from the hospital. He would be arrested, initially on a charge of kidnap and murder, with other charges to follow, including several driving offences. When the uniformed officers arrived to take charge of the prisoners, Radford and Foster left the hospital and headed back to the station. It was only lunchtime, but the day had already been long and eventful. Radford's stomach growled, and he thought longingly of a good pub lunch. "Looks like I'll have to fork out for that round I promised," Alex said, and allowed himself to smile for the first time that day. Epilogue. Martha. 1 year later. My name is Martha Stone. From the window which looks out onto our garden, I can see my son, Danny, playing with his new best friend, Alfie, a chocolate Labrador. Alfie is full of energy, as a young dog should be, and my hope is that his enthusiasm for life will rub off on Danny. The dog never tires of fetching his ball, chasing his tail, and scooting around the garden like a whirlwind. To most parents, this is the kind of everyday sight that barely registers, but to me, It is nothing short of a miracle. When Danny was kidnapped and a ransom demanded for his release, we were afraid we would never see him alive again. At one point, we were convinced Danny was dead when the police found the body of a boy in the place they suspected our son was being held. It was the singular worst moment of my life. A parent isn't supposed to outlive their child. It's not in the natural order of things. But our grief was transformed into hope when within an hour of that dreadful news we were told the dead boy wasn't our son. Sadly, though, he was someone else's child, and any relief I felt was tinged with guilt. How could I be glad when someone else's son had died instead of mine? Danny was found shortly afterwards, attempting to escape from his captors. He was exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated, and when the whole story emerged, we learned that our son had experienced the kind of trauma which no child should ever have to suffer. His return to us was miraculous, an answer to my prayers, which I knew I didn't deserve. I couldn't help but be thankful that it wasn't my son who died so violently, but my delight at having Danny back will always be overshadowed by the other poor boy, another mother's beloved son. During the days and weeks following Danny's return, the details of his kidnapping unfolded slowly. Our boy, who'd been forced to grow up far too soon, told us of his ordeal. The dead boy was his friend, a friendship formed in an impossible situation, and a friend who led a life so disparate to his own, the kind of life Danny was previously unaware existed. Since his return, our son has asked us to call him Dan in future, which I think is a tribute to his friend, Lewis, who is the only person ever to shorten his name. It hurt me deeply to learn of the way Dan was treated. He was left cold, hungry, and thirsty for most of the time, only being given food by Lewis, as and when the other boy was able. Dan wasn't even given the dignity of a toilet to use. Most of his time was spent alone and afraid, except when it was safe for Lewis to be with him. Although connected to the kidnappers, Lewis became a friend, and one whom I've no doubt Dan will never forget. He and his mother took on the role of guarding Dan, but a bond developed between the boys, and that poor child, who had a drunk for a mother and no known father, showed our son more compassion than his captors did. Lewis was an enigma. Dan rarely speaks of him, but when he does, it's with a certain reverence, as if Lewis was and always will be his hero. Kidnapping is a cruel, hateful crime, with the innocent victim inevitably scarred for life. It can rip a family apart, widening those imperceptible cracks in a relationship almost beyond repair, or for some, irrevocably. Richard and I have weathered the storm, but with scars to show for it, scars that run deep, but which we generally attempt to ignore. It was no surprise to me that my husband was having an affair. A disappointment, yes, mainly as the affair didn't stop with the physical aspect, and Richard took money, which was partly mine, to give to his mistress. My husband was weak and gullible, but he learned a lesson, and is certainly repentant. For a while I was unsure if I could forgive his betrayal, and for the first 2 or 3 months we remained together purely for Dan's sake. But as I am not blameless, and also have secrets, it would have been hypocritical to end our marriage for such a reason. Our son needed stability. He was and still is our priority. I took an indefinite leave of absence from work to be with him full-time, and have only recently resumed my career. I now work only the hours when Dan is at school, which leaves me time to take him there and pick him up each day. The extra hours spent in our home have proved to be surprisingly enjoyable, and my focus in life is now centred wholly on my son. In all honesty, I don't miss work. Yes, I still have my hand on the company's pulse, but others have proved able to run the business just as capably as I could. The company is thriving, which can also be said of my relationship with Dan. It sometimes amazes me how work was so important and all-consuming, when I have the most wonderful son to love and cherish. How could I not have seen that Dan, and yes, Richard too, are the most important things in my life? Was I really a work-obsessed woman, putting a company before my own family? It took 9 months for the case to come to court, with the kidnappers held on remand during those months. Joanne and Peter Turner, the brother and sister from hell, didn't confess until the day of the trial, when they asked for 5 other kidnappings to be taken into consideration. Only 3 of those crimes were known to the police. The other 2 families had paid a ransom and been too afraid to report their experience. Joanne received 6 years in prison, and her brother, life, for the murder of Lewis, and 6 years for kidnapping, to run concurrently. Neil was given 3 years, a shortened sentence due to the help he gave the police in building charges against Turner. At least their last-minute pleas of guilty meant that Dan didn't have to give evidence. He'd suffered enough without having to relive the very worst of times. Occasionally, Dan will mention something which happened during those dark days, and I listen without putting him under pressure to disclose more than he's comfortable with. He saw a counsellor for a couple of months after returning to us, which helped him enormously. She was the impartial ear who encouraged him to allow and express his feelings of anger or sadness or confusion, and not to think he was weak or somehow at fault. We have seen an improvement over the year, but Dan has been profoundly affected by his experience, and I know it will stay with him for the rest of his life. He tries to forget most of the detail or put it behind him, but he certainly does not want to forget Lewis. If things had worked out differently, if Lewis hadn't died, then who knows what might have happened. Dan told me he wanted to help him, to share his own good fortune, an attitude which makes me so proud of my son. Dan's grandparents were obviously delighted when he was found. The trauma cast a far-reaching shadow. But what is it they say? Every action has a reaction, which was certainly the case with Dan's kidnapping. My mother visits more frequently now, and although she was furious with Richard when she found out about his affair, she's making an effort to be civil to him. Richard's parents also suffered during those horrendous few days, and see as much of Dan as they can. Each time they leave to return home, I've noticed that they hug him and say, "I love you." It's a habit I've adopted too. Dan needs to know he is loved, and always will be. Sometimes, when in a reflective mood, Dan asks about Lewis's mother. We are as open and honest with him as we can be, and he knows she was arrested and charged for what she did. But partly due to Dan's statement, and partly because of her loss, she received only a suspended sentence. Immediately after the shooting which killed her son, Sally was given a place in a women's refuge, a place of safety. She confessed everything to the police and regretted her part in the kidnapping. Sally paid the ultimate price for her complicity. The last we heard, she'd managed to overcome her addiction to drink and drugs and was working at the refuge, which had sheltered her, helping others with similar problems. I often think about Sally too. If the bullet's trajectory had been a few degrees in another direction, it could just as easily have been my son who died. But it wasn't, and my heart goes out to that poor unfortunate woman. Dan, tongue between his teeth in concentration, is attempting to teach Alfie some new tricks. Watching them is pure delight. We bought Alfie as a belated birthday present, a bundle of exuberance at only 12 weeks old. A bond formed immediately, and I know Dan confided more in Alfie in those early days than he did in me. But I can live with that. The dog is therapeutic, and not just for Dan, but for all 3 of us. We take him with us whenever we can, and he's certainly become an important member of the family. Richard will be home soon. He spends much more time at home now than ever before, and it's working well. There were times a year ago when I wasn't sure if I loved my husband any more, but those doubts have vanished. He has again become the loving, attentive man he was during the early days of our marriage. I suppose he was trying to woo me all over again, and he succeeded. At times I think he still feels shame at what he put me through, but we've agreed never to mention Serena again. I was tempted to tell Richard about my own failings, to bring everything out into the open, but I didn't, and now I think the moment has passed. But, you see, I can understand how he feels, because I've been there too. In the early years of building up my company, a business development conference necessitated an overnight stay in a rather nice hotel, with good food and wine flowing freely. I'm not usually a big drinker, and the wine went straight to my head. Somehow, I ended up sleeping with one of the other guests. To my shame and regret, I awoke the following morning with him in my bed. His name was Michael. I know little else about him, and we were both terribly embarrassed. We agreed to forget the incident ever happened and to go our separate ways after the conference, which we did. Perhaps I would have forgotten all about it, except 4 weeks after the event, I discovered I was pregnant. Dan could still be Richard's son, yet just as easily he could be Michael's. To tell Richard now that Dan might be another man's child would break his heart, and it is only a might, by no means a certainty. The kidnapping experience taught me just how much my husband loves Dan. Can I take that away from him, casting another cloud over our family, when we've come through so much? I don't think so. Our lives have been rocked to the core enough. We certainly didn't agree on how to handle the kidnapping at times, and our relationship during those days was in the balance. But we've moved on, and I can see a promising future for the three of us. So I shall not tell Richard. This will be my penance, to carry the knowledge of my wrongdoing for the rest of my days. Does this make me as bad as my husband, or worse? And who decides which is the greater sin? Who is qualified to make such a judgment? At the very least, I would say we were equal. Richard would probably never have told me about his affair if his mistress was not part of the plan to kidnap Dan. He didn't have a choice. I, on the other hand, do. Whether to tell my husband or keep my secret. But having already decided, I must live with my decision. And whereas Richard has been forgiven, I will carry the guilt and shame of my past for as long as I live. Thank you for listening to Snatched by Gillian Jackson, read by Annie Aldington. Produced by Rushforth Media for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. We are working hard to ensure as many children as possible get invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website www.egmont.com.